Okay, folks, for tonight's video, to wrap up the week, we are doing a mass compilation of this week's stories, 7 hours of content for your enjoyment. So kick back, relax, and enjoy. As always, don't forget to check out the merch store we have at darkhorrornarrations.com. It wants to see how you react. It wants to see if you are going to leave. It wants to know if you are the kind of man who is going to pack his truck and his dog and drive out and not come back. It is also showing me. It knows I am here. It knows I am helping you. It is showing me what it can do. He stood up. Eli, he said, take the truck back to the house. Get the things in the back of the freezer. Bring them over. Eli nodded. He turned around and went back to the truck. He drove out. Tom and I stood by the calf for a long time. I dug a hole. Eventually, with a shovel, I went back up and I dug a deep hole, about 50 feet off from the seep. Tom and I lifted the calf into it. We laid her in the bottom of the hole, on her side, and I climbed down and arranged her legs so they did not look so bad. Tom dropped the pile of organs into the hole next to her. We did not touch the tracks. The tracks I left alone, the way Tom told me to. I filled the hole. We did not say anything while I filled it. The bell cow came over and stood by the hole as I filled it. She watched. When the hole was filled and the dirt was tamped, she lowed once, long and slow. Then she turned around and walked back to the herd. The other cows had drifted off to the north, away from the seep. Eli came back 2 hours later with a cooler. The cooler had 2 bundles of something wrapped in butcher paper in a small jar with a clay-colored lid. Tom told me what to do with them. He told me where to bury them, and how deep, and what to say when I covered them. The words he taught me to say were Dene words, words that belonged to him and his people, and not to a story being passed around. He taught them to me on the porch that afternoon. He made me say them 3 times, so I had them right. After that, he and Eli left. I walked the south fence at dusk. I looked at the bundles at the fence line. They had been disturbed. The juniper stakes had been pulled half out of the ground. The red string on the bundle at the middle of the fence had been chewed through. The bundle itself had not been moved. It had been chewed at. Something had tried to take it apart and had not been able to. I put the stakes back in the ground. I tied a new piece of red string around the middle bundle out of a length Tom had given me. I sat by the bundle for 10 minutes. Then I walked back to the trailer. I did not sleep that night. I sat at the kitchen table with the rifle across my lap and a thermos of coffee and a flashlight. The satellite phone was next to me. Pete was under the trailer. I had given up trying to coax him out. At 2:17 in the morning, I heard a sound on the back porch. The back porch was a small landing off the kitchen, 3 steps down. I had not opened the back door since I had stood there with the rifle 3 weeks before. The sound was a soft sound, a sound like a hand laid against the door panel. I sat at the table. I did not move. The sound came again. A hand laid against the door panel. A small, soft pat. Then a voice on the other side of the door. Jake. It was Marisol's voice. I knew it the way I knew my own. I had been married to her for 9 years. I had listened to her voice for 9 years. The voice on the other side of the door was hers. Not a copy. Not a similar voice. Hers. I sat at the table. I did not move. Jake, open the door. I closed my eyes. I tried to remember everything Tom had told me. The voice was the voice. You do not open the door. I tried to remember Roy's letter. I do not care who it sounds like. You do not open the door. Jake, please. It's me. Sadie's hurt. I need you. Please open the door. I bit the inside of my cheek hard enough to taste blood. Marisol was in Phoenix. I had spoken to her on the satellite phone at 7 that evening. Sadie had been in the background. They had been making dinner. They were 300 miles away. They were not on my back porch. I knew that, and the voice was still her voice, and the voice was saying Sadie's name, and the voice sounded like it was crying. Jake, I drove all night. I was scared. Sadie fell. She fell down the stairs at the apartment. We're at your back door. Open the door. I put my hands over my ears. I could still hear it. It was not loud, but I could hear it. Jake. I did not move. I did not get up from the chair. I did not open the door. I did not look out the back door window. The voice went on for a long time and said other things. It said things between me and Marisol that were ours alone, and the fact that the thing on my back porch knew those things, was using those things, was the worst part of the night and is the part I have tried hardest since then not to remember. It said things for about 45 minutes. Then it stopped. I sat at the table with my hands over my ears. After a while, I took my hands down. There was no sound. The wind was up. The windmill was clattering. The trailer was creaking the way the trailer creaks when the wind hits it. There was no voice. I got up. I went to the back door window. I looked out. There was nothing there. I went to the front door. I looked out the small window in the front door. There was nothing on the front porch. There was nothing in the yard. There was nothing in front of the truck. I went to the bedroom window. I looked out toward the south fence. The half moon was up. There was light. At the middle of the south fence, where Tom had put the bundle, there was a man shape standing. It was the shape of a man. It was tall. It was thin. It was stooped, as if its back hurt. Its head was turned at an angle that a head was not supposed to be turned at, the way Tom had said Roy had described. It was facing the trailer. It was perhaps half a mile out. I could not see its face. I could see the shape of it in the moonlight against the lighter color of the BLM beyond. It stood there. I watched. It did not move. I watched it for an hour. The moon moved. The shadow of the windmill moved. The man shape did not move. It stood at the middle of the south fence by the bundle in the same position for the entire hour. Around 4 a.m, it walked away. It walked east, slowly, with the kind of walk Tom had described, the kind of walk of a man whose neck had been broken. It walked across the BLM. It went over the east fence. It kept going. I lost sight of it in the dark. I sat at the bedroom window until dawn. Then I went out. I walked down to the south fence in the dawn light. The bundle was still there. The juniper stakes were still in the ground, drawn. He's tapping. I had not heard any tapping. I listened. There was a tapping. It was soft. It was at the bottom of the window. It was the kind of tapping a fingernail makes against glass. Tap, tap, tap. The pattern was regular. 3 taps, then a pause. Then 3 taps. Sadie was looking at the curtain. She was not crying. She was not scared in the way I had seen her be scared. She was just looking at the curtain, like she was trying to figure out a math problem at school. Daddy. Yeah, monkey. He wants to come in. Who does? The man at the window. He says he's cold. I felt the figure get warmer against my chest. The temperature went up. I noticed it the way you notice a heating pad coming on under your back. Sadie, I said, I want you to come over here. I want you to come sit with me on the floor. She got off the cot. She came over to me. I picked her up. I held her in my lap. The tapping was still going on. Pete was up. Pete was at the front door. His hackles were up. His tail was down. He was making the sound I had heard from him under the trailer. It came up through his chest. The tapping went on for maybe 2 minutes more. Then it stopped. Then there was a voice at the window. It was a man's voice. It was not a voice I knew. Sadie. She tensed in my lap. Sadie, honey. Come to the window. Daddy, she whispered. Don't answer him, monkey. Sadie, your dad's not feeling good. I came to take you home. Your mom asked me to come get you. Come to the window so I can see you. Open the curtain. I held her against me. I did not move. The rifle was 3 feet from me. I did not reach for it. Tom had said, do not interact. Do not open the door. Do not open the curtain. Do not give the thing the response it was looking for. The voice went on for a while. It said things to her. It said her name in many different ways. It said her name the way a kind uncle would say it. It said her name the way an older brother would say it. It said her name the way a teacher she liked would say it. It tried voices. It cycled through voices. It was looking for one she would respond to. She did not respond. She sat in my lap. She did not move. She did not cry. She held the rabbit tight against her chest. She put her face into my shoulder. She closed her eyes. She did not respond to any of the voices. The voice gave up after about half an hour. There was a sound at the window that might have been a hand sliding off the glass. Then there was nothing. I held her for the rest of the night. We did not move. Pete eventually came over and lay against my leg. The figure was warm. The figure was hot. By the time the dawn came, the figure had cooled off again. By the time the dawn came, Sadie was asleep against my chest. I called Marisol at 6 in the morning. I told her Sadie was sick. I told her I was bringing Sadie back early. I told her I would have her at the airstrip by 10. Marisol asked what was wrong. I said it was a stomach thing. I said Sadie had been throwing up. I said it was nothing serious, but I wanted to bring her back so her mother could be with her. Marisol said okay. She said she would be at the Gallup airstrip at noon. She said to keep her hydrated. She did not press me. I drove Sadie to the airstrip at 10. She was awake. She did not say anything about the man at the window. She did not ask me about him. She held the rabbit. She held my hand the whole way. We got to the airstrip. I put her on the plane. I waved as the plane lifted off. I drove back home. I sat on the porch for a long time. I called Tom and told him what had happened. Tom came over. We sat on the porch. Tom listened. He did not interrupt. When I was finished, he said, "It's coming." "What's coming?" "It. The thing. It is going to come to the trailer. Soon. It got close last night and it didn't get what it wanted. It is going to come closer next time." "How soon?" "I don't know. A week. Maybe 2. The new moon is in 9 days. Things move on the new moon. I would expect it on the new moon if I were going to bet." "All right. Jake." "Yes. You are going to call your wife tonight. You are going to tell her Sadie does not come out again until further notice. You are going to give a reason. You are going to make the reason sound reasonable. But Sadie does not come out. I know. This is not negotiable. I know about the hearing. I know about the file. I am telling you. Sadie does not come out until I tell you it is safe." "I know." He nodded. "I am going to come stay with you on the new moon," he said. "Diane is going to come with me. We are going to bring some things. We are going to be at your trailer that night. We are going to handle this." "All right. I want you to spend the next 9 days doing some things. I am going to write them down for you. You are going to do them in order. Do not skip any. Do not put any in." She thought about that. "Do they have names?" "Some of them might. I haven't asked." She laughed. The laugh hurt me in a place I did not have a name for. Then Marisol was back on the line, saying I had to let her finish her bath, and I said okay, and we hung up. I sat on the porch after that, with Pete next to me, watching the dark come the rest of the way down. There were no lights anywhere I could see. The Yazzie place was over the ridge and out of sight. The windmill clattered. A pair of coyotes started up to the south, far away, the kind of yodeling that says nothing in particular except "we are here and the night is ours and please don't take it personally." Pete didn't react. He did not know what coyotes were yet. He would learn. I should have opened the box that first night. The wooden box. The one on the top shelf of the closet. I didn't. I went to bed instead. In the bedroom Roy had died in, on a different mattress because I had bought a new one in Gallup that afternoon and had it strapped to the truck. I left the old mattress out behind the equipment shed for the time being. I would burn it eventually. Not that night. That night I lay on the new mattress with Pete curled into the back of my knees, and I listened to the windmill, and I listened to the coyotes, and I listened for something else without knowing what I was listening for. In the morning, I went out at first light to walk the fence. That became my routine. By the end of the first week, I knew every post on the south fence, and most of them on the east. I learned the cattle. I learned which ones were curious and which ones were spooky and which one was the bell cow, even though she didn't wear a bell anymore. I learned the wind. I learned the smell of the land before rain, which was different from the smell I had known in Phoenix or the smell I had known as a kid in Albuquerque. It was a smell like old paper and creosote and something underneath, some particular mineral the rain pulled out of the ground. Tom Yazzie came over on the 5th day. I was in the cattle pens repairing a section of railing that one of the cows had pushed in. I heard the truck before I saw it. An old Ford F-250, the kind that's pale blue from being in the sun for 30 years. It came up the rutted track and stopped at the gate. Tom got out to open the gate himself rather than honking. I appreciated that. Roy had taught me you opened a gate before you sat in a vehicle and waited for the owner to come open it for you, because the owner had work to do and the gate was a small thing. I came out of the pen and met him at the gate. He was an inch or two shorter than me, in his 60s, with the kind of square build that comes from 40 years of doing the same physical work. He wore a straw hat with a sweatband that had darkened all the way through, jeans with the cuffs over his boots, and a snap-button shirt with the sleeves rolled to the elbow. His arms were brown and lined and ropey. He had small reading glasses in his shirt pocket. His face was wide and lined and gave little away. "You're Roy's nephew," he said. "Jake McKee." He nodded, did not offer a hand. I didn't either, because he hadn't, and I had been raised right enough to know that you don't push. "Tom Yazzie," he said. "I know. Roy talked about you." He nodded again, looked past me at the trailer. "You moving in?" he said. It wasn't a question. "Yes, sir. For now." "For now." "Yes, sir." He looked at me for a second. His eyes were brown and almost black, the kind of brown where the iris and the pupil run together. I could not tell what he was thinking, and I had the distinct impression that this was a man who had spent his whole life being one of those men you could not tell what he was thinking, and that this was a deliberate practice, not a personality trait. "I'm going to come up to the porch and have a cup of coffee," he said, "if that's all right." "It is. I just put a pot on." He nodded. He walked past me toward the trailer. I closed the gate behind us. By the time I got up to the porch, Tom was already sitting in one of Roy's chairs, the one on the right of the door, and Pete was sitting on the deck next to him with his chin on Tom's knee, which was not something Pete did with strangers and was something I noted. I brought out 2 mugs of coffee. I gave Tom the one without the chip on the rim. He nodded and took it and held it in both hands the way old men hold coffee, like it's something to be respected. He didn't drink right away. "Roy was a good man," he said. "I know he was. You ever live out here?" "2 summers, when I was a kid." "Not since." "Long time." "It is." He nodded. He looked out across the yard. The wind was coming up the way it did most afternoons. The windmill was making its noise. "You see anything?" he said. I thought he meant anything to do with the cattle. I said, "There's a Hereford with a bad eye. I'm going to have to put eye drops in. Other than that, things look all right." He nodded slowly. He took a sip of the coffee. "That's not what I meant," he said. "Sir? You see anything out at the fence at dusk?" I looked at him. He was looking at the windmill, not at me. His face still gave nothing away. "Like what?" I said. "Anything that don't sit right." I thought about it. I had been there 5 days. I hadn't seen anything that didn't sit right. The cattle had been calm. The dog had been calm. The wind had done what the wind does. I shook my head. "No," I said. "Not yet." He nodded once. Just once. He kept looking at the windmill. He said, "If you see anything, you come tell me." "What kind of anything?" He didn't answer for a long time. Then he said, "You'll know it. If it happens, you'll know it's the kind of thing I'm asking about." "Tom," I said, "what kind of thing are you talking about?" He looked at me then. His eyes were steady. He did not seem alarmed. He did not seem like a man telling a ghost story to a stranger. He looked like a man telling a stranger where the bad wash was on his property so the stranger wouldn't drive his truck down into it. "Your uncle saw something," he said, "in the last year. He told me about it. I told him what I thought it was. He didn't want to hear it. He was that kind of man. You favor him in the face. I don't know if you favor him in that other way." "What kind of thing did he see?" "He saw a man at the south fence at dusk. That wasn't a man." I waited. He didn't go on. He took another sip of his coffee. "What was it?" I said. I'm not going to put a name on it on your porch the first day I meet you, Tom said. It's not the kind of thing you name on a porch on a first meeting, but I'm asking you, if you see something, you come tell me. I don't care what time. You drive your truck across the wash and you come tell me, all right? All right. Your uncle should have come tell me when he started seeing it. He didn't. By the time we talked, it was further along than I could help with. That's what I think killed him. Not what the doctor said. What I think. Tom, I'm not going to argue with you about it. I'm telling you. You come tell me if you see it. All right. He drank his coffee. We didn't speak for a while. Pete was still leaning on his knee. The windmill clattered. The cattle were down by the south fence in a loose group, which was what they did in the middle of the day. The Hereford, with the bad eye, was on the edge of the group, looking like she didn't want to be there. Tom finished his coffee. He stood up. He set the mug on the porch railing. He looked at me. It was good to meet you, Jake McKee, he said. You too, sir. You come tell me if you see it. I will. He nodded. He walked down off the porch and out to the gate. Pete watched him go. So did I. I watched him climb in the old F-250 and turn around in the yard and drive out and close the gate behind him. I watched the dust cloud move down the rutted track until it was gone. Then I went inside. I sat at the kitchen table. I drank the rest of my coffee. I tried to think about what he had said, and I tried to think about whether to call Marisol about it, which was a habit I had not yet broken, and I tried to think about whether the box in the closet was something I should open that night. I did not open the box that night. I told myself I would in the morning. I told myself that for a lot of mornings. Sadie came out for the first time on the last weekend of June. School had been out a week. Marisol drove her to the airstrip in Gallup and put her on a small plane that flew puddle jumper to a strip about 30 miles north of the ranch. The strip wasn't much, a length of cracked asphalt and a shack with a windsock. I drove up at noon and waited in the truck with the windows down and watched the heat coming off the runway in long, slow waves. The plane came in at 12:45. I saw it before I heard it. A small white twin engine that banked once and dropped down on the strip like a moth on a porch railing. Sadie was the second person off. She was 8 years old and small for it, the way Marisol had been small, with brown hair her mother put in a single braid down her back and a yellow backpack that was almost as big as she was. She had a stuffed rabbit clutched against her chest. The rabbit had been hers since she was 2. It used to be white. It was a kind of yellow-gray now from years of being slept on. She saw me at the truck and she ran. She got most of the way across the apron before she remembered to slow down and act like a big girl, and she walked the last few steps with a kind of careful dignity that broke my heart in a way I had not been ready for. Hi, Daddy. Hey, monkey. I picked her up. She was light. Pete was in the cab of the truck on his hind legs with his front paws on the dashboard, losing his mind. Sadie squealed when she saw him, and I let her down, and she went around to the passenger side, and I opened the door, and she climbed in. And Pete tried to climb into her lap and lick her face and her hands and her ears and her hair all at once. She was laughing. She kept saying his name over and over. I stood at the open door and watched, and did not say anything for a minute, because there was a tightness in my chest that I didn't want her to hear in my voice. We drove back to the ranch with the windows down. She told me about school, about a girl named Beatriz who had moved away in April, about a teacher who had a baby, about a boy in her class who picked his nose. She was full of news. She wanted to give me all of it before we got home. We pulled up to the trailer around 3. The sun was high and hard. The windmill was clattering. The cattle were down by the south fence, the way they always were in the middle of the day. Sadie got out of the truck holding Pete, and Pete was wriggling like he was made of something liquid, and she set him down, and then she looked at the trailer and looked at the land all around it and didn't say anything for a long minute. "What you think, monkey?" I said. "It's big." "It is." "Are those the cows?" "Those are the cows." "Can I go see them?" "Not by yourself." "I'll take you. Let's get your stuff inside first." I had her bag and her backpack and the little carry-on with her things in it. She had a sleeping bag with cartoon characters on it that she didn't need because I had made up the cot for her in the living room with real sheets and a quilt, but she had wanted to bring it anyway, so I had let her. She carried the sleeping bag herself into the trailer. She stood in the living room and looked around. The trailer was old. It smelled like an old trailer, even after I had aired it out for 2 weeks. She wrinkled her nose. It smells funny. It's just old. The smell goes away if you don't pay attention to it. Like at Grandma's. Like at Grandma's. She nodded, accepting this. She put the sleeping bag on the cot. She walked over to the kitchen and looked in the fridge, which was empty except for milk and eggs and the makings of grilled cheese, which was her favorite. She looked at me. There's nothing in here, Daddy. There's milk and eggs and cheese and bread. We're going to go to the store tomorrow and you can pick out anything you want. Anything? Within reason. What's reason? You'll know it when you see it. She thought about that the way she thought about most things I said, with an expression that was not yet skepticism but was on its way to being skepticism by the time she was 13. That was the first day. We walked down to see the cattle in the late afternoon when the heat was starting to come off. I held her hand. Pete trailed behind us, occasionally getting distracted by lizards and rabbit holes and the smell of cow manure. I showed her the Hereford with the bad eye and let her name her. She named her Patsy after a girl she didn't like at school, which I thought was a strange choice, but I let it go. She named 2 others. She wanted to name all of them. I told her there were 52, and she said that was a lot, and we agreed she would name 3 or 4, and the others could just be the cows. We had grilled cheese for dinner and tomato soup from a can. She ate 2 sandwiches. I had not seen her eat 2 sandwiches at one meal since she was 5. She told me she was hungry from the airplane. I told her airplanes do that. After dinner, I let her help me wash the dishes, which was something Marisol didn't usually let her do, and she stood on a step stool at the sink and washed each one carefully and handed it to me to dry. Pete sat behind us and watched. The sun went down. I sat with her on the porch after dark. The stars came up. She had never seen stars like that. I told her the names of the constellations I knew. I didn't know that many. I told her the ones I knew and made up names for the ones I didn't. She believed all of it. Then she sat in my lap and her head got heavy on my collarbone, and I knew she was asleep without looking. I carried her in to the cot. I tucked her in. I sat on the edge of the cot for a long time and looked at her. The rabbit was in the crook of her arm. Her breath was even and small. The fan I had set up in the corner was the only sound in the trailer. Pete jumped up on the cot next to her. He hadn't done that before. He didn't usually sleep on furniture. He curled himself into the bend of her knees and put his chin on his paws and looked at me. I left them like that. I went to my room. I lay down on the bed in my clothes. I was tired in a way I hadn't been tired in a long time. The kind of tired that is in your bones and is not just about the day. I should have opened the box that night. I knew I should have. I had told myself I would the next morning, and then the next morning, and then the next, for 2 weeks. The closet door was right there. I could see it from where I was lying. The handle was a little glass knob that had probably been on the door since the trailer was built. I closed my eyes. I told myself I would open it the next day. I told myself that with Sadie in the house, I would have a good reason to look at the box, so I could honor whatever Roy had wanted and start to move forward on the property and figure out what to do with my life. I fell asleep. I dreamed about my mother. That was the night the first thing happened. I woke up at maybe 2 a.m, the kind of waking up where you don't know why you're awake. Pete was in the doorway, not on the cot with Sadie, in the doorway of my bedroom, standing. His ears were forward. His tail was down. He was looking at the back wall of my room, which was the wall the head of my bed was against, the wall that faced the south fence and the cattle and the high mesa beyond. He wasn't barking. He wasn't growling. He was just looking, the way a healer looks at a thing he can't decide is a problem or not. I sat up. The room was dark, except for the moonlight coming in the window above the bed. "Pete," I said. I kept my voice low. "Buddy, what is it?" He didn't look at me. He kept looking at the wall. I got up. I went to the door. I stepped over him. He didn't move when I stepped over him, which was unusual. I went out to the living room. Sadie was asleep on the cot. The trailer was quiet. The fan in the corner was running. The clock on the stove said 2:17. I went to the back door. The trailer had a back door off the kitchen that opened onto a small landing and 3 steps down. I had not used the back door since I had moved in. I went over and looked out the small window and the back door. The moon was 3/4 full, and there was a lot of light. I could see the equipment shed and a piece of fence, and beyond that, the open ground that ran down to the south fence line. I could see the silhouettes of cattle bedded down a couple 100 yards out. About 20 yards from the back door, on the property side of the fence, between the back of the trailer and the equipment shed, a coyote was sitting. It was a big one, the size of a small German shepherd. Its ears were up. It was facing the back door. It was looking at me. I could see the shine of its eyes in the moonlight. I had seen plenty of coyotes in my life. I had grown up in New Mexico. I had seen them on the side of the road and in fields and around dumpsters, and once, when I was 10, in our backyard in Albuquerque, eating a Pop-Tart out of an open trash bag. They are not unusual where I have lived. They are not scary. They are the wrong size to be scary, and they run from people, and they only come close when they are sick or hungry enough that the cost of running has gotten higher than the cost of trying for a meal. This coyote was not running. It was not pacing. It was not eating anything. It was just sitting with its ears up, looking at the back door of my trailer at 2:17 in the morning. I watched it. It watched me. I waited for it to do something. I figured it would lose interest. I figured it would catch a smell or hear a thing or just get bored and trot off the way coyotes do. It did not do any of those things. I stood at the back door for what was probably 5 minutes, maybe longer. The coyote did not move. Its head did not turn. Its ears did not flick. It sat there like a dog at a sit-stay, and it watched me through the back door window from 20 yards out. I went and got the rifle. The rifle was a Marlin lever-action 30-30 that had been Roy's, that had been hanging on the wall above the couch when I got there, and that I had taken down and oiled and loaded the second day. I knew how to use it. I had not fired a rifle in 8 years. Roy had taught me on this same Marlin when I was 15. I went back to the back door with the rifle. I did not open the door. I just held it where the coyote could see it, if it could see at all. I worked the lever once, slowly, just to chamber around and to make the sound. Pete came up behind me at the back door. He did not bark. He pressed himself against the back of my calf. I could feel him shaking. I looked at the coyote. It was still sitting. I turned the porch light on. The trailer had a back porch light that I had not used. There was a switch by the door. I flipped it. The yellow light came on and lit up the back step in the dirt for about 10 feet out. The coyote was now lit up. Its eyes did not contract in the light. That was the first thing I noticed. A coyote's eyes will catch a light like that and reflect it back as a kind of bright yellow-green, and the pupils will narrow. This coyote's eyes did not reflect the light. They were dark. 2 pieces of dark in a face that was a coyote's face in every other particular. The second thing I noticed was that it was not breathing. I stood there with the rifle and looked. I could see the chest of an animal. I knew what the chest of a living animal looked like when it was breathing. This animal's chest was not moving. I told myself I was not looking carefully. I told myself the light was bad. I told myself I was a man who had just woken up at 2 in the morning and was holding a rifle in his kitchen and was not capable of accurately observing whether an animal 20 yards out was breathing. I told myself this, and I knew it was wrong. The coyote sat for another 2 minutes, maybe. Then it stood up, slowly, the way an old man stands up after a long time of sitting. Its legs unfolded. Its tail did not move. It looked at me one more time. Then it turned, deliberate, and walked at a pace that was neither a coyote's trot nor a coyote's walk, but the pace of a man taking his time. It walked toward the south fence. It got to the south fence. It went under the bottom strand of barbed wire without crouching. The wire didn't move. When it passed, I watched the wire, and the wire did not move. It walked across the BLM allotment. It got to the far side. It went over the next fence the same way, without the wire moving. Then it was gone. I stood at the back door with the rifle for a long time. Pete was still pressed against my calf. He was still shaking. I looked at the clock on the stove. It said 2:31. I had been standing at the back door for 14 minutes. I made myself put the rifle down on the kitchen counter. I made myself unload it first, because Roy had taught me you do not put a loaded rifle on a kitchen counter when there is a child in the next room. I made myself turn off the porch light. I went to check on Sadie. She was asleep. She had not moved. The fan was running. Her breath was even and small. I went and sat at the kitchen table. Pete climbed into my lap. He had not climbed into my lap before. He was too big to be in my lap, really, but he climbed up there and made himself smaller than he was and put his head against my chest. I sat with him. I tried to think. I told myself the coyote was sick. Rabies, maybe. Some kind of distemper. The eyes weren't reflecting because of the rabies. The not breathing was just me, in the dark, at 2 a.m, not seeing right. The walking over the fence was something coyotes can do. They are good jumpers. They squeeze through wire all the time. I had not seen what I had seen. I told myself these things for about an hour. Then I told myself I should call Tom Yazzie. He had said to call him. He had said, come over and tell him, day or night. The satellite phone was on the counter. I could call him. I could drive over there. It was 3:30 in the morning. He would not be asleep. Country people, I had learned in the last 2 weeks, did not sleep at 3:30 in the morning the way city people did. They were up. They were drinking coffee. They were watching the dark. I did not call him. There was a reason I did not call him. I did not call him because I had a daughter asleep in the next room, and because Marisol's attorney had filed a custody motion in May for full physical custody on the basis that I was unstable and lacked steady employment and lacked a stable home environment, and because the hearing was in October, and because if I called Tom Yazzie at 3:30 in the morning to tell him there was a coyote at my fence, and Tom Yazzie drove over and we sat on my porch and talked about it, and Sadie woke up and saw a stranger at her father's kitchen table at 4 in the morning and asked about it later in front of her mother or her mother's attorney or her court-appointed advocate, then I was going to lose her. Not because of one thing, because of the accumulated weight of 1,000 small things that already weighed against me. I did not call him. I sat at the kitchen table with Pete in my lap and watched the dark on the other side of the windows until the dark started to thin out toward the east. Around 5:30 I made coffee. Around 6 the cattle started moving. Around 7 Sadie woke up and came into the kitchen barefoot, dragging the rabbit by one ear. Daddy. Hey, monkey. Did you sleep on the chair? Just for a little while. Why? I was thinking. About what? About what we're going to do today. She climbed up into my lap. Pete moved over to give her room. She put her head against my collarbone the way she had on the porch. What are we going to do today? She said. Whatever you want. It's your weekend. Can we go in the truck? We can go in the truck. Can we get candy? We can get a little candy. Can Pete come? Pete is always coming, monkey. She nodded, satisfied. We sat like that for a while. Pete put his head on her foot. I never told her about the coyote. I never told Tom Yazzie. I never told anyone. I drove her to the airstrip on Sunday afternoon, and I put her on the plane, and I watched the plane lift off, and I watched it disappear, and then I drove back to the ranch, and I walked the south fence, and I looked for tracks. There were no tracks. There should have been tracks. The ground at the south fence was a kind of fine red dust that took a print the way snow takes a print, and a coyote crossing the fence and walking across the BLM should have left a clean trail. I walked the fence for an hour. I looked for tracks. I did not find any. That was the first wrongness, the not finding of any tracks. Up to that point, I could tell myself I had seen a sick coyote. Up to that point, I could put it down to rabies or distemper or my own bad nerves at 2 in the morning. Once I walked the fence and found no tracks, I had to start telling myself other things. None of the things I started telling myself were any better. I went back up to the trailer. Pete was on the porch. He had been on the porch since I had left to drive Sadie to the airstrip. He was not sleeping. He was lying with his chin on his paws, looking out at the south fence. He had been doing that for 2 days. He did not come into the trailer that night. He slept on the porch. The next night, he slept under the porch, which is to say, under the trailer. I could hear him scrabbling around down there in the crawl space. The crawl space was about 18 inches deep, full of cobwebs and the kind of insulation old trailers have, and I had not been down there. Pete had wedged himself in under the bottom step and stayed there. I tried to coax him out with kibble. He would come out for the kibble. He would eat the kibble. Then he would go back under. I did not understand why. I told myself he was hot. I told myself the trailer was a strange place for a young dog and he was finding the cool spot. The trailer was not a strange place anymore. He had been there for 2 weeks. He had been on the porch and on the couch and in my bed. He was not on the porch and on the couch and in my bed anymore. He was under the trailer. On Tuesday, I drove the truck across the wash to Tom Yazzie place. I told myself I was going to ask Tom about a piece of equipment Roy had borrowed from him before he died. I had a piece of paper in my pocket that listed the equipment which the attorney had given me. I had the piece of paper as cover. I had been to Tom's place twice before, both times during the day, both times on errands related to Roy's estate. This time I went at 5 in the afternoon. The light was still good. I had 3 hours of light. I parked outside Tom's house. The house was a small cinder block place with a metal roof, with a couple of pole barns out back and a kitchen garden with cornstalks and squash. There was an older woman on the porch shelling beans into a metal bowl. That was Tom's wife. Her name was Diane. I had not been introduced to her formally, but I had nodded to her in passing on my earlier visits. I nodded to her. She nodded back. She did not get up. "Tom around," I said. "He's in the barn." "Thanks." I went around back to the pole barn. Tom was in there, doing something to the hub of a trailer with a wrench. He looked up when I came in. He did not seem surprised. "Jake?" "Tom." He waited. "I saw something," I said. He set the wrench down. He stood up. He wiped his hands on a piece of rag from his back pocket. He looked at me. "When?" "Saturday night. 2 in the morning." "Tell me." I told him. I told him about the coyote and the eyes that did not reflect the light, and the chest that was not moving, and the way it had walked over the wire without making the wire move. I told him about the no tracks. I told him about Pete under the trailer. I told him about Sadie having been in the house when it happened. He listened without interrupting. When I was finished, he stood there for a while looking at the wrench in his hand. "Was Sadie awake?" he said. "No. She slept through it. She didn't see anything." He nodded. He set the wrench down on the workbench. "You waited 4 days to come tell me," he said. It wasn't a question. "Yes." "Why?" "Because of the custody hearing in October." He looked at me for a long time. Then he nodded, the way a man nods when he hears an answer he understands but doesn't want to. "All right," he said. "We're going to talk about a few things, Jake. You're going to want to sit down." We went out of the barn and back around the house. Diane was still on the porch with her beans. Tom said something to her in Navajo. She set the bowl aside and went into the house. We sat on the porch, in the chairs she had vacated. The sun was going down behind the house. The porch was in shadow. The cottonwoods around the place were starting to whisper in the way cottonwoods do when the wind comes up at sundown. Tom didn't say anything for a long time. I let him not say anything. Then he said, "What I am about to tell you, I am going to ask you to take seriously. I am going to ask you not to tell me you don't believe in this. I have heard that speech from white men for 40 years. I do not need to hear it from you." Roy heard the speech the first time I told him what I thought he had seen, and he made me wait 6 months before he would talk about it again, and by then it was too late for me to help him the way I could have. "I am not going to wait 6 months on you. Are you going to listen?" "I am going to listen." "Good," he said. "You saw a ye nald lushi. That's what we call it. The English is Skinwalker. You probably heard the word." "I've heard the word." You heard the word the way white men hear the word, like it's a Halloween costume. Forget that. I am going to tell you what it is. I am going to tell you what your uncle had on this property for the last year of his life. I am going to tell you what you have now, and then you and I are going to figure out what to do about it. Are you ready? I'm ready. He looked at me for a second more, the way he had looked at me on my porch the day we met. Then he started talking. He talked for a long time. The sun went down behind the cottonwoods. Diane brought us out a thermos of coffee. We drank coffee, and Tom Yazzie told me what was on my property and what it wanted and what I was going to have to do. I did not believe all of it that first night. I was not converted that night. I sat there and I listened to him, and I made certain mental adjustments, and I noted certain things, but I did not yet believe it. The believing came later. The believing came in pieces. The believing came over the next 2 months, while my daughter was 300 miles away with her mother and her mother's attorney and her mother's attorney's letters. And the coyote that wasn't a coyote came back to my property 4 more times, and Pete stopped coming out from under the trailer at all. And the wooden box on the top shelf of the closet started, finally, to feel like the smallest thing I had to be afraid of. Tom Yazzie told me that first night on his porch that a Yi-Naud Lushi was a person who had gone wrong on purpose. He said it that way. Not a creature, not a monster, not a thing from outside that comes in. A person, somebody who had been raised in the Navajo way and had then gone backwards from the way. Somebody who had taken instruction in a particular kind of medicine and had used it for a purpose nobody was supposed to use it for. He said the word for the kind of person who would do that, and he said it more than once. The word was his to say and not mine to repeat. He said the person, after they had done what they did to become this thing, was no longer just a person. They could take other shapes. They could take an animal shape. Coyote was a common one. Wolf, if they were old enough. Bear, if they were old and powerful enough, though Tom said he had not heard of one taking a bear in his lifetime. He said they could take a human shape too, but it was not the same human shape they had been born in. They took the shape of somebody else. Somebody dead, sometimes. Somebody alive, sometimes. They could mimic voices. They could know things they should not know. They could use those things to make a person open a door. He said the door part was important. He said the door part was where it lived and died. For the person on the other side of the door, they could not come in. He was clear about this. They could not come into a house if you did not let them in. They were strong about doors. They could try for hours. They could call your wife's voice from the porch. They could call your child's voice from the porch. They could call your mother's voice from the porch, even if your mother had been dead for 20 years. They could call. They could not come in unless you opened the door. He said that part twice. I told him I had heard it. He said good, but he said it again on the third hour anyway. He said they had a couple of things they wanted. He said that was the thing white people got wrong when they read about it in books. White people thought it was about evil, about a thing that hurt for the sake of hurting. He said it was about hunger. They were hungry for something. Sometimes they were hungry for a person. Sometimes they were hungry for what was in a person. Sometimes it was years of getting near a person and getting nearer and getting nearer. It was patient. It was old. It did not have to hurry. He said Roy had been seeing this one for about a year before he died. He said Roy had seen the coyote first. Coyote that didn't run, like mine had been. Then the coyote had become other things. Then Roy had started getting visits at the fence at dusk. A man shape. A figure. Roy had described it to him. Tom told me the shape Roy had described, and I asked him to repeat it, and he repeated it. Roy had described a tall figure that walked stooped over and had its head turned at an angle that a head was not supposed to be turned at. Roy had said it walked like a man whose neck had been broken and who had been propped up and was being made to walk. That was the shape. I asked Tom if Roy had ever opened the door. Tom said he didn't know. He said he thought maybe Roy had. In the end, he said Roy had been alone in the trailer for 3 days before they found him. He said the autopsy had said heart attack, but that the doctor in Gallup who had done the autopsy was a young white guy from Minnesota who did not ask the kinds of questions Tom would have asked. Tom said he thought Roy had heard something on the porch and gone to the door and not opened it. He said he thought the not opening had cost Roy something he didn't have to spare. He said he thought the heart attack had been real, but that the cause of the heart attack had been the thing on the other side of the door, working at Roy's heart, in a way the doctor and Gallup did not have a name for. I sat there. Diane brought us out a plate of cornbread. I did not eat it. Tom ate a piece. He looked tired in a way I had not seen him look. We had been on the porch for 2 hours. Tom, I said, what does it want with me? He looked at me. You've got the place, he said. It liked the place. It was working on Roy. Roy is gone. You're what's there now. What about Sadie? Sadie is in Phoenix most of the time. She is here on weekends sometimes. She is going to be here a lot more this summer. She is. Tom, Jake, what does it want with Sadie? He looked at the cottonwoods. He took a long breath. He let it out. The young ones, he said, are what it likes best. The young ones. The ones that are easy. The ones that don't know what to listen for. The ones that will go to a window if a voice on the other side of the window says, go to the window. I sat with that for a minute. The wind was up. The cottonwoods were doing their soft talking. What do I do? I said. You're going to do a few things? Tom said. Some of them I am going to help you with. Some of them you are going to do alone. The first thing is you are going to go home tonight and you are going to open that box. What box? The one in the closet. How do you know about the box? Roy told me about the box. Roy made me promise that if anything happened to him, I would tell his nephew to open the box. I have been waiting for you to ask me about it. You did not ask. So I am telling you now, you go home and you open that box tonight. All right. The second thing is, I am going to start coming over. I will come over every other day. I will bring some things. I am going to leave some things at your fence line. You are going to see them. You are not going to move them. You are not going to take them out of the dirt where I put them. Are you listening? I'm listening. The third thing is, when Sadie comes out, you are going to call me, and I'm going to come over the day she gets there, and we are going to set some things up. I do not want her in that trailer on a weekend without those things being in place. All right. The fourth thing is the hardest. You are going to have to decide whether to tell her mother. I did not say anything to that. You're going to want to think about that one, Tom said. I am not going to tell you what to do on that one. I have a wife and a daughter and grandchildren, and I do not know what I would do if I were you. But you are going to have to think about it, because if something happens to Sadie out here and you have not told her mother, you are going to wish you had. I know. All right. Drink your coffee. It's cold. I drank the cold coffee. The wind moved in the cottonwoods. Tom told me a few more things that night, things that were his to teach and not mine to pass around. He told me about the kinds of charms he was going to leave at the fence. He told me what they were made of and roughly what was in them. He told me to walk the property line slowly the next morning and see if I noticed anything that hadn't been there. He told me to write down anything strange I noticed and to bring the list when he came over. It was full dark when I drove home. There were no stars yet. The clouds had come in from the west. I got back to the trailer around 9. Pete was under the porch. I called him. He didn't come. I went up the steps and unlocked the door and went inside. I opened the box that night. I went into the bedroom. I stood in front of the closet for maybe a minute. Then I opened the door. The closet was deep. Roy had used it for coats and a couple of pairs of boots and a vacuum cleaner with a missing belt. The wooden box was on the top shelf, exactly where the attorney had said it would be. It was about the size of a shoebox, but heavier, made out of a dark wood, oiled, with a brass hasp and no lock. I had to stand on a chair to get it down. I put it on the kitchen table. Pete was in the doorway of the trailer, watching me. He had come out from under the porch when he had heard me handling something in the closet. He had come up the steps and into the open door. He had not come further than the threshold. He was sitting in the doorway with his ears forward looking at the box. I opened it. The box had 3 things in it. The first thing was a letter, folded once, in Roy's handwriting. The second thing was a small object wrapped in a piece of soft leather. I did not unwrap it that night. Tom Yazzie would unwrap it for me a week later and would tell me what it was. The third thing was a packet of papers held together with a rubber band. The papers were a kind of journal Roy had kept in the last year of his life, of the things he had seen on the property. I read those over the next several nights. They were a record of a man who had started seeing a coyote at his fence and had ended 11 months later hearing his dead sister's voice on his porch at 3 in the morning and not opening the door. The letter was for me. The letter said this: Jake, if you are reading this, I am gone. The attorney was supposed to give you the keys and tell you to come open this box. If you are reading this, and it has been more than a month, I want you to forgive yourself. I waited a long time on a lot of things in my life. You are my sister's boy, and you are a slow starter. I knew you would get here. I am not mad. The property is yours. I want you to know I wanted it that way. I never had kids. Your mother was the only family I cared about, and she died too young, and you are her boy, and that is enough for me. The property is paid for. The cattle are yours. The truck in the equipment shed is the one you used to drive when you were 15. It runs. It needs a battery. I left a list of the things that need fixing in the second drawer of the desk in the living room. I need to tell you something now. I am not sure how to write it down without it sounding like I have gone in the head. I have not gone in the head. I am writing this in October, and I am as sharp as I have ever been. But there is something on the property, and you need to know about it. I have been seeing a coyote at the south fence at dusk that is not a coyote. I have been seeing other things too. There has been a man at the fence sometimes, at last light, that I do not think is a man. He moves wrong. I do not know what he is. Tom Yazzie has told me what he thinks it is. I have not entirely accepted what Tom thinks, but I am writing this and putting it in the box because I want you to be ready if it is still here when you get here. I do not know if it will be. It might leave when I am gone. I might be wrong about all of it. I might be a stupid old man at the end of his time who is hearing things and seeing things and writing letters that ought to be burned. But I am going to write it anyway, because if I am right and you come into this place not knowing, I am not going to forgive myself even if I am dead. There are 3 things I want you to know. 1. Tom Yazzie is the best man I know. You go to him. You listen to him. You do what he tells you. If you do nothing else I am asking you to do, you do that. Tom Yazzie has been a good neighbor for 40 years, and he knows things about the country we are in that the doctors in Gallup do not know. He is not a Christian. He is not a Catholic. He is not a Mormon. He is a DNA man, and he knows the things a DNA man knows. You let him teach you what he wants to teach you, and you do not argue with him. 2. There is a small object in this box, wrapped in leather. It belonged to your mother. She gave it to me to keep for her when she was 23 years old, 2 months before she met your father. She did not tell me how she got it, and I did not ask. I am telling you about it because I think it has been keeping things out of this trailer for 30 years. I do not know if it works without your mother. I have not opened the leather in 8 years. You let Tom Yazzie open it. You do not open it yourself. You let him. 3. If you ever hear a voice on the porch that you recognize, and it is a voice that should not be on your porch, you do not open the door. I do not care who it sounds like. Not your mother, not me, not your wife, not your daughter. You do not open the door. You do not look out the window long enough for the voice to know you are looking. You keep the door shut. The voice can talk for hours. Let it. You do not open the door. I love you, boy. Your mother loved you. She would have written this better than I have. I am sorry I am the one writing it. Roy. I read the letter twice. The second time I read it out loud because I wanted to hear my uncle's voice in my head, which is something I have not been able to do without help since I was 22. Pete sat in the doorway. He did not come into the trailer. I put the letter back in the box. I put the box in the bottom drawer of the desk. I went over to the door and I sat down on the floor and I let Pete come into my lap. He came into my lap. He was getting too big. He had been getting bigger every week. He still came into my lap. I closed the trailer door. I locked it. I locked the deadbolt. I went around the trailer and I locked every window. I checked the back door twice. Then I sat at the kitchen table with Pete at my feet, and I did not sleep for the rest of the night. The coyote came back on the third night after that. This time I was ready for it. I had not slept much in 2 days. I had been waiting. I had the rifle loaded and the porch lights wired to a switch by the bed. It came at 12:45. Pete made a sound under the trailer I do not have a word for. It was not a bark. It was a sound that came up through the floorboards of the trailer like a sound from a basement of a house that did not have a basement. I sat up in the bed. I went to the bedroom window. The window faced the south fence. The moon was about half. There was enough light. It was at the south fence again, not on the property side this time, on the BLM side, sitting, looking at the trailer. I stood at the window and watched it. I did not turn on the porch light this time. I did not want to give it the signal. Tom had told me not to give it the signal. He had told me to watch and to remember and not to interact with it. He had told me interaction was how it got bigger, the way fire got bigger if you put more dry stuff on it. So I watched the coyote sat for about 20 minutes. Then it stood. It did not walk to the fence this time. It stayed on the BLM side. It walked along the fence line, slow, west, toward the corner where the south fence met the west fence. It went to the corner. It stopped. It sat down at the corner. It sat at the corner for the rest of the night. I sat at the bedroom window for the rest of the night. When the dawn started, the coyote was gone. I had not seen it go. I had not blinked, or I had blinked only the normal amount, but at some point between dark and gray, the coyote was no longer at the corner. I walked to the fence at first light. There were no tracks. There were never any tracks. That morning I called Tom and asked him to come over. He came over within an hour. He brought a small canvas bag and 3 bundles of something tied with red string. He walked the south fence with me. He showed me where to put the bundles. We put one at the southwest corner, one at the southeast corner, and one at the middle of the south fence where the coyote had been sitting the first night. We hammered juniper stakes into the ground beside each one. The stakes were old. Roy had cut them. Tom had kept them in his shed for years. "You don't take these out," he said. "I won't. Anybody asks, you tell them they're survey markers." "All right." They won't ask. Nobody comes through here, but anybody asks. Survey markers. Survey markers. He stood at the middle of the south fence. He looked across into the BLM. He said something in Navajo, quiet enough that I did not understand. Then he turned around, and we walked back to the trailer. Pete was on the porch. Pete had been on the porch for the first time in 3 days. He came down off the porch as we approached and walked with us. Tom looked at Pete. "He's a good dog," Tom said. "He is. He's gonna be in this with you." "I know." We sat on the porch and drank water out of the same mug, passing it back and forth. The day was hot. The day had been getting hotter all week. The wind was coming up early. "It's going to get worse," Tom said. "I want you ready for that. The bundles are going to slow it down. They are not going to stop it. It is going to test the bundles. It is going to do other things. It is going to start trying voices." Whose voices? Whoever it has heard. Whoever it has been able to hear. You said Sadie was on the phone with you on the satellite phone the night you saw the first coyote. I had to think about that for a second. I had not connected those things. But Marisol and I had hung up around 8:30. The first coyote had come at 2 in the morning. "Yes," I said. "It might try her voice, Marisol's voice. It might try Sadie's voice, if it has heard Sadie's voice. It might try mine, if it has heard mine. How would it have heard yours? It might have been around the trailer when I was there. I don't know. I'm not saying it has. I'm saying it might. All right. You said it might say things that are personal, things only that person would know. That's how it works. It listens. It pays attention. It uses what it has heard. You do not let that throw you. The voice is the voice. You do not open the door. I won't. He looked at me. He looked at me long enough that I had to look back. You won't, he said. He said it like a sentence, not a question. He said it the way you confirm a thing aloud so the person can hear themselves agree to it. I won't. Good. The third week of July, it killed a calf. The word kill deserves care. I do not know if the calf was killed by the thing or just found and used. The calf was a heifer, about 3 months old, out of the bell cow that I had named Bess because Sadie had wanted me to name one of them after a girl in her class she liked. The bell cow had been weaning her. She was sleeping with the other calves at night, about a half-mile off the trailer, in the hollow by the seep where the cattle bedded down. I went down to check the cattle in the morning. The cattle were standing in a half circle, about 30 yards out from the seep. They were not bedded down. They were standing. They were not moving. The bell cow was at the front of the half circle. She was lowing in the way a cow lows when she has lost a calf. I walked into the hollow and I saw it was in the middle of the half circle. The calf was on her side. Her front legs were folded under her. Her back legs were straight out. She had been opened along the belly, from her sternum to her hindquarters, in a single straight cut. Her insides had been taken out and laid in a small pile next to her, organized. They had been organized in a way that was not random. The heart was on the top, the liver was next. The lungs were laid side by side under the liver. The intestines were not there. The intestines had been removed, and they were not in the pile, and they were not anywhere I could see. The cut was a clean cut, the kind of cut that came from a knife. There was very little blood. Around the calf, in the dust, in a circle about 3 feet out from her body, were tracks. The tracks were coyote tracks, mostly. Some of them were not coyote tracks. Some of them were the shape of a man's bare foot, but with 5 toes that were too long and a heel that pressed deeper into the ground than a man's heel should. The tracks alternated. Coyote, man. Coyote, man. They went all the way around the calf in a circle, and then they went off east toward the south fence and across the BLM, and they kept going until I could not follow them anymore. I knelt down by the calf. I did not touch her. Pete had come down with me. Pete sat about 20 feet away. He was not coming any closer. He was making a sound in his throat that was somewhere between a whine and the kind of breathing a dog does when it is hurt. The bell cow lowed. The other cows watched. I went back up to the trailer. I called Tom. I told him, on the satellite phone, what I had found. He said he would be over in an hour. I sat on the porch, and I waited. Tom came over with Eli. Eli was Tom's grandson. He was a kid, maybe 19, 20. He had been over once before to help Tom with a piece of fence on the east side. He was tall and thin, with the same straight black hair and the same long face Tom had, and he wore a Phoenix Suns t-shirt and jeans, and old sneakers, not boots. Eli was at Diné College in Sile when school was in session. He had been home for the summer. He had been helping his grandfather with things. He nodded at me when they pulled up. I nodded back. I led them down to the seep. We stood at the edge of the half circle. The cows were still standing there. The bell cow had not moved. Tom looked at the calf for a long time without saying anything. Then he looked at the tracks. Then he looked at the trail of tracks going east. He did not walk into the circle. Eli stood back. He was about 15 feet from where we were. He had his hands in his pockets. He was looking at the calf and the tracks and not saying anything. He looked at his grandfather. Then he looked at me. It crossed the bundles, Tom said. Yes, it crossed the bundles to do this. It looks like it. He took a long breath. He let it out. He squatted down on his heels. He looked at the calf. He looked at the cut. He looked at the pile. It's farther along than I thought it was, he said. What does that mean? It means it has been working at this longer than I knew. Probably before Roy died. Probably before I started seeing it. It is showing what it can do. It wants you to see this. Why? It wants to see how you react. It wants to see if you are going to leave. It wants to know if you are the kind of man who is going to pack his truck and his dog and drive out and not come back. It is also showing me. It knows I am here. It knows I am helping you. It is showing me what it can do. He stood up. Eli, he said, take the truck back to the house. Get the things in the back of the freezer. Bring them over. Eli nodded. He turned around and went back to the truck. He drove out. Tom and I stood by the calf for a long time. I dug a hole. Eventually, with a shovel, I went back up and I dug a deep hole, about 50 feet off from the seep. Tom and I lifted the calf into it. We laid her in the bottom of the hole, on her side, and I climbed down and arranged her legs so they did not look so bad. Tom dropped the pile of organs into the hole next to her. We did not touch the tracks. The tracks I left alone, the way Tom told me to. I filled the hole. We did not say anything while I filled it. The bell cow came over and stood by the hole as I filled it. She watched. When the hole was filled and the dirt was tamped, she lowed once, long and slow. Then she turned around and walked back to the herd. The other cows had drifted off to the north, away from the seep. Eli came back 2 hours later with a cooler. The cooler had 2 bundles of something wrapped in butcher paper in a small jar with a clay-colored lid. Tom told me what to do with them. He told me where to bury them, and how deep, and what to say when I covered them. The words he taught me to say were Dene words, words that belonged to him and his people, and not to a story being passed around. He taught them to me on the porch that afternoon. He made me say them 3 times, so I had them right. After that, he and Eli left. I walked the south fence at dusk. I looked at the bundles at the fence line. They had been disturbed. The juniper stakes had been pulled half out of the ground. The red string on the bundle at the middle of the fence had been chewed through. The bundle itself had not been moved. It had been chewed at. Something had tried to take it apart and had not been able to. I put the stakes back in the ground. I tied a new piece of red string around the middle bundle out of a length Tom had given me. I sat by the bundle for 10 minutes. Then I walked back to the trailer. I did not sleep that night. I sat at the kitchen table with the rifle across my lap and a thermos of coffee and a flashlight. The satellite phone was next to me. Pete was under the trailer. I had given up trying to coax him out. At 2:17 in the morning, I heard a sound on the back porch. The back porch was a small landing off the kitchen, 3 steps down. I had not opened the back door since I had stood there with the rifle 3 weeks before. The sound was a soft sound, a sound like a hand laid against the door panel. I sat at the table. I did not move. The sound came again, a hand laid against the door panel, a small, soft pat. Then a voice on the other side of the door. Jake. It was Marisol's voice. I knew it the way I knew my own. I had been married to her for 9 years. I had listened to her voice for 9 years. The voice on the other side of the door was hers. Not a copy, not a similar voice. Hers. I sat at the table. I did not move. Jake. Open the door. I closed my eyes. I tried to remember everything Tom had told me. The voice was the voice. You do not open the door. I tried to remember Roy's letter. I do not care who it sounds like. You do not open the door. Jake, please. It's me. Sadie's hurt. I need you. Please open the door. I bit the inside of my cheek hard enough to taste blood. Marisol was in Phoenix. I had spoken to her on the satellite phone at 7 that evening. Sadie had been in the background. They had been making dinner. They were 300 miles away. They were not on my back porch. I knew that, and the voice was still her voice, and the voice was saying Sadie's name, and the voice sounded like it was crying. Jake, I drove all night. I was scared. Sadie fell. She fell down the stairs at the apartment. We're at your back door. Open the door. I put my hands over my ears. I could still hear it. It was not loud, but I could hear it. Jake. I did not move. I did not get up from the chair. I did not open the door. I did not look out the back door window. The voice went on for a long time and said other things. It said things between me and Marisol that were ours alone, And the fact that the thing on my back porch knew those things, was using those things, was the worst part of the night and is the part I have tried hardest since then not to remember. It said things for about 45 minutes. Then it stopped. I sat at the table with my hands over my ears. After a while, I took my hands down. There was no sound. The wind was up. The windmill was clattering. The trailer was creaking the way the trailer creaks when the wind hits it. There was no voice. I got up. I went to the back door window. I looked out. There was nothing there. I went to the front door. I looked out the small window in the front door. There was nothing on the front porch. There was nothing in the yard. There was nothing in front of the truck. I went to the bedroom window. I looked out toward the south fence. The half moon was up. There was light. At the middle of the south fence, where Tom had put the bundle, there was a man shape standing. It was the shape of a man. It was tall. It was thin. It was stooped, as if its back hurt. Its head was turned at an angle that a head was not supposed to be turned at, the way Tom had said Roy had described. It was facing the trailer. It was perhaps half a mile out. I could not see its face. I could see the shape of it in the moonlight against the lighter color of the BLM beyond. It stood there. I watched. It did not move. I watched it for an hour. The moon moved. The shadow of the windmill moved. The man shape did not move. It stood at the middle of the south fence by the bundle in the same position for the entire hour. Around 4 a.m, it walked away. It walked east, slowly, with the kind of walk Tom had described, the kind of walk of a man whose neck had been broken. It walked across the BLM. It went over the east fence. It kept going. I lost sight of it in the dark. I sat at the bedroom window until dawn. Then I went out. I walked down to the south fence in the dawn light. The bundle was still there. The juniper stakes were still in the ground. The red string had not been disturbed. There were no tracks where the man shape had been standing. Eli Yazzie was killed the next week. Eli was driving home from Silay on a Sunday evening. He had been there for the day to help his cousin move into a dorm for the summer session. He was driving the old Ford F-250 Tom had loaned him. He left Silay around 6 p.m. The drive was about 3 hours. He should have been at Tom's place around 9. He did not show up at 9. He did not show up at 10. Diane called me on the satellite phone at 10:45 and asked me if I had seen him. I had not. She asked if I would drive the road toward Window Rock and look for him. I said I would. I took the truck. I took Pete with me. I drove out the rutted track and onto County Road 43 and headed east. The night was clear. The moon was almost full. I drove for about an hour. I went all the way out to where County Road 43 hit the highway and turned around and drove back. I did not see his truck on the road. I did not see his truck off the road. When I got back to my place, I called Diane. She had called the police. She had called Tom in from the barn. They were waiting. I went over to their house. I sat on the porch with Tom. He did not speak. I did not speak. Diane was inside on the phone. Around 2 a.m, a sheriff's deputy came out to the house. He told them what they had found. The truck was off the road on a side track about 10 miles east of Window Rock. It had been there for hours. The truck was upright. The engine was off. The keys were in the ignition. The driver door was open. Eli was about 40 yards from the truck. He was lying on his side in the dirt. His back was broken. His neck was broken. His face had been opened from his temple to his chin on the left side. The deputy said it was an animal attack. The deputy said it looked like maybe a bear. There were no bears in that part of the country. There had been no bears in that part of the country in my lifetime. There were not even mountain lions in that part of the country, not really. The deputy said it was an animal attack, and that was what would be in the report. Tom did not say anything to the deputy. He thanked him. He shook his hand. He saw the deputy off the porch. Then he came back and sat down. Diane came out and sat with him. I sat with them. We sat for an hour. Nobody talked. Then Tom said, "It was him. It was the thing. The thing did this." "Tom," Diane said. "It was. Tom, I know it was. He was helping us. He was helping Jake. The thing knew. He put his hands over his face. I had not seen him do that. He was not a man who put his hands over his face. He sat like that for a long time. Diane put her hand on his back. I did not say anything. I did not know what to say. I drove home around 5 in the morning. The sun was just starting to come up. Pete was on the bench seat. He had his chin on my leg. He did not lift his head. The radio was off. The windows were down. The air coming in was cool. I parked at the trailer. I went up onto the porch. I sat down on the porch in Roy's chair. I cried for a while. I did not know I was going to, and then I was. I did not know Eli, really. I had met him a handful of times. He had been polite. He had been quiet. He had been the kind of young man who knew things and did not need to say them. I did not have the right to claim grief for Eli. His grandmother and his grandfather and his mother and his sister had that right. What I had was a hole in my chest in the chair on the porch that morning, and the knowledge that the hole was mine to sit with and nobody else's. I went into the trailer. I went into the bedroom. I went to the closet, and I took down the box. I unwrapped the small thing wrapped in the soft leather. I opened it against Tom's instructions. Tom had told me not to open the leather. He had said, let him open it. I did it anyway. I did it because I was tired and grieved and out of patience with the idea that there were rules I had to follow about an object that belonged to my mother and had been given to my uncle in 1980-something. I opened the leather. Inside the leather was a small carved figure. It was about the size of my thumb. It was carved out of a kind of pale bone or pale stone, and it was the shape of a small bear standing on its hind legs. There was a piece of turquoise set into its chest, about the size of a pinhead, in the place where its heart would have been. The carving was old. The features of the bear were worn smooth in places, the way old carvings get worn. There was a small piece of dark hair tied around its waist with a strand of leather. I held it for a minute. It was warm. Warmer than the leather it had been wrapped in. Warmer than the inside of the box. It had been on the top shelf of a closet in a hot trailer for months, and the closet was warm anyway, so I do not want to make too much of this. But it was warm in a particular way. The kind of warm that comes from a body. The kind of warm you get when you take a baby chick out from under a brooder lamp. I wrapped it back up. I put it in my pocket. I drove over to Tom's place. I knocked on the door. Diane opened it. Her eyes were red. She did not say anything. She let me in. Tom was at the kitchen table. He looked up when I came in. He looked at me. He looked at my hand, which was in my pocket holding the figure. You opened the leather, he said. I did. He looked at me for a long time. He did not look angry. He looked sad. He looked tired. Show me, he said. I took it out. I put it on the kitchen table. He looked at it. He did not pick it up. It's your mother's, he said. That's what Roy said in the letter. Has it been warm? Yes. He nodded. All right, he said. It is warm because it is doing what it does. It is keeping things out. It has been keeping things out of that trailer for 30 years. Your mother gave it to Roy because she did not need it where she went. She thought it would be safer with him. He did not understand what it was. He used it the way a man uses something he doesn't understand. He kept it close. He kept it in the house. He did not know how to use it properly. It still worked, the way water still wets you if you do not know how it wets you. It worked because she had put work into it. The work was hers. The work is in it. What do I do with it? You wear it. You wear it on a piece of leather around your neck under your shirt. You don't let anyone see it. You don't show it to your daughter. You don't show it to your wife. You don't show it to me. After today, you keep it on you. All right. He took a piece of soft leather strip out of a drawer in his desk. He showed me how to make a small loop on the figure. He showed me how to tie the loop. He did the first knot for me. He showed me how to do the second. He handed it to me. I put it around my neck. I tucked it under my shirt. The bear sat against my sternum, warm. How long does it work for? I said. As long as the work in it lasts. The work in this one is older than I am. It is still working. You can feel it. Yes, it works on a person who is wearing it. It does not work on a trailer if the person is not in the trailer. I thought about that. What about Sadie? I said. He looked at me. Sadie comes out next weekend. I said. What about Sadie? You need to think about that, he said. I have things at home I can give you. They are not as old as the bear. They are not as strong. They might be enough. I want you to come back over tomorrow, and we will talk about it. All right, Jake. Yes? You don't open the leather on a thing again without asking me. Are we clear? We're clear. He nodded. Diane was at the counter, making coffee. She had not said anything since I had come in. She poured 3 cups. She brought them over and set them down. She sat down with us. We sat with the coffee. The figure was warm against my chest. Sadie was supposed to come out the next weekend. I had been thinking about whether to call Marisol and tell her not to send Sadie out. I had been thinking about it for 2 weeks. I had been thinking about it especially hard since the voice on the back porch. I did not call Marisol. The reason matters, and I am not proud of it. I did not call Marisol because the custody hearing was in October, and because Marisol's attorney had a file that was getting thicker every month, and because if I called Marisol and said, "Do not send Sadie out next weekend, there is something on my property that is dangerous. An animal, possibly, a thing I cannot fully name. The neighbor's grandson was killed by it last week. The deputy is calling it a bear, but it is not a bear." Then Marisol was going to tell her attorney, and the attorney was going to put it in the file. And in October, a judge was going to read the file and decide that Jake McKee was an unstable man living on an isolated property where he had let his neighbor's grandson be killed by an animal he could not name, and that he should not have a daughter out there for any period of time, and Sadie was going to be taken away. I did not call Marisol. I told myself I had the bear. I told myself Tom would come over. I told myself I would put Sadie on the cot in the living room, and I would sleep on the floor next to the cot with the rifle, and I would not let the thing get within a mile of her. I told myself a lot of things. I am not proud of all of them. They were what I was telling myself at the time. Sadie came out on Friday afternoon. I picked her up at the airstrip. She was wearing a sundress, and her hair was in 2 braids this time, not 1. The rabbit was in her backpack. Pete jumped from the back of the truck into her arms when she got to him. He had not jumped at anything in 2 weeks. He jumped at her. She laughed. I drove her home with the windows down. I kept my hand on the figure under my shirt. The figure was warm. The figure was warmer than my hand. We had a good Friday night. I made spaghetti. We watched a DVD on a small TV I had set up. The DVD was an old animated movie about a fish. She had seen it before. She did not mind seeing it again. She fell asleep on the couch with her head in my lap. I carried her to the cot. I put her under the quilt. I set the rifle by the front door. I sat on the floor next to the cot with my back against the wall. Around midnight, she woke up. She sat up. She looked at me. She looked at the window over the cot. The window had a curtain on it. The curtain was drawn. There was no light coming through. "Daddy, I'm here, monkey. There's a man at the window." I did not move. I kept my voice as level as I could. The figure was warm against my chest. "What man, monkey?" "I don't know. He's at the window." "How do you know he's there if the curtain's drawn?" "He's tapping." I had not heard any tapping. I listened. There was a tapping. It was soft. It was at the bottom of the window. It was the kind of tapping a fingernail makes against glass. Tap, tap, tap. The pattern was regular. 3 taps, then a pause. Then 3 taps. Sadie was looking at the curtain. She was not crying. She was not scared in the way I had seen her be scared. She was just looking at the curtain, like she was trying to figure out a math problem at school. "Daddy." "Yeah, monkey. He wants to come in." "Who does?" "The man at the window. He says he's cold." I felt the figure get warmer against my chest. The temperature went up. I noticed it the way you notice a heating pad coming on under your back. "Sadie," I said, "I want you to come over here. I want you to come sit with me on the floor." She got off the cot. She came over to me. I picked her up. I held her in my lap. The tapping was still going on. Pete was up. Pete was at the front door. His hackles were up. His tail was down. He was making the sound I had heard from him under the trailer. It came up through his chest. The tapping went on for Maybe 2 minutes more. Then it stopped. Then there was a voice at the window. It was a man's voice. It was not a voice I knew. Sadie. She tensed in my lap. Sadie, honey, come to the window. Daddy, she whispered. Don't answer him, monkey. Sadie, your dad's not feeling good. I came to take you home. Your mom asked me to come get you. Come to the window so I can see you. Open the curtain. I held her against me. I did not move. The rifle was 3 feet from me. I did not reach for it. Tom had said, do not interact. Do not open the door. Do not open the curtain. Do not give the thing the response it was looking for. The voice went on for a while. It said things to her. It said her name in many different ways. It said her name the way a kind uncle would say it. It said her name the way an older brother would say it. It said her name the way a teacher she liked would say it. It tried voices. It cycled through voices. It was looking for one she would respond to. She did not respond. She sat in my lap. She did not move. She did not cry. She held the rabbit tight against her chest. She put her face into my shoulder. She closed her eyes. She did not respond to any of the voices. The voice gave up after about half an hour. There was a sound at the window that might have been a hand sliding off the glass. Then there was nothing. I held her for the rest of the night. We did not move. Pete eventually came over and lay against my leg. The figure was warm. The figure was hot. By the time the dawn came, the figure had cooled off again. By the time the dawn came, Sadie was asleep against my chest. I called Marisol at 6 in the morning. I told her Sadie was sick. I told her I was bringing Sadie back early. I told her I would have her at the airstrip by 10. Marisol asked what was wrong. I said it was a stomach thing. I said Sadie had been throwing up. I said it was nothing serious, but I wanted to bring her back so her mother could be with her. Marisol said okay. She said she would be at the Gallup airstrip at noon. She said to keep her hydrated. She did not press me. I drove Sadie to the airstrip at 10. She was awake. She did not say anything about the man at the window. She did not ask me about him. She held the rabbit. She held my hand the whole way. We got to the airstrip. I put her on the plane. I waved as the plane lifted off. I drove back home. I sat on the porch for a long time. I called Tom and told him what had happened. Tom came over. We sat on the porch. Tom listened. He did not interrupt. When I was finished, he said, "It's coming." "What's coming?" "It. The thing. It is going to come to the trailer. Soon. It got close last night and it didn't get what it wanted. It is going to come closer next time." "How soon?" "I don't know. A week. Maybe 2. The new moon is in 9 days. Things move on the new moon. I would expect it on the new moon if I were going to bet." "All right. Jake." "Yes. You are going to call your wife tonight. You are going to tell her Sadie does not come out again until further notice. You are going to give a reason. You are going to make the reason sound reasonable. But Sadie does not come out. I know. This is not negotiable. I know about the hearing. I know about the file. I am telling you. Sadie does not come out until I tell you it is safe." "I know." He nodded. "I am going to come stay with you on the new moon," he said. "Diane is going to come with me. We are going to bring some things. We are going to be at your trailer that night. We are going to handle this." "All right. I want you to spend the next 9 days doing some things. I am going to write them down for you. You are going to do them in order. Do not skip any. Do not put any off. I will check in every other day." "All right." He pulled a small notebook out of his shirt pocket. He took out a pencil. He wrote a list. He wrote slowly, in handwriting that was small and very even. He tore the sheet out and gave it to me. The list had 6 items on it. I did all 6 of them in the order he wrote them down. He left around 3. The wind was up. Pete was on the porch. The figure was warm against my chest. The clouds were starting to come in from the west. I called Marisol that night. I told her Sadie was not going to come out for the rest of the summer. I told her I had been having trouble with the trailer. I told her there was an animal problem I was working on. I told her I would explain more when I could. I told her I was sorry. Marisol was quiet for a long time on the phone. Then she said, Jake, yeah, what is going on out there? It's complicated. You're scaring me, Jake. I know. I am sorry. I am handling it. I just don't want her out here right now. I would rather she be safe with you and not come for a few weeks than be here and not be safe. That's all. She was quiet again. All right, she said. All right, Jake. She did not tell her attorney. She did not put it in the file. I had been afraid for 2 weeks that she would. She did not. I know she did not, because of what happened in October, and what happened in October required her not having put it in the file, and she did not put it in the file. I had not always been kind to Marisol in what I had said about her or in what I had thought about her. We had been married for 9 years. We had had a daughter. We had had a lot of years before everything got hard, and a lot of years where everything got hard, and we had ended in a way that was bad for both of us and worse for our daughter. Marisol was not a bad person. I had not always understood that when we were married. I understood it that night on the phone, when she did not press me, when she did not put it in the file, when she just said, all right, Jake, and let me go. I sat on the porch after I got off the phone. The clouds were still coming in. Pete was lying with his chin on my foot. I could feel the figure against my chest. I could feel the wind picking up. 9 days to the new moon. I spent the next 8 days doing what Tom had told me to do. The list was his and the doing was mine. The work was the kind of work that occupied my hands and that I was grateful for the occupation. I burned things. I buried things. I walked the property line at first light and at last light each day. I checked the bundles. The bundles had not moved. The juniper stakes had not been pulled out again. The figure was warm against my chest most of the time, and warm enough sometimes that I could feel the small heat through my shirt, the way you feel a flashlight someone has been holding in a closed fist. The thing did not come close to the trailer in those 8 days. I saw the coyote twice, at the south fence at dusk, sitting at the BLM side and watching, and I did not turn on the porch light, and I did not raise the rifle. I just stood at the window and watched it. It sat for an hour the first time, and an hour the second. Then it went. There were no tracks. There were never any tracks. I called Marisol twice in those 8 days. We did not say much. She asked how I was. I said I was working. She asked when Sadie could come back out. I said I did not know yet, but soon. I hoped soon, but I needed her to give me time. She said all right. She said it the way she had said all right to me when we were married, and she did not believe me. I did not blame her. Marisol did not put Sadie on a plane on the 9th day. She did not. Marisol kept Sadie home. She kept her word. What happened was different. On the morning of the 9th day, which was the day of the new moon, I drove into Gallup for supplies. I drove in early. I left the trailer at 5:30. Pete came with me. He had not been to town in a month. He sat on the bench seat with his head on my thigh, and when we hit pavement on County Road 43, he lifted his head and looked out the windshield like a person noticing the world after a long sleep. I went to the feed store and the grocery store and the hardware store. I bought what was on Tom's list. I bought some other things. I bought a 6-pack of Coke for myself and a quart of vanilla ice cream for the cooler and an apple for Pete. I bought a new battery for the truck in the equipment shed in case I needed it. I bought a box of 30-30 shells. The man at the hardware store rang me up and looked at me and said nothing, and I appreciated that. I got back to the truck at the grocery store parking lot around 9 in the morning. I put the bags in the truck bed. I got in. Pete was sitting up in the passenger seat. I had left him in the truck with the windows cracked. He was watching a woman push a cart across the parking lot. I gave him the apple. He took it carefully in his front teeth and lay down on the bench seat to work on it. The cell signal in Gallup was good. I had not had cell signal in over a month. My phone was in the glove box. I took it out. I turned it on. It loaded. I had 11 voicemails. Most of them were old. One of them was from that morning. The voicemail was from the woman who ran the airstrip. Her name was Sue. I had spoken to her a couple of times. She had told me her name and her hours and her radio frequency. I had her number written down in the glove box. The voicemail said this: "Hi, Jake. This is Sue from the airstrip. Your daughter is here. She came in on the 8:15 plane. Her mother put her on the plane in Gallup, and I just got off the phone with her. She says you told her you wanted to do this weekend after all. Said you called her last night. Anyway, Sadie is here. She's eating a granola bar in my office. She's a sweetheart. I can keep her here a couple hours. If you can't come right away, but you might want to come on up. Bye." I sat in the truck. I held the phone. Pete was eating the apple. He stopped eating the apple. He had picked up on something. He sat up and looked at me. I called Marisol. She picked up on the first ring. "Jake." "Marisol, tell me you did not put Sadie on a plane this morning." "What?" "Tell me you did not put her on a plane." "Jake, you called me last night. You said you wanted to make up the weekend. You said you would meet her at the airstrip. You sounded fine. You sounded happy. I put her on the plane this morning. I closed my eyes. I put the phone against my forehead. I sat that way for a long count. Jake." "Marisol, I did not call you last night. I did not call you." She was silent. She was silent for a long time. I heard her breathing. "Jake," she said, "what is going on out there?" I am going to go up to the airstrip right now. I am going to get her. Tom Yazzie is going to come stay at the trailer tonight. She is going to be safe." "Jake, I am driving up there." "Marisol, don't. The storm is coming in. The roads are going to be bad. You will not get here before dark. I need you to stay in Phoenix. I need you to be at the apartment in case I need to send her back. Jake, please. Marisol, please." She was quiet. I knew that quiet. That was the quiet of a woman who had been my wife for 9 years and who was thinking about whether to trust me one more time about a thing she did not have any reason to trust me about. "Jake, yes, I am going to drive halfway. I am going to drive to Flagstaff and stay at the Best Western on Lucky Lane, the one we stayed at when we drove the Grand Canyon. I am going to be at that hotel by 4 this afternoon. If you call me at any point and tell me you need me, I am going to drive the rest of the way and I am going to be at your ranch by 9. Are you hearing me?" "Yes." "If I do not hear from you by 8 tomorrow morning, I am coming the rest of the way. I am not waiting longer than that. Are you hearing me?" "Yes." "If you have Sadie at the airstrip waiting for me to pick her up at 8 tomorrow morning, that is fine. If you have her at your ranch and I have to drive out and get her, that is fine too. But I am coming if I do not hear from you. Are you hearing me?" "Yes." "All right. I am hanging up now. I am going to call work and tell them I am going to be at that hotel by 4. Be safe, Jake." "You too. Don't let anything happen to her, Jake." "I won't." We hung up. I sat in the truck. The phone was still in my hand. I looked at the phone. I scrolled through my call log. There was no call from me to Marisol last night. I called the satellite phone number that I had at the trailer. I did not expect anything to happen. It was a number that only worked if the trailer's satellite phone was on and pointed at the right part of the sky. I let it ring. It rang for a long time. Nobody picked up because nobody was at the trailer. I drove up to the airstrip. It was about 30 miles. I drove it in 25 minutes. The whole way I was watching the western horizon. The clouds were building. They were the high black anvil kind. The storm was coming. I pulled into the airstrip lot at 5 to 10. Sue was at her desk in the shack with the windsock. Sadie was on the floor in the corner of the shack with Pete's old food bowl in her lap. Sue had given her a bowl of pretzel sticks. She had eaten about a third of them. She looked up when I came in. She did not run to me. She got up. She walked over carefully. She put her hand in mine. "Hi, Daddy." "Hi, monkey." I looked at Sue. Sue was watching me. She was about 60, white-haired, with a sun-creased face and a coffee cup in her hand that said "World's Okayest Grandma" on it. "Sue." "Hi, Jake. Thank you for keeping her." "Of course. You all right?" "I am fine. There was a misunderstanding with her mother. I appreciate you keeping her." Sue nodded. She did not believe me. She did not push. You driving back the regular way? Yes. Storm's coming in. I know. We'll be down before it hits. You take care. I will. I picked up Sadie's bag. I picked up Sadie. I carried her out to the truck. Pete was on the bench seat. He saw her through the windshield and he stood up. His whole back end was wagging. I set Sadie on the seat next to him. He licked her face. She held him. She did not say anything. I got in. I shut the door. I started the truck. I sat there for a second with my hand on the gear shift. Daddy. Yes. How come you didn't pick me up at the plane? I didn't know you were coming, monkey. Mom said you wanted me. I know she did. Did you not want me? I closed my eyes for a second. Sadie, I always want you. I just didn't know you were coming today. That's all. Now I know, and I'm glad. Okay. I put the truck in gear. I drove out of the lot. The sky to the west was getting dark. I called Tom on the satellite phone the second we were back at the trailer. He picked up on the second ring. I told him what had happened. He was quiet for a second. Then he said he and Diane were already on their way. He had felt something at 4 a.m, he said. He had been up since then. He had been waiting for me to call. He and Diane arrived around noon. They had 2 duffel bags in the back of the F-250 and a cooler and a big galvanized bucket and a tied bundle of what looked like dried branches. Tom carried the bucket. Diane carried the bundle. I got the duffel bags. Sadie was on the couch with Pete. She had her shoes off. She was reading a book she had brought in her backpack. The book was a chapter book about a girl who solved mysteries. She did not look up when Tom and Diane came in. She did not look up when I introduced them. She said hi without looking. She kept reading. She had not been a kid like that until that morning. Diane went over to her. Diane sat down on the couch on the other side of Pete. Diane said something to her that I did not catch. Sadie put the book down. She looked at Diane. Diane said something else. Sadie nodded. Diane put her hand on Sadie's head and left it there for a second. Then Diane stood up and came over to where Tom and I were at the kitchen table. She's okay, Diane said. She is more okay than she should be. She is a strong little girl. She is. She does not want to talk about it. I told her we are going to be here with you tonight. I told her we are old people who do not have anywhere to be. I told her we are going to make a pizza. Tom was already opening the duffel bags. He laid the things from the duffel bags out on the kitchen table. There were things that looked like roots. There were things that looked like dried meat. There were pieces of charcoal. There were small bundles tied with red string. There was a stoneware jar with a wooden stopper. There were 2 pieces of antler that had been carved and that had small symbols cut into them. He showed me where to put the things. We put them in the corners of the trailer. We put one in front of the front door, on the inside, on the floor. We put one in front of the back door. We put one in each of the windows. We put one on the floor next to the cot in the living room and one next to the bed in the bedroom. We did not put anything outside. Tom said the outside was a lost cause. Tom said we were going to make the inside a different place tonight. Tom said the difference was what would matter. He said we were going to make a place the thing could not come into even if a door opened, and that we were going to make it work because the figure around my neck and the work he and Diane were bringing were going to be enough together. He said it the way a man says a thing he wants you to hear, not necessarily the way a man says a thing he is sure of. The galvanized bucket had charcoal in it. The dried branches in the bundle were juniper, mostly, with some sage and a kind of root I did not recognize. Tom said we were going to burn the bundle in the bucket, starting at dusk. Tom said we were going to keep it burning all night. Tom said the smoke was as important as the things on the floor. Tom said the trailer was going to smell like it had never smelled before. We worked through the afternoon. Diane and Sadie made pizza in the kitchen. They made a pizza out of the things I had bought that morning. The pizza was a small one in a pie pan, but it was a real pizza with sauce and cheese and mushrooms and slices of pepperoni. Sadie helped roll out the dough. Diane sang her a song while they worked. I did not know the song. It was not a Dene song. It was a song in Spanish. I did not know Diane spoke Spanish. Apparently she did. Around 5 o'clock, the wind started. It came up from the west with the storm. It came up fast. Within 20 minutes, the sky was the color of a wool blanket, and the dust was blowing in fine red curtains across the yard. The windmill spun so fast it sounded like a fan. The trailer shook a little. The shingles on the roof of the equipment shed clattered. Pete was on the cot with Sadie. He had been on the cot with her all afternoon. He was not on the floor or in the doorway or under the trailer. He was on the cot, next to her hip, with his chin on her foot. His ears were down. He was watching everything. He was not relaxing. Around 6 o'clock, the rain came. It was a hard rain. It was the kind of summer rain that comes once or twice a year in this country, the kind that turns the washes into rivers in 15 minutes. The wind whipped it sideways against the trailer. The trailer's metal walls drummed. Tom lit the bundle in the galvanized bucket on the kitchen floor at 6:30, just as the dusk was settling in. The bundle caught slowly. The juniper smoked thick. The sage flared and then settled. The third thing. The root I had not recognized burned with a slow, steady glow and gave off a sweet, dark smell like a cellar in a house that had been lived in for a long time. Tom said something in Navajo as he lit it. Diane stood next to him with her hand on his shoulder. We ate the pizza on the kitchen counter. We stood. We did not sit. Sadie ate her pizza with her hands. She ate 4 slices. She was hungrier than she had been at breakfast. She drank a glass of milk. She wiped her mouth on her sleeve and then looked at Diane, and Diane shook her head and gave her a napkin, and Sadie wiped her sleeve on the napkin and laughed for the first time that day. It was full dark by 7:30. The sun had not gone down yet, but the sky was dark with the storm. We sat in the living room. Pete was on the cot. Sadie was next to Pete. The Coleman lantern was on the kitchen table. Tom was in the kitchen chair. Diane was on the couch with her hand on Sadie's back. I had the rifle across my knees. I sat on the floor with my back against the front door, facing the room. The bucket was burning. The smoke was filling the trailer. It got in your eyes after a while. It got in your throat. You got used to it. Tom said you would get used to it. Tom was right. Around 9 o'clock, the satellite phone died. It had been on the kitchen counter, plugged into its charger. The light on it had been on. At 9, the light went off. The little screen went dark. I went over and pressed buttons. Nothing happened. I unplugged it and plugged it back in. Nothing happened. The trailer still had power. The Coleman lantern was running. The refrigerator was humming. The phone was just dead. Tom watched me. He did not say anything. He nodded once. Diane nodded once. Sadie looked up from where she was lying against Pete on the cot, and Diane put a hand on her hair, and Sadie put her head back down. The first voice came at 10:14. I noted the time because the clock on the stove was facing me. I was watching the clock. I had been watching the clock for an hour. The voice was Marisol's again. It was on the front porch. It said my name. Jake. I did not move. The figure was warm. The figure was getting warmer. Tom had moved to the kitchen. He was standing by the bucket. He was holding a smaller bundle in his hand. He was not making any sound. Jake. I drove up. I'm here. I'm soaked. Please let me in. I did not move. Jake. I did not move. Sadie. Honey. Can you tell your daddy to open the door? Sadie sat up on the cot. Pete lifted his head. Diane put her hand back on Sadie's hair firmly and shook her head. Sadie nodded. Sadie lay back down. The voice went on for a while. It said the kind of things it had said 3 weeks before at the back door. It said the things Marisol and I had said to each other, alone, when we were married. It said the things we had said when she was leaving. It said the names of streets we had lived on. It said the name of the doctor who had delivered Sadie. It said the address of the apartment in Phoenix. It said the names of the goldfish Sadie had had when she was 4. I sat with my back against the front door. I did not move. I did not look at the windows. I did not look out the small window in the door. I kept my eyes on the floor. The juniper smoke was thick. The voice went on for maybe 20 minutes. Then it stopped. There was a pause. Then the voice came back, and it was not Marisol's voice anymore. It was Roy's voice. I closed my eyes. I bit the inside of my cheek again. The figure was hot. The figure was hot enough that I could feel it through my shirt, against my sternum, like a small stone that had been in the sun for a long time. Jake, it's Roy. I did not move. Jake, I know it sounds bad. I know it should be bad. I want you to know I am all right. I want you to know your mother is here with me. She is here. She has been here. We want to see you. Open the door, son. Roy had not called me son in his life. He had called me boy, the way he did in the letter. The voice on the porch was Roy's voice, but Roy had not called me son, and the thing using Roy's voice did not know that. I did not move. Jake, your mother wants to see you. She has not seen you since you were 13. She wants to see her grandbaby. Open the door, son. I sat against the door. I felt the door against my shoulders. I felt the deadbolt against the back of my neck. The deadbolt was set. The key was on the kitchen counter where I had left it on purpose. The voice went on for another while. Then it stopped. There was a longer pause this time, maybe 10 minutes. The wind was up. The rain was coming sideways. The trailer was shaking. The Coleman lantern flickered. The bucket smoke was rising. Tom was standing by the bucket holding the small bundle. He had not moved in over an hour. Then the third voice came. The third voice was the one I had been afraid of since I had walked into the trailer that afternoon and felt the figure heating against my chest. The third voice was Sadie's. It came from outside, from the front porch. It was clear. It was Sadie's voice. It was the voice of my 8-year-old daughter. Daddy. Sadie sat up on the cot. She looked at the door. Diane put her hand on Sadie's chest. Diane put her face close to Sadie's ear. Diane whispered to her. Sadie nodded. Sadie did not get up. Daddy, I'm outside. I went out. I'm cold. I did not look at Sadie. I kept my eyes on the floor. The figure was hot enough now that I could smell the heat coming through my shirt, a faint smell of warm leather. Daddy, open the door, please. I'm scared. Sadie was on the cot. She was sitting up. Diane had her arm around her. Sadie was looking at the door. Sadie was watching the door. Sadie's face was still. The voice on the porch was Sadie's voice. I knew the whole time that it was the thing. I knew Sadie was on the cot. I could see her on the cot. I was looking at her. The figure was hot against my chest. Tom was on the other side of the bucket with the small bundle, watching me. He was watching me with the kind of look he had given me on the porch the first day. The look that said, "You do not open this door." I knew, but the voice was her voice. I had not closed my eyes when I was holding her as a baby. I had not closed my eyes when she had fallen off the playground equipment at 4 and broken her wrist and cried the cry of a child who could not breathe through the pain. I had not closed my eyes the night I had told her I was moving out and she had asked me if she had done something wrong. I had heard her voice in every state of it. The voice on the porch was her voice. It was right. It was perfect. It said the words the way her mouth said the words. It used the inflection she used when she was scared. It used the slight catch in her throat she got when she was about to cry. It was perfect. And it was not her. I put my hands over my ears. I put them hard. I pressed. I could still hear it. Daddy, please. I sat against the door. Daddy, I want my rabbit. I left my rabbit out here. I went out to get it. Please open the door. Sadie's rabbit was in Sadie's lap on the cot. I had checked twice. The voice went on. It cried. It begged. It used the rabbit. It used Pete's name. It said Pete was hurt outside, that Pete had gotten out, that Pete needed help. Pete was on the cot. Pete was watching the door with his ears flat and the same low sound coming out of his chest he had made under the trailer. I sat against the door. I did not open the door. I did not get up. The voice went on for a long time. The figure on my chest was hot. It was hot enough that it was making a small red mark on my skin. I would find the mark the next morning. The mark would be there for a year and would fade slowly and would never quite go away. A small pale spot on my sternum the size of a quarter, the shape of a bear. The voice went on for maybe an hour. It tried other voices in that hour. It tried Roy again. It tried Marisol again. It tried a voice I did not recognize that might have been my mother's, although I had not heard my mother's voice in 20 years, and I cannot say for certain. It tried Diane's voice, which was a mistake, because Diane was in the trailer, and Sadie could see her. Sadie almost laughed at Diane's voice. Diane shushed her. Diane held her closer. Around 11:30, the voices stopped. There was a long pause. The wind was up. The rain was coming. The juniper smoke was thick. Tom was still by the bucket. Then there was a different sound on the porch. It was not a voice. It was a scraping. It was a low, slow scraping. The sound of something being dragged across the porch boards. The porch was not wide. The scraping went from one end of the porch to the other. Then it went back. Then it went around. Then it stopped. Then there was a sound at the front door, right behind my head, right where my shoulders were against the door, right where the deadbolt was, at the back of my neck. It was a sound like a hand laid against the door panel. I felt the door panel move. The door panel of the trailer was hollow. It was a thin piece of metal with insulation behind it. When something pressed against it from outside, the panel flexed inward, very slightly. I felt the panel flex against my shoulders. Not a hand pressing. Something else. Something pressing with weight. The figure on my chest was so hot now that it was starting to hurt. The smell of leather was sharp. Tom moved. Tom moved for the first time in over an hour. He came around the bucket. He came to the front door. He stood next to me. He had the small bundle in his hand. He had a lighter in his other hand. He bent down close to my ear. He did not whisper. He said it in a voice that was meant for me and not for the thing on the other side of the door. "It is going to try the door now," he said. "It is not going to get in. The figure is going to do most of the work. The smoke is going to do the rest. I am going to light this bundle. You are going to hold it. You are going to put the smoke against the door. You are going to keep it there. Are you ready?" Yes. He lit the bundle. The bundle was small. It was wrapped tight. It caught and started to smoke a thick white smoke that did not move the way smoke from a fire moves. It moved like a thing with intention. It went where Tom pointed it. He pointed at the door. The smoke went and pressed against the door, against the panel where I felt the pressure from outside. The pressure from outside came back stronger. It was not a hand. Whatever it was not a hand. It pressed against the door with a slow, steady push that made the panel bow inward against my shoulders. I leaned back into the door. I leaned hard. I pressed my back into it. I held the bundle up against the panel. The smoke went against the metal. I could feel the metal warming under the smoke, not from the bundle, from whatever was on the other side. The pressure went on for what was probably 2 minutes. It was the longest 2 minutes of my life. Diane was praying. I did not know that was what she was doing for the first 30 seconds. She was saying words fast and low, and the words were in a mix of Navajo and Spanish, and I did not understand most of them. But the rhythm was the rhythm of prayer. Sadie was sitting up. Sadie's eyes were open. She was looking at the door behind my head. She was not crying. She was watching. Her hand was on Pete's back. Pete was looking at the door too. The pressure peaked. I felt the panel push hard against me. I felt the deadbolt creak. I felt the door frame creak. I felt the whole trailer shift, a 1/4 inch maybe, on its cinder blocks. Then the figure on my chest got so hot I cried out. I did not want to cry out. I cried out anyway. It was the kind of heat that was on the edge of being a burn. I would find a circular burn the next day in the shape of the bear, with the small bright point of the turquoise in the middle of the heart. The pressure stopped. Not gradually. All at once. The way a hand comes off a hot stove. There was a sound on the porch that was not a sound a person makes. It was not a scream. It was not a growl. It was the sound a coyote makes very late at night when it is calling to other coyotes, but slower and lower, and it went on for a longer time than a coyote can hold a note. It went on for 10 seconds, maybe 15. Then it cut off, like a switch had been thrown. Then the porch was silent. Tom was still at the door. He still had the bundle. He kept the smoke against the panel. He did not move. He did not lower the bundle. He kept the smoke there for what was probably another 5 minutes. He did not speak. Diane did not speak. Nobody moved. Then Tom said, "Lo, it is gone for now. It is not gone for good. We are going to keep the smoke until first light. Nobody opens any door. Nobody opens any window. Nobody looks out a window." "All right," I said. "Jake, yes. You did good. Yes. You stay against that door until first light. I am going to keep the bucket going. Diane is going to stay with Sadie. We are going to be all right." "All right." He moved back to the bucket. He fed it more of the bundle and more of the juniper. The smoke kept thick. The lantern flickered. The wind was dying. The rain was softer. I sat against the door. The figure cooled, slowly, against my chest. By midnight it was warm again. Not hot. By 2 in the morning it was barely warm at all. By dawn it was the same temperature as my skin. The dawn came late because of the clouds, but it came. I knew it by the change in the light through the curtains. Tom went to the back door at 6. He stood at the back door. He did not open it. He listened. He nodded. He said, "All right." He went to the front door. He stood next to me. He said, "Get up, Jake. I am going to open it. You stay back. You let me." I got up. My legs were stiff. I had been against the door for almost 9 hours. I moved across the kitchen. I sat down at the kitchen table. The smoke was still in the trailer, but thinner. The bucket was still burning. Low. Sadie was asleep on the cot against Diane. Pete was asleep against Sadie's hip. Both of them were asleep. Tom turned the deadbolt. He turned the doorknob. He opened the door slowly. He stepped out onto the porch. He stood there. I watched him from the kitchen table. He looked at the porch. He bent down. He looked at the boards. He looked at the railing. He stood up. He turned around. He came back inside. He closed the door. He turned the deadbolt back. "There's nothing on the porch," he said. "There's no tracks in the yard. The bundles at the fence are gone. They were burned. There is a black ring where each one was." "Burned how?" "I don't know. We are going to walk down later. We are not going to walk down yet." "All right." He sat down at the kitchen table across from me. Diane was awake. Diane sat up. Pete sat up. Sadie did not sit up. Sadie was deep asleep. We sat at the table. Diane put coffee on. Diane made coffee like it was any morning. She poured 3 cups. She brought them over. She sat down. We drank the coffee. Tom looked at Diane. Diane looked at Tom. They did not speak. They had been married a long time. The rest is the rest, and the shape of it is the shape it had to be. I called Marisol at 7. The satellite phone had come back on at 6:30. I told her Sadie was fine. I told her Sadie was sleeping. I told her I would drive Sadie to the airstrip at noon, and Sadie could be on the 1 o'clock plane, and Marisol could pick her up at Gallup at 2:30. I told her we needed to talk. I told her I would tell her everything when I could. I told her I was sorry. Marisol did not yell. Marisol did not threaten the file. Marisol said all right. She said all right twice. She said she would be at the Gallup airstrip at 2:30. She said she had not slept. She said she was glad Sadie was alive. I drove Sadie to the airstrip at noon. The day was clear and bright. The storm had blown through. The land was wet. The washes were full and running. I had to take the long way around to avoid the worst of them. Pete was on the bench seat between us. Sadie had Pete in her arms most of the drive. She did not say much. She held Pete. She looked out the window. About 10 miles from the airstrip, she said, "Daddy." "Yes, monkey." "That wasn't really me at the door last night, was it?" I had to think about how to answer that. "No, monkey. It wasn't. It sounded like me." "It did. Was it the same man who was at my window last time?" "Yes." She thought about that. She held Pete. "You didn't open the door." "No, monkey. I didn't. Even though it sounded like me. Even though it sounded like you." She nodded. She did not say anything else for the rest of the drive. She held Pete. I drove. The figure was warm, but not hot. The bear was warm. The bear was just warm. I put her on the plane at 12:40. The pilot was a man I had not met before. He was kind. He helped her with her seatbelt. He said he would have her in gallop in less than an hour. I watched the plane lift off. I watched it bank. I watched it disappear to the south. I drove back to the ranch. Tom and Diane were waiting. Pete had stayed at the trailer with them while I drove Sadie up. When I got back, the three of us walked the south fence. The bundles were gone. Tom had been right. Where each bundle had been, there was a black ring in the dirt, about a foot across, with the juniper stake at the center fallen over. The stakes had been black too, cracked. The wood had been split, as if it had been struck by lightning. There were no tracks. There were never any tracks. We walked the whole property line. The west fence, the north fence, the east fence. We did not find anything else. We did not find Pete missing. Pete was at the trailer. Pete was on the porch. Pete had come out from under the porch sometime in the night. Pete was on the porch the way he had been on the porch the first week I had owned the place. Tom stopped at the southwest corner. He looked across into the BLM. The land was quiet in a way I had not heard it quiet. The light was flat. The clouds had all gone. I think it is gone, Jake, he said. For good. I do not know for good. I think it is gone for now. I think it is far away. I think we heard it last night. I think it is going to take a long time to come back, if it comes back. How long? Years. Maybe never. I do not know. These things are old. They are patient. But what we did last night was a hard thing for it. The figure is old. The work is old. I do not think it expected the figure. It expected something. Yes. It expected to take Sadie. Yes. Through the door. Yes. I stood at the corner and looked across the BLM. Tom and Diane stood with me. We did not speak. After a while, we walked back to the trailer. Diane made lunch. We ate at the kitchen table. Tom and Diane left around 3. I sat on the porch. Pete sat with me. The figure was just warm. Warm like a body. Warm like my own skin. I burned the mattress that week. The old one, from behind the equipment shed. I had been putting it off since June. I dragged it out into the open ground, past the loafing shed, away from anything that could catch, and I doused it with kerosene and I lit it. It went up fast. The smoke was black for the first 10 minutes and then it was white. I stood and watched it burn down to the springs. The springs glowed orange in the dusk and then went dark. I drove to Gallup on Friday. I went to the cemetery the attorney had told me about. It was a small one, fenced, with juniper trees along the back. Roy was in the 3rd row from the gate. The stone was small. It had his name and the dates and nothing else. I had not been there. I had been telling myself for 6 months that I would be. I had told myself the same thing about the box. I sat in the dirt by the stone for a long time. I told Roy a few things. I told him about Sadie. I told him about Pete. I told him about Tom and about the figure in the new moon. I told him about Eli, because I did not know if he knew about Eli. I told him I had read the letter. I told him I was sorry I had waited. Then I sat there some more without talking, because Roy had not been a man who needed to be talked at all of the time, and I had not been raised to fill silence around him. I left a small piece of juniper on the stone before I went. Tom had told me to. He had cut the piece himself and put it in my hand at his house that morning and said, "This is for your uncle." I left it on the top of the stone, on the part that was warm from the sun. I left it there and I drove home. The figure stayed warm against my chest for a few weeks. Then it cooled down to where it stayed most of the time, which was just barely warm. Sometimes, in those first weeks, it would warm up a little for a few minutes and then cool down again. Tom said this was the work in it doing its job. Tom said it would be doing its job for a long time. Tom said I should keep it on me as long as it kept warm, and then think about what to do with it after that, but not to decide that until it had been cool for a long time. Pete came back to himself slowly. He slept inside again the 2nd week of August. He slept on the bed with me again the 3rd week. He did not sleep under the trailer after that night. He did sit on the porch for long times in the late afternoons, looking south. He had been a young dog when he came to the ranch, and he was not a young dog after. He would not be a young dog again. I do not know what that night did to him in dog terms. He was a steady dog after that. He was a working dog. He held the cattle for me when I needed him to, and he learned to bring them in from the south pasture on a whistle, and he was good. He was a good dog. Sadie came out the last weekend of August. She came out under different terms, which were that Marisol drove her both ways and stayed overnight in the spare room of a motel in Gallup, and that I drove Sadie up to the motel by 5 each Sunday so they could be on the road by 6. Marisol had taken to that arrangement after we talked on the phone in the middle of August. We talked for almost 3 hours that night. I told her most of what had happened. I did not tell her everything. I told her about the figure. I told her about Tom. I told her about the voice on the back porch in July. I did not tell her about the voice on the front porch the night of the new moon because I did not think she could carry that, and I had been uncertain ever since whether I should have told her about the back porch. She was quiet for most of the 3 hours. At the end, she said she did not know what to believe about any of it. She said she did not have to believe it to accept that something had happened. She said Sadie had been different since the new moon weekend, quieter, more watchful. Marisol said she had been thinking about that for weeks. Marisol said she did not need me to convince her of anything. She just needed me to keep Sadie safe. The custody hearing was in October. I drove down to Phoenix the day before. I stayed in a motel off the freeway. The hearing was at 9 the next morning at the family court. I wore a shirt with buttons that I had ironed in the motel room with a hotel iron. I shaved twice. I sat in the courtroom and I listened to the attorney for Marisol present the file. The file was thick. The file went back 2 years. The judge read the file for what felt like a long time. The judge looked up. The judge asked Marisol if she was still seeking full physical custody. Marisol said no. Marisol said she and her ex-husband had come to an arrangement that they wanted to formalize through the court. Marisol said the arrangement was joint physical custody with the existing weekend schedule and an expanded summer schedule. Marisol's attorney looked at her. Marisol did not look at the attorney. The judge said, "All right." The judge asked some questions. We answered them. The judge agreed to the arrangement. The judge signed a paper. We walked out of the courthouse into the parking lot. Marisol was a few steps ahead of me. She got to her car. She turned around. "Jake, yes, that is the last thing I will ever do for you that you do not deserve. I know. I am doing it for Sadie. I know. You take care of her. I will." She got in her car. She drove away. I drove back to the ranch that afternoon. Pete was on the porch. The figure was warm against my chest. The cattle were down by the south fence. The bell cow lifted her head when the truck pulled in. She lowered it again. A few more things, and then the rest is the silence at the end. I sold 5 head that fall. I needed the money. I bought a generator and a new water pump for the well and a second satellite phone battery and a chest freezer for the shed, and I had some left over, and I gave some of it to Diane because she asked me to give some of it to a fund she ran for a family in Siley that needed help, and I gave the rest of it to the kids' wing of the hospital in Gallup. I did not give the money to the family in Siley because of what Tom had said about Eli. Tom had told me not to do that. Tom had told me Eli's mother would not accept it. Tom had told me to give it to Diane and to let Diane do what Diane did with it. I went to Tom and Diane's for Thanksgiving. Diane made a turkey. Eli's mother and his sister came over. I had not seen them since Eli's funeral. Eli's mother held my hand for a long time when I came in. She did not say anything. I did not say anything. We sat at the table together and ate turkey. Sadie was there. Marisol had let me have her for the weekend. Sadie sat next to Eli's sister, who was 16 and patient with her, and they made paper turkeys out of a brown paper bag that Diane had cut up. I went out to the porch after the meal. Tom came out with me. We sat in the chairs. "How is the figure?" he said. "It is warm. It is just warm. It has not been hot since August." "Good." "Tom." "Yes." "Is it gone?" He looked out at his cottonwoods. They were bare. The leaves had been gone 2 weeks. The wind was coming up. I think it is far away, Jake, he said. I do not know if gone is the word. I do not think things like that are gone. I think they go to other places. I think they get smaller for a while. I think they go quiet for years. I have known of them coming back. I have known of them not coming back. I do not know which one this is. All right, Jake. Yes, you are going to live with this. You are going to live with it the rest of your life. You are going to walk your fence at dusk, and you are going to look. You are going to listen to your dog. You are going to listen to your wife when she calls, and you are going to listen to the small sounds in your own house at night. You are going to keep the figure on you. You are going to teach Sadie what to listen for in a way she can carry without it being a weight. You are going to teach her in a way that she does not have to think about it during the day, but she knows what to do at night. Are you hearing me? I am hearing you. You are going to do those things, and then most of your life is going to be your life. The cattle are going to be your work. The land is going to be your land. The girl is going to be your girl. The dog is going to be your dog. You are going to have a good life, Jake. I want to be clear with you about that. You are going to have a good life, and the thing is going to be far away most of the time. Most of the time, you are going to forget about it. Most of the time. Are you hearing me? I am hearing you. He nodded. We sat. The wind came up. The cottonwoods made their soft sound. I lived on the property for the next 9 years. Sadie grew up coming out. She was 17 by the end of those 9 years. She got accepted to a college in Albuquerque the following fall. She had been coming out to the ranch most weekends and most of the summers for 9 years. She had helped me work cattle. She had helped me string fence. She had shot the rifle. She had not been afraid of the property. She had been careful on it. She had known, in the way Tom said, to teach her what to listen for. I had not had to teach her much. She had known it without my having to put it into words, the way some kids know how to be around a horse without being told. The figure stayed on a piece of leather around my neck. It was just warm. It was just warm for years. It warmed up once, on an evening in late September of the 3rd year, when the moon was new. I was on the porch. Pete was on the porch with me. He pricked his ears toward the south fence. He did not stand up. He did not growl. He looked, the way he looked at things that were a question to him. The figure on my chest warmed up. It warmed up the way it had used to. I felt it through my shirt. I sat in the chair and I did not get up. I did not look toward the south fence. I kept my eyes on the porch railing. Pete kept his ears forward. The figure stayed warm for maybe 2 minutes. Then it cooled. Pete put his ears down. Pete put his chin on his paws. Pete went back to looking at nothing in particular. I did not move. I did not get up. I sat in the chair for another hour, watching the dark come the rest of the way down, listening to nothing in particular. The coyote started up to the south, far away, the kind of yodeling that says nothing in particular except we are here and the night is ours and please don't take it personally. One of them held a note a little longer than the others, the way a note held by something that knew how a coyote was supposed to sound but was not quite a coyote. I did not go inside. I sat in a chair on the porch with my dog and I listened, and the figure was warm against my sternum like a small hand laid there by somebody I could not see. After a while, the coyote stopped. Pete and I sat on the porch until the cold came up. Then we went inside. I closed the door. I turned the deadbolt. I went to bed. I slept the rest of the night without dreams. In the morning I went out at first light to walk the fence. That was my routine. That had been my routine for years. I walked the south fence. I checked the posts. I checked the wire. I looked at the dust. There were no tracks. There were never any tracks. I walked back up to the trailer. Pete was on the porch. The bell cow was at the south fence with her calf. The windmill was clattering. The sun was coming up. I went inside. I started the coffee. The figure was just warm again. Just warm. against my chest, like the warmth of my own skin, like the warmth of a thing that had been with me a long time and would be with me a long time more until it was not. The cigarette was not mine. Marlon had handed it to me without looking, the way he always did, the soft pack flicking open in his palm and the one filter sticking up a little higher than the others like the cigarette knew it was being chosen. I took it. I did not say thanks, because Marlon did not say things back when he was thinking, and he was thinking most of the time. The parking lot lay flat under the sodium lights. The lights at the Dry Wells Walmart Supercenter were the kind that flickered without ever quite going out. There was a hum to them I could feel in my back teeth if I stood under one long enough. The lot was empty except for my Ranger, Danny's old Tundra, Marlon's white Astro van, and Reggie's grandmother's 2007 Civic, which Reggie was not allowed to drive on the highway but drove on the highway anyway because his grandmother slept by 9. It was a Tuesday in the second week of August. The monsoon was on its way out for the year, and the air had that empty after-storm feeling, the smell of wet asphalt and creosote almost gone, the dust starting to come back. The mesas to the north were not visible at 2 in the morning, but I knew where they were. I had grown up looking at them. They had not moved. Marlon was leaned against the bay door with his back to the metal, one boot up on the wall behind him, and he had not said anything for about 10 minutes. The reading glasses were dangling off the cord around his neck. The cord was old enough that the rubber on the ends had started to gray. He smoked a Marlboro Red and watched the parking lot the way he watched everything, which was without seeming to watch it at all. I had been working the overnight stock crew at the Dry Wells store for 3 years and 2 months. I had started in June of 2023, the summer my mother stopped calling and the summer Boone first turned gray on the muzzle, and I had not done much else since. The job paid $16.40 an hour, which was not enough to live on anywhere else in the country, but was enough to live on in Dry Wells, if I did not mind eating gas station hot dogs 4 nights a week, and if I did not mind the single wide my uncle let me put on his land. Out past the wash on 2 Mile Road, I did not mind. The shift ran 10 at night to 7 in the morning. By 2 we were past the worst of it, the first stocking push done, the freezer pulls finished, the pet aisle clean and the cleaning aisle clean, and the only thing left until the morning crew was watching the front and doing whatever Danny needed at the register and pulling whatever last truck got dropped, if a truck got dropped, which it had not tonight. The receiving room was empty, the dock was empty, the lot was empty. The lot was almost always empty after midnight. I took a drag off the cigarette and let the smoke out slow. The wind had picked up a little. A tumbleweed the size of a basketball was tracking across the lot from the south corner, slow at first and then faster as it caught a gust, and it rolled across the empty parking spaces and bumped against the concrete base of one of the light poles and got hung up there. It would sit there until morning. Tumbleweeds always sat where they got caught. There was a permanent population of them around the cart corrals and the dumpster fence by the end of any given week. And on Wednesday mornings, the day porter Hector would come out with a leaf blower and a contractor bag and clear them out, and by Friday night they would be back. You ever wonder what happens to those? I said. Marlon did not answer for a while. Then he said, "What?" "The tumbleweeds. After Hector throws them in the dumpster." Marlon looked at me. He had a long face, the kind that had been longer when he was younger and had filled out only a little in the cheeks, even at 62. His eyes were dark and set deep. He still wore his hair the way he had worn it driving the truck, cropped close on the sides and a little longer on top, and it had gone almost entirely silver in the last few years. "They get hauled to the transfer station," he said, "out by the airport." "There's an airport?" "Past the substation, the little one. Nobody flies in or out anymore, but the strip's still there." "Huh. Tumbleweeds get hauled out there and burned twice a year. There's a guy with a permit." "Huh," I said again. Marlon dragged on his cigarette. The cherry flared and gave his face a moment of orange light, and then went down again. He flicked the ash off into the wind. He had a way of flicking ash that was efficient, almost military. Just one quick motion with the thumb and the cigarette stayed otherwise level. I had tried to do it that way and it never worked when I tried, so I just tapped my ash off the end with my index finger like everybody else. The radio in the receiving room was playing something I could hear through the open bay door but could not quite identify. Marlin kept the radio on a country station out of Albuquerque that came in clear at night and went to static during the day. The song had a slide guitar in it. The song had been playing a long time. I thought it might be a Hank Williams song, but I could not tell with the wind. Marlin had been at the store 6 years when I started. He had been driving truck for 32 years before that, mostly out of Las Cruces, mostly the Western Circuit, and he had stopped driving when his lower back finally said it was done. He took the Walmart job because the night shift kept him out of the heat, and he kept the Walmart job for the same reason. He lived in a casita he rented from a man named Dominguez, who owned the property next to the substation. He did not talk about a wife. He did not talk about kids. He had a niece in Albuquerque who he called twice a month, and a brother who had died young, and I knew this because Reggie had asked him once when Reggie was still in his first week and did not know any better, and Marlin had answered him briefly the way a man answered a kid who had asked. After that, Reggie had let it alone. Marlin and I did not talk much. We did not have to. We worked the same aisles for 3 years. He pulled the heavy stuff, and I pulled the high stuff, because I was a half-foot taller and his back was his back. He took the loading dock smoke break at midnight, and again at 2, and again at 5. I took mine when I felt like it, which usually meant I joined him. He had given me my first cigarette in 3 years on my first night at the store, and he had been giving me cigarettes ever since. I had told him once that I should buy my own pack, and he had said, "When you start, you start." I had not started. That night, the cigarette he had given me at 2:15 tasted the way Marlboro Reds always tasted, which was like the inside of a barn. The smoke went out into the lot, and the wind took it. I watched it go. That was when the truck pulled in. It came in slow off the Interstate 40 frontage and turned into the lot at the south entrance, which was unusual because the south entrance was for the auto bay, and the auto bay was closed at night. The truck was an older Ford F-250, white or maybe cream, with a long bed and a rust spot on the driver's side fender. It rolled across the empty lot with its lights on low beam. The lights were a little yellower than they should have been, like the bulbs had not been replaced in a long time, or like the lenses had gone the color of old butter. The truck pulled into a spot facing the store, about halfway across the lot, in the row that customers usually use during the day. There were no other vehicles within 40 spaces of it on either side. The engine cut. The lights stayed on for a long moment after the engine cut. Then the lights went out. I watched it. Marlin watched it. Neither of us said anything. The driver door opened. A man got out. He was tall, taller than the truck door, which is the kind of detail I noticed and filed away without thinking much about it. He stood in the open door for a second, the way people stand when they are stretching after a long drive, and then he stepped down onto the asphalt and shut the door behind him. He did not slam it. He shut it the way someone shuts a door who has been around the truck a long time and knows exactly how much pressure it needs. He started walking toward the store. The lights in the parking lot threw 4 shadows off everything that walked under them, one for each pole in the nearest cluster, and the shadows fanned out at angles, so that anyone walking across the lot trailed shadow in 4 directions, faintly. I had walked across that lot 10,000 times. I knew how the shadows fell. The man walking toward the store had shadows. He had 4 of them. They came off him at the right angles, fanning out the way shadows did, 3 behind him and 1 in front. The one in front was wrong. It took me a second to see it. The other 3 shadows moved when his feet moved. They picked up and set down when his feet picked up and set down. They were synchronized to him the way shadows are. The one in front did not. The one in front kept pace with him in space, but lagged behind in motion. When he took a step, the shadow took a step a half beat later. When he swung his arm, the shadow swung its arm a half beat later. They were close enough that anyone not looking for it would not have seen it, but they were not in sync. I watched it for the time it took him to cross 30 feet of asphalt. The wrong shadow took 30 feet of asphalt with him. It did not fix itself. I looked at Marlin. Marlin was already looking at me. "Yeah," Marlin said. That was the first time he had ever answered a question I had not asked. He flicked his cigarette into the lot, where it lay on the asphalt with the cherry still glowing, and he reached up and pulled the bay door chain to start the door rolling down. "Inside," he said. I had not finished my cigarette. I crushed it under my boot anyway and followed him. The bay door rattled down behind us and hit the concrete with a thump that was louder than I remembered it being. Marlin went straight through the receiving room without stopping, past the conveyor belt and the pallet jacks lined up against the wall, and pushed through the swinging doors onto the sales floor. I followed. The store at 2 a.m. was the kind of empty that pretended not to be empty. The fluorescents were all on, the music was playing through the overheads at the low Tuesday night volume, the registers were all powered up with their displays glowing, and there was nobody in any of it. The space was set up for 100 people and held 4. The way the air felt in a place like that, I had decided a long time ago, was the actual sound of capitalism, a sound like a held breath. Danny was at the front. She was behind the customer service counter, leaned on her elbows, working a pen between her teeth. The pen was a big stick with the cap off, and the cap was on the counter in front of her, and the cap had the bite marks of about 50 other caps the cap was about to join. She looked up when she saw us coming. "Y'all done smoking?" she said. "Got a customer coming," Marlin said. She straightened. She did not ask any of the things she could have asked. Marlin and I were not customer-coming kind of people when we came in from the dock. We were stalking kind of people. If Marlin said a customer was coming, and that was sufficient information for Danny to start running through the procedural list in her head, which I could see her doing, because Danny did not hide it when she was thinking. She pulled the pen cap into her palm and pocketed it without breaking the count, 23 or 24 or whatever pen cap that one was, and she stepped out from behind the customer service counter and walked toward register 4, which was the only register lit on the front row at that hour. "Reggie's and Pets," she said over her shoulder, "doing a recovery. Tell him to stay there," Marlin said. She nodded. She picked up the phone on the wall behind register 4 and punched 2 numbers and waited, and then she said into the receiver, "Reg, stay in Pets till I tell you," and hung up before whatever Reggie said back to her registered. Marlin stood at the end of the front lanes and looked at the front doors. The doors slid open. The man came in. He was tall, like I had thought from across the lot, but in the light of the front entrance, the tall did not look threatening. He looked like a man. He was maybe 45, maybe 50. He had on a denim work shirt buttoned up to the throat, the cuffs buttoned at the wrists, and a pair of canvas work pants that were faded at the knees but clean. His boots were brown. The boots had been broken in by somebody and worn for a long time. His belt was tooled leather with a worn-out brass buckle. He was holding a wallet in his left hand, just holding it, like he had taken it out of his pocket before he got out of the truck and forgotten to put it back, and he carried it loose at his side as he walked. His hair was dark, going gray at the temples, parted on the left. He had the kind of face I had seen on 1,000 men in this country, lines around the eyes from sun, a nose that had been broken once a long time ago and not set right, a jaw that had not shaved since the day before. He walked past Marlin without looking at him. He walked past me without looking at me. He did not look at Danny as he came up to register 4. I watched the floor under him as he walked. The shadows on the sales floor were different from the shadows in the lot, because the overhead fluorescents were closer and more diffuse, and the shadows did not fan out the way they did under sodium poles. Inside the store, every person had one shadow, faint, pooling around their feet, almost not there at all. The man had one shadow. I looked harder. His shadow was pooled around his feet, the way mine was pooled around my feet. It moved with him. It was where it should be. I watched him walk 12 feet, and the shadow walk 12 feet, and I waited for the lag I had seen in the lot, and the lag did not come. I thought, maybe I imagined it, I thought it the way I had thought a lot of things in the last few years, which is to say, I did not actually believe it. I had been telling myself I imagined things for a while. I had gotten good at it. I had told myself I imagined the porch light at my uncle's place going on by itself one night last fall, and I had told myself I imagined a footprint in the dust by the wash that was too long and too narrow to be a coyote and was not a coyote. And I had told myself, I imagined the dog refusing to walk past a piece of fencing on 2 Mile Road for 2 weeks straight last spring, even though the fencing had not changed. I had told myself a lot of things. The man set the wallet on the conveyor belt at register 4. The conveyor belt was off. He set the wallet down anyway, like that was the place where wallets went. Just this, he said. He had not put anything else on the belt. Danny looked at the wallet. She looked at him. She looked at Marlon, briefly, the way she did when she was confirming she was reading a situation right. Marlon did not move. Just the wallet, sir? She said. Hunting knife, he said. The wallet was on the belt. There was no hunting knife. Danny looked down at the wallet again. Then she looked behind him, scanning the aisles, scanning to see if maybe he had set the knife down somewhere on the way and not noticed. Sir, she said, is the knife at customer service? Did you ask somebody to hold it? The man did not answer. He stood with his hands at his sides. He stood in a way I had not seen another person stand. His weight was on both feet evenly, perfectly, the way a man stood when he was being measured at the doctor's office, with no shift to either hip and no slack in either knee. He held that posture without effort. He held it the way a fence post held a posture. Danny waited a beat. Then she said, Sir, I can call someone over to Sporting Goods, but I need to know which knife you wanted. Hunting knife, he said again. His voice was flat. It was an ordinary man's voice in pitch and timbre, but it was missing something. It was missing the small adjustments a voice made when it was talking to a person. The little pacing things, the way a vowel got longer when somebody was thinking, the way a sentence sloped down at the end. His voice did not slope. It was 3 notes long, and the 3rd note landed where the first note had landed. I listened to him say the words, and underneath them I thought I heard something else. Not a second voice, exactly. A second tone. A dry rasp, almost too low to register, sitting under the human pitch like the buzz of a power line a 1/4 mile away. I could not have heard that for sure. I was probably hearing it because I was already looking for something to hear. That was what I told myself. Danny picked up the phone behind her again and punched another 2 numbers and said, Reg, get up to the front. Bring a hunting knife from Sporting Goods. Your call. Which one? She listened for a second, and then she said, Just bring one, Reg, and hung up. The man stood at the register. He did not look at Danny. He did not look at me. He did not look at anything. His eyes were on the wall behind register 4, slightly above her head, on the cigarette display case that was locked behind glass. He was not reading the brands. He was just looking at the case the way a man might look at a wall when he was tired. Marlon had moved up so that he was about 10 feet to the man's left, not blocking the lane, not in any kind of stance, just standing there with his arms loose at his sides and his weight slightly forward on his toes. I had not seen him stand that way before either. I had not understood until that moment that Marlon could stand that way. Reggie came around the corner from the back of the store at a fast walk. He was holding a buck knife in its plastic clamshell packaging, the kind they hung off the pegs in the hunting aisle, and he had it held out in front of him like he was carrying a fish to the kitchen. This okay? He said, to Danny, to me, to whoever. That's fine, Danny said. Reggie set the knife on the belt next to the wallet. He stepped back from the register. He looked at the man. The man did not look at him. Reggie looked at me, and the look was the look I had seen on Reggie's face the time he found a customer asleep in the lawn furniture aisle at 4 a.m., which was a look that said, I did not know what to do, so I came looking for you. I did not move. Danny scanned the knife. The scanner beeped. The price came up on the display, $47.96. $47.96, she said. The man took the wallet off the belt and opened it. The wallet was old. The leather was worn smooth at the corners. He pulled out a $50 bill. The bill was crisp. It was crisp in a way. $50 bills were not usually crisp coming out of a wallet that worn. It was crisp the way a bill was crisp coming out of the bank teller's drawer that same morning. He laid the 50 on the belt, the way he had laid the wallet. Danny took the 50. She gave him his change, $2 bills and 4 pennies, counting it out into his palm. His palm was wide and flat. The skin on it was the color of his face, which was a normal color, with the lines a man his age would have. The change went into his palm, and his hand did not close on it. He held it open like a saucer. Danny looked at his open palm. The man dropped the change into his shirt pocket without looking down at it. The pennies clinked. He picked the knife up off the belt. "Cole," he said. "I have heard my name in a lot of voices. I have heard it from teachers in elementary school, and from a girl I dated in high school, and from my father before he died, and from Marlon and Danny and Reggie and Uncle Ray and 100 customers across 3 years of name tag. The way my name sounded coming out of his mouth was the way it would have sounded coming out of any of those mouths, in pitch and shape. It was just my name. Except it was my name said by a man who had not looked at my name tag, because my name tag was hanging from the back of my belt, where I had clipped it during the freezer pulls and forgotten to clip it back. He did not say anything else. He turned with the knife in his hand, and he walked back across the front of the store and out through the sliding doors and into the parking lot. The doors slid open and slid shut behind him. The doors made the small chime they made when they opened. The chime sounded the way it always sounded. The 4 of us did not move for what felt like a long time, but was probably about 10 seconds. Danny spoke first. "What the hell?" she said. She said it quietly. It was not a question. "Reg, get back to pets," Marlon said. Reggie did not move. "Reg," Marlon said. "Yeah," Reggie said. "Yeah, okay." He did not move. "Reg," I said. Reggie looked at me. His face had gone, the color of milk that had been left out for an hour. "Did he know your name?" Reggie said. "He knew my name." "How did he know your name?" "Reg, go to pets," Marlon said. He said it the way he might say it to a child, gently, like he was not asking. Reggie went. He went slow. He went the way a person walks when they want to look back over their shoulder, but cannot get their neck to do it. Danny picked up the phone and pressed the 2 buttons that called the back office, which at this hour rang in the dark and went to a voicemail nobody checked. She let it ring 4 times. Then she hung up. "Nobody," she said. "Who would you call?" Marlon said. She did not answer that. She came out from behind the register and walked over to where Marlon and I were standing. She kept her eyes on the sliding doors. The doors had not moved since the man went through them. The lot beyond the doors was not visible from the angle I was standing at, but Danny could see it from where she was, and I watched her face while she looked. "He's getting in his truck," she said. "Yeah," Marlon said. "He's getting in his truck and he's starting it up." "Yeah." "He's pulling out of the lot. He's going back to the frontage." "Yeah," Marlon said. She did not move until the truck was out of her sight. Then she turned, and she looked at Marlon, and she said, "What just happened?" "Customer bought a knife," Marlon said. She waited. Marlon lit another cigarette. He was not supposed to smoke inside the store. He had never smoked inside the store in the 3 years I had worked with him. He lit the cigarette without looking at either of us, and he took one drag off it, and he held the smoke for a long time, and when he let it out, it came out gray and slow. "We should call the sheriff," Danny said. "And tell them what?" Marlon said. "Tell them a guy came in and bought a knife. That's not against the law. Tell them a guy came in and knew Cole's name. That's not against the law either. Then tell them a guy came in and made me feel like somebody was going to die before sunup." Marlon looked at her. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, that one's a problem." He took another drag. "That one's a problem because Lena's on tonight, and Lena's not going to write that one down." Danny knew Lena Boyd. Danny knew Lena because everybody in Dry Wells knew Lena, the deputy who had grown up there and gone to Iraq and come back and joined the sheriff's office, and who took the Dry Wells beat 3 nights out of every 5. Danny had gone to high school with Lena's younger sister. Danny did not have a problem with Lena. Danny had a problem with paperwork. Paperwork was the problem Danny had with most things at 2 in the morning. "I want it written down," Danny said. "I'll call her," I said. I had not meant to say it. The words came out, and I was the one who had said them, and I noticed I had said them about a half second after they were said, the way I noticed a lot of things that involved me at that time of night. Marlon looked at me. Danny looked at me. "You'll call Lena," Marlon said. "Yeah, at 2 in the morning. She'll be up. She'll be up because she's on duty, Cole. That's different from being up. I'll call her." I went to the phone, I picked up the phone, I dialed 9 for the outside line, and then I dialed Lena's cell, which I had in my head because I had had it in my head since I was 16, when she had given it to me on the back of a Sonic receipt with the words, "Don't call me unless you mean it," written under it in blue pen, and which I had not used in 3 years. The phone rang twice. She picked up. "Boyd," she said. "Lena, it's Cole." There was a small pause. I could hear the inside of her cruiser, the hum of the engine at idle, the radio going low on the dispatch channel, the squeak of leather as she shifted in the seat. I could hear her drinking out of her mug. "Cole Patterson," she said. "Yeah? You all right?" "Yeah." "Where are you?" "At the store." "You're at work." "Yeah." "And you're calling me." "Yeah." She did not say anything for a second. "What happened, Cole?" I opened my mouth. I tried to say something. The thing that wanted to come out of my mouth was, "A man came in here and his shadow walked wrong and he knew my name and he bought a knife and I could feel it in my throat ready to come out and I could not say it." I said, "A customer came in and made us nervous. Danny wants it written down." Lena was quiet for another second. She drank from her mug. "Nervous how, Cole?" "He knew my name. My tag wasn't on." "What else?" "Stood weird. Didn't blink. Bought a hunting knife." "What else?" She was good. She was good in a way that surprised me a little, even though I had known her since I was a kid. She was waiting. She was not jumping in. She was waiting for the part I had not said yet, because she could hear in my voice that there was a part I had not said yet. I held the phone. I held it for about 3 seconds. "He had 2 shadows in the lot," I said. "One of them moved wrong." The line was quiet. Lena did not breathe out, did not laugh, did not say what. She said, "Cole, are you anywhere where you can be alone for a minute?" "I'm in the front of the store." "Get somewhere you can be alone." "The back office. The break room. Not the dock." "Why not the dock?" "Not the dock, Cole." I looked at Marlon. Marlon was watching me. He could not hear Lena's side of the conversation, but he was reading mine, and what he was reading was already making him stand a little differently again. "I'll go to the break room," I said. "Good. I'm coming. I'm 12 miles out. I'll be there in 15. Don't go in the lot." "Lena," I said. "What?" I did not know what. "Yeah, okay," I said. She hung up. I held the phone for another second after she had hung up, and then I put it back on the cradle, and I looked at Marlon and at Danny, and I said, "Lena's coming." "Good," Danny said. Marlon did not say anything. He finished his cigarette inside the store, in the front lanes, with the smoke going up into the fluorescence and curling against the dropped ceiling. Then he turned and walked back toward the dock without telling anybody where he was going. "Marlon," Danny said. He kept walking. "Marlon," the bay door. He did not stop. He went through the swinging doors at the back of the store and out into the receiving room. The doors swung shut behind him. We could hear him cross the receiving room, and we could hear the chain on the bay door rattle. We could hear the bay door start to roll up. Danny looked at me. "He's going back out for a smoke," she said. "He just had a smoke. He just had 2 smokes. He's going back out." I did not say anything. She picked the pen cap off the counter where she had left it earlier, and she put it in her mouth and bit down on it. The plastic clicked between her teeth. "Cole," she said. "I don't know what the hell that was." "Yeah," I said. "And I don't know why you called Lena instead of 911. "Yeah," I said. "And I don't know why she came on the line saying your name like she already knew." I did not have an answer for that one either. The fluorescence hummed. The music played at low Tuesday night volume. The doors did not slide. The lot beyond the doors was empty again. The tumbleweed by the light pole had not moved. I checked my watch. It was 2:26 in the morning. Lena had said 15 minutes. She was going to be there at 2:41. The clock on the wall behind the customer service counter was 3 minutes fast. I had been reminding myself of that for 3 years. It always took a second. By the slow clock, it was 2:26. By the fast clock, it was 2:29. The difference was a small difference, The difference was the kind of difference I had never paid attention to. Tonight the difference felt important. Danny took the pen cap out of her mouth and set it on the counter. She picked up another pen out of the cup by the register and pulled the cap off that one too, and put the new cap in her mouth. She did this without seeming to know she had done it. "Cole," she said. "Yeah." "Where did he go to?" "Marlin." "Doc, why?" "He's looking for something." "Looking for what?" I did not answer, because I did not know. I knew Marlin was looking for something the way I knew a hawk was hunting when it was perched on a fence post not eating. I knew because of his shoulders. I knew because of the slow, careful way he had walked back through the swinging doors, without making them swing too hard. I picked up the phone again. I dialed 2 numbers. The phone rang back in the dock. It rang 7 times. Marlin did not answer. I hung up. I dialed 2 numbers again. It rang 7 more times. He did not answer. "Should we go check on him?" Danny said. Lena said, "Don't go to the dock." Lena said, "Don't go to the lot." Lena said both. She had not. Lena had said the lot. She had not said the dock. But the lot was where Marlin was probably going, because the dock was just a way to get to the lot, and the bay door had been rolling up when we had heard it. I did not want to follow Marlin out into the lot. Not yet. Not until Lena was there. "Cole," Danny said. "Yeah, I need to tell you something." She had taken the pen cap out of her mouth again. She was holding it in her fingers. She was looking at me sideways, not full on, and the look she was giving me was a look I had not had from her in the 3 years I had worked with her. It was a look that said, "I do not want to tell you this, but I am going to tell you anyway, and after I tell you, I cannot untell you, so listen." "Okay," I said. "You remember about 3 months ago. The thing with the security cameras." I remembered. The thing with the security cameras. The thing with the security cameras had been in May. The footage for the overnight on the Thursday in May had not recorded properly. The system had shown it recording. The lights on the boxes in the back office had been on. The timestamps had advanced normally, and when corporate had requested the footage for an unrelated reason 2 weeks later, the file for that Thursday night had been a black screen with no audio. They had blamed it on a system error. They had pushed an update. "Yeah," I said. "I checked the cameras on Register 4 just now." "Okay." "While he was here." "Okay." While he was here, Register 4 cameras were showing the lane. The whole lane. The belt, the register, me at the register. "Okay." He was not in the picture. I stood there at the customer service counter and I looked at her face. She was telling me the truth. She was telling me the truth in the way Danny told the truth, which was flat and unornamented, with her chin a little forward. "He was standing in front of you," I said. "He was standing right there at the belt for the better part of 2 minutes. He was on the floor in front of Register 4. Both of you saw him. I saw him. The cameras did not see him." "You're sure?" "I watched it on the monitor while he was standing there. I checked. I thought maybe the angle was bad. I thought maybe the camera was glitching. So I pulled up the second angle, the one mounted on the sidewall, and that one didn't have him either. There was a big display in the way of where he should have been, and the big display was on camera, and the big display had nothing in front of it. I thought about that. I thought about what it meant to know somebody had stood in front of me and bought a knife and walked out with the change in his shirt pocket, and to know at the same time that the 2 cameras pointed at the place where he had been standing had not seen him. I did not have anything to say. "I am only telling you because Lena is coming," Danny said. "And when Lena gets here, she is going to want to pull the cameras." "Yeah." "And when Lena pulls the cameras, she is going to see what I saw. And she's going to look at me. And I am going to have to tell her what I am telling you." "Yeah. And I want you in the room when I tell her." "I'll be in the room." She nodded. She put the pen cap back in her mouth. She did not say anything else. The fluorescence hummed. The clock on the wall said 2:31. The slow clock said 2:34. There was no longer a difference in my head. The 2 of them were the same number to me now. I looked toward the back of the store. The swinging doors to the receiving room were stilled. I could not hear the bay door anymore. The store felt large. The store had always felt large, in the way the inside of a stadium felt large when the seats were empty, but tonight it felt large in a different way. It felt large, like an aquarium with the lights on at the wrong hour, with the corners receding into a glass that did not quite reflect. I thought, "Do not look behind you." I had not thought a thing like that in a while. The doors to the receiving room swung. Marlin came back through them. He came back through them at the same walking pace he had left at. He came up the main aisle toward the front of the store. Not fast, not slow. When he got to where Danny and I were standing, he stopped, and he looked at me, and I saw what I had not seen from a distance. His hands were shaking. Marlin's hands did not shake. Marlin's hands had been steady on the wheel of a tractor-trailer for 32 years, and steady on a pallet jack for 9 years after that. Marlin's hands had been steady when he was lighting cigarettes in the wind. They were not steady now. They were trembling, the way the hands of a man who had just put down a heavy thing trembled when he set it down, except Marlin had not just put down a heavy thing. He also smelled like creosote. Creosote was the smell of tar, and the smell of railroad ties, and the smell of the chemical they used on telephone poles. And the smell got into the air when the ground was hot enough, and the smell stuck to anybody who had been around a treated piece of wood for any length of time. It was not the smell of the parking lot. There were no creosote-treated ties or poles within 100 yards of the bay door. The closest railroad bed was the old Santa Fe alignment north of town, 6 miles from where we stood. Marlin smelled like he had been standing in the middle of a rail bed. "You went to the rail bed," I said. "No," Marlin said. He looked at me. His face was the color his face usually was. His face was steady. Only his hands were not. "Where did you go, Marlin?" He did not answer that. He walked past us, into the front-end break area behind the customer service counter, where the lockers were and where the time clock was, and he sat down in the molded plastic chair against the wall. He sat the way a man sat after a hard day, with his hands on his knees and his head back against the wall and his eyes closed. He was breathing slow. He was breathing the way he had taught himself to breathe a long time ago, probably driving truck through some mountain pass in the rain with a load that had shifted. "Marlin," Danny said. "Yeah, you okay?" "No. What do you need?" "Lena, to get here. She's coming." "How long?" 10 minutes. He nodded. He kept his eyes closed. I went to the swinging doors and pushed one of them open a few inches, and looked into the receiving room. The receiving room was empty. The conveyor was still. The pallet jacks were lined up where they always were. The bay door was rolled all the way down, the chain hanging straight against the inside of the metal, and there was no light coming in from the seam at the bottom that there usually was a thin line of in the daytime. I let the door swing closed. I went back to the customer service counter. Danny was standing where I had left her. She had her phone out. She was looking at it. The phone had no notifications on the lock screen, and she was just looking at the lock screen, at the photo of her daughter that she had set as the wallpaper. Her daughter was named Avery. Avery was 6. In the photo, Avery was sitting on the front porch of Danny's duplex with a popsicle, and the popsicle was red, and her mouth was red, and her front teeth were missing, because they had both come out the same week in June. Danny put the phone in her pocket. "Where's Reggie?" she said. "Pets." "You sure?" I had not been sure. I had not heard Reggie come up from Pets, and Reggie had been told to stay in Pets, but Reggie was Reggie, and Reggie did not always do what he was told. I went to the phone. I dialed 2 numbers. The phone rang back in the pet aisle. The pet aisle phone was on the wall by the registers in the rear. The dog food section registers, the ones that customers thought were the price checkers, but were actually intercom lines. It rang 8 times. I hung up. I dialed 2 different numbers. The all-call clicked over the speakers. "Reggie, pick up line 2, I said into the receiver. My voice came out of the overhead speakers and went up into the ceiling and bounced around the store. It sounded the way my voice always sounded over the speakers, which was a voice slightly higher than mine, which was the thing the speakers did to everybody. I let go of the all-call button. I waited. The phone did not ring. "Reggie," I said into the receiver again. "Pick up the nearest phone." Nothing. I hung up. I looked at Danny. She had taken her phone back out of her pocket and was tapping at it. She was texting somebody. She was probably texting Reggie. Reggie carried his phone in his back pocket, against store policy, because he did not have anybody he could leave at home worrying about him except his grandmother. and his grandmother was the somebody he worried about, and so the phone stayed on him. Danny waited. The phone did not ding. He's not answering my text either, she said. Marlon, I said. Marlon opened his eyes. He looked at me. Reggie's not picking up, I said. Marlon stood. He stood without using his hands. His hands were still shaking, and he was holding them in front of him now, palms down, the way somebody might steady themselves at the edge of a pool. He stopped shaking by the time he was upright. He had made his hands stop. I had not seen anybody do that on purpose before. I'll go, Marlon said. I'll go, I said. Marlon looked at me a long second. Both, Danny said. Both of you. Go now. I'll wait for Lena at the door. We went. We went down the main aisle toward the rear of the store. Marlon walked beside me. He walked the way he had walked away from the dock, which was the slow, careful way, and I matched him because there did not seem to be any reason to walk faster. The store at 2 a.m. was empty in the way it had been empty earlier in the shift, but the empty was a different empty now. It was empty in the way an aquarium was empty, when the lights had been on for too long after closing and the staff had all gone home. There was nobody to be there. There was no reason for the lights to be on. The fluorescents were still doing their job, lighting the aisles down their long, colorful runs of plastic packaging, and nothing was using any of it. The end caps had their displays out for the seasonal promotion, which was back to school, and the school supplies sat in their wire bins with their bright yellow signs declaring various savings, and there were no children, and there were no parents, and the lights kept on. We passed the cleaning aisle. The cleaning aisle was where the bleach was. The bleach was on the bottom 3 shelves, the gallon jugs with the white caps, and I had stocked that aisle yesterday and I knew what was supposed to be there. There was a face of Clorox bleach missing in the second row, halfway down the aisle, just one. The 2,000 fluid ounce jugs were stacked 4 deep, and the front of one stack was gone, and the gallons behind it had not been pulled forward to fill the gap. I did not say anything to Marlon. I looked at the gap. The gap was the size of 1 jug. We kept walking. We passed the toy aisle. The toy aisle was where the bicycles were locked in the back wire enclosure, and where the cheaper plastic toys were on pegs. There was nothing wrong with the toy aisle. I looked at it anyway. I looked at the toy aisle the way I would have looked at any aisle that night, which was with the assumption that something might be wrong with it. We passed the lawn and garden section, which was technically outside the store proper because it spilled out into the seasonal area, and we passed the automotive section, which had the smell of new tires and which had not had a customer in 8 hours. We came up on pets. The pet aisle was long. The pet aisle ran from the rear of the store almost to the sidewall, and it had 2 phases, the dry food phase at the front and the wet food phase at the back. And the back phase was where Reggie had been doing his recovery, because that was where the cans had been disturbed by an earlier shopper with a small child. The pet aisle was empty. Reggie was not in the dry food. Reggie was not in the wet food. Reggie was not in either of the phases. The cans of wet food that Reggie had been refacing were sitting in a stack on the floor, 4 of them, with the labels turned the way Reggie had been turning them, which was a way I had taught him during his first week, all the cans facing the same direction, with the rim seams aligned. Reggie had been there. Reggie was no longer there. His phone was on the floor. It was lying screen down beside the stack of 4 cans. The screen down side of a phone usually meant a person had set the phone down deliberately so the screen would not light up, but Reggie's phone had a clear case and the screen lit up anyway when a text came in, and the screen was lit up now, faintly, through the back, with a notification. I picked the phone up. I turned it over. The notification was from Danny. The text said, "Cole calling for you, answer phone, you idiot." Marlon was looking at the floor on the other side of the cans. "Cole," he said. I went around to where he was looking. There was a smear on the floor. The smear was not large. It was about 4 inches long, the rough shape of a coyote track, but it was not a track. It was a mark, like somebody had wiped something dry against the polished concrete. The mark was dark. The mark looked black under the fluorescence, but it was probably brown. I knew the smell before I knew the color. Creosote. same as Marlin had smelled when he came back through the swinging doors. Stronger, here, close to the floor. The smell was concentrated. The smell was the smell of a railroad tie that had spent a summer in the sun. It was here at the back of the pet aisle in the middle of a Walmart supercenter at 2:35 on a Tuesday morning in August, on a floor that had been mopped at 11, in a section where no creosote-treated wood had been used since the store was built. I crouched down. I did not touch the smear. He came through here, I said. Yeah, and he took Reggie. Marlin did not answer that one right away. He went through here, Marlin said. I don't know if he took Reggie or if Reggie ran. Where would Reggie run? Out the back of the store, through the lawn and garden gate, through the swinging doors, out the dock. Through the dock? The dock was open, Marlin said. I left it open. Why did you leave it open? He did not answer that either. I stood up. The smell of creosote was already fading from my nose, the way that smell did to a man who had been around it for a few seconds and whose receptors had given up. I knew it had not fainted from the air. I knew my nose had just stopped registering it. Reggie, I said, not loud, just into the air. He's not here, Marlin said. Reggie. Cole. What? He's not here. I took a step back from the stack of cans. I looked down at Reggie's phone in my hand. The lock screen had gone dark again. The phone was warm. The phone had been against Reggie's body very recently. Reggie had been carrying it in the back pocket of his jeans the way he always carried it, and when he had set it on the floor or when it had been knocked out of his pocket, the phone had still had the warmth of his body on it. The warmth was already going. I could feel it cooling in my hand. Marlin, I said. Yeah, what was that in the lot? Marlin looked at me. He looked at me the way he had looked at me at the dock when he had said yeah to the question I had not asked, which was a way of looking that I now understood was the way a person looked at another person when they were going to be telling a long thing they had been meaning to tell. He did not get to tell it. The intercom clicked on overhead. The click of the intercom in a Walmart was a particular sound. It was a click and then a short hiss of dead air and then somebody's voice. It was the click of a button being held down somewhere in the building. The click was meaningful, because the click only happened when somebody was about to talk. The click did not happen on its own. The click happened. Then the dead air hissed. Then a voice said, Cole Patterson, please come to aisle 13. Cole Patterson to aisle 13. The voice was not Danny's voice. The voice was not Marlin's voice, and it was not Reggie's voice, and it was not my voice, and there was nobody else in the store who could press the intercom button. The voice was a voice I had not heard since 2014. The voice was my father's. I had not heard my father's voice since the afternoon of the 17th of April in 2014. He had said something to me at breakfast that morning before he left for the shop, and what he had said had been ordinary, something about needing me to take the trash to the curb because Tuesday was a pickup day. He had said it standing at the kitchen counter with his back to me, pouring coffee into a thermos. He had been gone for 9 hours when the call had come. The voice on the intercom was his voice. The voice on the intercom said it again. Cole Patterson, please come to aisle 13. Marlin was watching me. He was watching me with no expression on his face because there was no expression that fit. He did not know whose voice that was. He could not have known. He had not known my father. I said the only thing I could think of to say. I said, that's my dad's voice. Marlin did not say anything. I said, my dad has been dead 12 years. He nodded. He had already known that. He had known it the way he knew most things about me, which was by some quiet accumulation that did not require asking. He had heard it from Danny at some point, probably, or from Hector, the day porter, or from one of the other lifers who had been at the store long enough to know everybody's funerals. He did not nod again. He just watched me. He never came to the store, I said. What? My dad. He never came to this store. The store opened in 1998. He died in 2014. He came here 100 times, but his voice has never been on this intercom. No, Marlin said. That voice is not on a recording in this building. No, there is no way that voice is on this intercom. No, I held Reggie's phone in my hand. I had been holding it the whole time. I held it harder. The plastic case creaked a little under my fingers, and I noticed I was crushing it, and I made my hand let go a little. "Cole Patterson, please come to aisle 13, the voice said again. It was patient. It was the patient version of my father's voice that I remembered, the voice he used when I was a kid and I had forgotten to do something he had asked me to do. The voice he used when he was waiting for me to figure out what I was supposed to be doing. He had been a patient man. He had not yelled. He had asked, and then he had asked again, and then he had asked a third time, and after the third time he had walked over and done it himself. The voice was on the third S now. "I'm going to aisle 13, I said. "No, you're not," Marlin said. "Marlin, you are not going to aisle 13, Cole. Reggie's gone. Reggie's not in aisle 13. How do you know?" "Because whatever just said your name in your father's voice is in aisle 13, and Reggie is in some other place, and you going to aisle 13 is not going to bring Reggie back." "What's in aisle 13? He did not answer. "Marlin, what's in aisle 13? "What's in aisle 13 is the thing you saw in the lot. You saw it too. I saw what you saw. What was it?" Marlin looked at the floor. He looked at the smear on the floor next to the stack of 4 cans. He looked at it the way a man looked at something he had been hoping not to have to look at for a long time, and then he said, "I told myself I was not going to do this with anybody. I told myself I was going to take this with me. I didn't expect somebody else to start seeing it. Marlin, there's no good word for what you saw. Use a bad one." He looked at me. He looked at me for what felt like a long second. "Skinwalker," he said. The word landed, and I felt it land. I had heard the word before. I had heard it from my Uncle Ray when I was 8, and Ray had been drinking. I had heard it on a road trip with my father, when my father had pointed out the road into the reservation up north and told me certain things were not jokes. I had heard it on the radio late at night, driving home from Gallup, when a man on the amplitude modulation band had been talking about it in the slow, even way. Men on the amplitude modulation band talked about things they had decided to believe in. The word had been part of the furniture of the country I grew up in. It had not been a word I had used in any sentence I had said out loud as an adult. It had not been a word I would have used now. "That word is not your word," I said. I do not know why I said it. The words came out before I thought about them. They came out maybe because Marlon was Mexican-American and not Dene, and the country we were standing in had 100-mile reach into Dene land, and the word was somebody else's word that we did not have a right to. "You're right," Marlon said. "It's not my word. It's the only word I have. You've been seeing them." "I've been seeing them since the 80s, he said. "I've been driving truck through the country they live in since the 80s. I have not said this to a person in 41 years. I am saying it to you now because Lena is not going to believe you when you tell her, and if I do not say it with you, you will not say it yourself, and you need to say it. What's in aisle 13, Marlin? One of them, wearing my father, wearing a piece of him." I thought about that. I thought about what it meant for something to wear a piece of a man who had been dead 12 years. I did not let myself think about it past that 1 second. I shut the thought off the way I had been shutting other thoughts off lately, the porch light, the print in the dust, the dog refusing to walk past the fencing. I had a lifetime's practice at shutting thoughts off. "Cole Patterson, please come to aisle 13, the voice said. "Lena," I said. "Is Lena here?" "Lena is not here." "What time?" "It is 2:38. She said 2:41. Then she has 3 more minutes." I stood in the pet aisle next to a stack of 4 cans of cat food and a smear of creosote on the concrete, and I held Reggie's phone in my hand, and Marlon Vega stood next to me, and we waited for Lena Boyd to get to the store. The intercom did not say my name a 4th time. The store made the small sounds it always made. The fluorescents hummed. The cooler at the end of the aisle ticked over from one cycle to the next, the compressor kicking on with a small thunk and then leveling out into its usual whir. The music played its low Tuesday night volume, and what was playing was a song I knew, an old song, something my father had played in his truck. I could not place it. I knew it without placing it. It was a country song. It was somebody from before I was born. Marlon looked at me. "You hear that song?" I said. "What song?" "The one playing." He listened. The store had piped music going through it constantly. He was used to it. He tuned it out. He listened now. "Yeah," he said. "It's a song my dad played." "What song?" "I don't know what song." He listened a little longer. "Don't think too hard about it," he said. "Lena's pulling in." He could hear Lena's cruiser before he could see it. I could not hear it. He had been listening for cars and lots his whole adult life, the way a truck driver listened, and Marlin could hear an engine from farther away than I could. He nodded toward the front of the store. We started walking. We walked back up the main aisle the way we had come down it. We did not stop in the pet aisle to do anything about Reggie's phone or about the smear on the floor. I put Reggie's phone in my pocket. The bleach aisle was the same as it had been. The face of Clorox was still missing from the second row. I noticed it again on the way past, the same way I'd noticed it on the way down, and I noticed something else this time, which was that the missing jug had been the one in the front position with the price sticker on it, the one that a customer would have grabbed for if a customer had grabbed for one. The jugs behind it still had price stickers. Nobody had walked in and grabbed a jug of Clorox between yesterday's stocking and this moment. There had not been a customer who had checked out with a jug of Clorox tonight or last night. The jug had not been bought. It had been taken. I did not say anything to Marlin. He had not noticed. Or if he had noticed, he had not mentioned it. Danny saw us coming up the main aisle from her position by the door. She had pulled the security gate halfway across the entrance, the metal lattice that nobody ever closed at night because the sliding doors did the job. And she had it stopped halfway across so that there was a person-sized gap on the left. She was holding her phone up so the screen was facing the door. "Reggie?" she said. "He's gone," I said. She looked at me. The pen cap was no longer in her mouth. The pen cap was clipped to the V of her shirt collar where she had stuck it when she had moved to the door. "Gone where?" "Gone." She did not ask again. Outside the door, on the lot, Lena's cruiser was pulling up to the front entrance. The cruiser was a white Tahoe with the Navajo County Sheriff decal on the side, and the light bar was off and the headlights were on. Lena did not run the lights when she was responding to something that wasn't an active call. She had told me once that the lights drew people, and drawing people was usually the opposite of what she wanted. The cruiser stopped in the fire lane. Lena got out. She had been a tall girl in high school, and she was a tall woman now. She had her hair in the small bun she wore for shift, dark blonde, a few inches of it pulled tight against the back of her head. She was wearing the standard duty uniform, the green pants and the tan shirt, the duty belt with everything on it. She had her travel mug in her left hand. She closed the cruiser door with her hip. She came in through the gap in the gate. She looked at Danny. She looked at Marlin. She looked at me. "Cole," she said. "Lena, tell me." I told her. I told her the way I had been told things by Lena over the years, which was clean and in order, with the small details first, and the larger ones building on top. I told her about Marlin and me on the dock. I told her about the truck and the man in the shadow. I told her about the man coming in and asking for the knife without putting one on the belt. I told her about the change in the shirt pocket and about the man saying my name when my tag was clipped behind my belt. I told her about the cameras, which was what Danny had told me and not what I had seen, and Danny jumped in at that point and told it her way and then nodded for me to keep going. I told her about Marlin going outside and coming back smelling like creosote. I told her about Reggie being gone, and about the smear and pet aisle, and about the intercom, and about the voice on the intercom. I left out whose voice it was. I left that out because I did not yet know what I was going to do with it. I left it out because Lena was a deputy, and Lena needed facts to put in a notebook, and a fact that said the intercom said my name in my dead father's voice was not a fact she could write down. "What did the voice on the intercom say?" she said. "Cole Patterson to aisle 13. How many times?" "3. Any other voice?" "No." "Did the voice sound like anybody?" I looked at her. She had asked it because she had to ask it. She was reading me. She had read me for a living for a decade, and she had read me for fun before that, when we had been kids. And she knew my face the way she knew her own travel mug. "It sounded familiar," I said. "Familiar how?" familiar like a relative. Cole, Lena, she breathed out. All right, she said. Show me aisle 13. The four of us. Stay together. Don't touch anything. Marlon, you behind me. Danny, you behind Cole. Cole, you point the way. You don't want to go to aisle 13, Lena, Marlon said. I don't want a lot of things, Marlon. I'm going to aisle 13. Lena, what? He looked at her for a long second. He looked at her the way he had looked at me in the pet aisle when he had said the word. Skinwalker, he said. The word landed differently in her face than it had in mine. It landed in her face the way a small, heavy object landed on a piece of glass, with a pause in the moment of contact, before either thing broke or did not. She kept her face the same. I heard you, Marlon, she said. You don't believe me. I'm not done forming an opinion yet. You ever take a call out near the rail bed? Marlon. You ever take a call out near the rail bed in the last 5 years? I take a lot of calls. You ever take a call out near the rail bed where somebody was missing and you found their truck and you didn't find them? She did not answer. I'm asking you because I know you have, Marlon said. I'm asking you because there are 17 of them in your missing person file, and most of them have one thing in common. And the one thing they have in common is that they were last seen in or near the corridor that runs along the old Santa Fe alignment. How do you know it's 17, Marlon? Because I've been counting. She looked at him. She looked at him a long time. Then she looked at me. All right, she said. Take me to aisle 13. We walked. Lena was in front. I was beside her. Marlon was behind me on my right shoulder. Danny was behind me on my left. Lena had not drawn her weapon. Her right hand rested on the grip of it without unsnapping the retention strap. Her left hand was holding her travel mug. She had not put the mug down. I do not think she remembered she had it. Aisle 13 at the Drywell Supercenter was the candle aisle. It was halfway down the home section, between the bath stuff and the seasonal end caps. There were no power tools in aisle 13, and there were no firearms in aisle 13, and there were no things in aisle 13 with which a man could obviously do harm. There were candles. There were 3 full racks of candles. There were tall jar candles and pillar candles and votives and tea lights, and the candles ran the length of the aisle on both sides, and the candles were arranged by scent. I had stocked aisle 13 on Monday morning before I had gone home. I had stocked it in the order the planogram told me to stock it, with the fall scents at the front because the seasonal turn was on, and the cinnamon scents and the apple scents and the pumpkin scents had all been pulled forward and faced out. The aisle had smelled like a corporate idea of October when I had walked out of it on Monday. The aisle did not smell like that now. I knew it before we turned into it. I smelled it from the main aisle. It came up around the end cap as we came up to the end cap, and Lena lifted her chin a little and breathed in, and then she shifted her weight in a way that I noticed because she was a person who did not usually shift her weight when she walked. What aisle 13 smelled like was a thing I had a hard time naming. It smelled like skin, like the inside of a winter coat that had been left in a car all summer. It smelled like the air that came up out of a freezer chest that had been unplugged for a week. It smelled like sweat that was old. It smelled like wet pennies. Under all of that, it smelled like creosote, the same smell Marlon had been wearing when he had come back through the swinging doors. Lena did not say anything about the smell. She turned into aisle 13. I turned in after her. The aisle was empty. The candles were where they had been on Monday morning. The fall scents were pulled forward. The cinnamon candles and the apple candles and the pumpkin candles were faced out. The pricing tags were upright in their pricing channels. The aisle was clean. The aisle was empty of any person, except at the far end of the aisle, where it met the back wall, where the planogram for the end cap was supposed to hold the seasonal display for the next 2 weeks before the Halloween turn. Somebody had set down a single object on the polished concrete. The object was a tall jar candle. It was lit. The flame was steady. The wick had a hard yellow point and a small blue base, and the wax around it had melted down evenly into a small pool that had not yet poured over. The candle had been lit a long time. The pool of wax was deeper than a candle lit 5 minutes earlier would have been. The candle's label faced us. The label was a Drywell's Walmart Supercenter price tag. The price tag was for a different product entirely. The price tag was for a $47.96 buck hunting knife. There was no knife on the concrete by the candle. There was only the candle. Lena had her weapon out by the time I registered any of this. I had not seen her draw it. She had drawn it on the way down the aisle, in the time I had spent looking at the candle, and now she was standing with the pistol up at her ear, in the way she had been trained at the academy and the way she had refined in Iraq. Her travel mug was on a shelf to her left, set down with care between two votives. "Marlin," she said. "Behind. Watch behind." Marlin turned. Marlin's hands had stopped shaking sometime in the last few minutes. He was standing the way he had stood when the man had come into the store, the loose, easy way, the weight forward. "Cole," Lena said. "Eyes on the candle. Tell me if it changes." "Okay." "Danny, are you armed?" "Truck console," Danny said. "How far?" 40 yards. "That's too far. Stay behind me." "Cole, the candle." I looked at the candle. The flame did not move. The aisle was indoors. The aisle was sealed against the outside air by the front doors and the back doors, and there was no wind in aisle 13, and the climate control system was running on its low overnight cycle, which moved enough air to keep the temperature even, but not enough to shift a candle flame. The candle flame did not shift, but the wick was not quite straight. The wick was tilted the smallest fraction of a degree to the south. South was the front of the store. South was where we had come from. South was where the front doors were. The wick was leaning toward the front of the store. I looked at the wick for a long second. I felt something I had not felt in a long time, which was the specific bodily feeling of a fact arriving before I had the words for the fact. It was a feeling in the back of my neck and behind my eyes, the kind of feeling I had as a kid the moment before I understood something my father had been trying to tell me. The fact arrived. "It's behind us," I said. "What?" Lena said. "It's behind us. Whatever lit this. It's at the front of the store." Lena did not turn. She kept her weapon up and her body angled toward the candle at the back of the aisle, because she had been trained not to take her eyes off a presented threat to address a verbal report from a civilian. But she said, "Marlin." Marlin was already turning. Marlin had been watching behind us the whole time anyway. He was facing the front of the store, looking down the long main aisle toward the customer service counter and the front doors. "Marlin," Lena said. "Yeah, talk to me." "Doors are open," Marlin said. The doors at the front of the store did not open by themselves at 2 a.m. The doors operated on motion sensors during the day and on a deliberate switch at night. And the deliberate switch was an override that Danny had to flip from behind the customer service counter. The doors had been on the override since 10 when Danny had come on shift. The override had not been flipped. "Marlin, you locked the override," Danny said. "I locked it when we walked back to Pets. And the doors are open. And the doors are open." I turned. Even though Lena had told me to watch the candle. The candle was not going anywhere, and the thing that mattered was not in aisle 13. The sliding doors at the front of the store were open, both of them, slid all the way back into their pockets. The motion sensor light above the doors was a small red dot, which meant the doors had not been triggered by motion. They had been opened by the override being flipped. In the open doorway, framed by the dark of the lot beyond, stood Reggie Tate. He was looking at me. He was about 30 feet from where I was standing, at the front of the store, in the gap between the doors. He had his hands at his sides. He had on the same dark green vest he had been wearing at the start of the shift. His name tag was where it should be, on the left side of the vest. His face was the color his face usually was. He was not bleeding. He was not crying. He was not holding anything. He was looking at me. He did not blink. "Reggie," Danny said. He did not move. "Reggie, honey, come on inside. Just walk on in." Reggie did not walk on in. I looked at his shadow. The fluorescence above the front entrance threw his shadow forward into the store, onto the polished concrete of the entry mat, the long pale shape of him stretching back from his boots and pointing right at me. His shadow did not match his body. The shadow's head was a few inches too far back. The shadow's shoulders were a half-inch too narrow on the right and a half-inch too wide on the left. The shadow's right arm hung longer than Reggie's right arm. The shadow was not Reggie's. "Cole," Marlin said, quietly. "I see it. Lena." "I am tracking it," Lena said. "Marlin, get Danny behind the customer service counter. Cole, stay with the candle. The candle isn't doing anything. Stay with it anyway." Marlin moved. He moved Danny back away from the front of the store, with a hand on her shoulder, walking her sideways out of the line of fire, easing her behind the customer service counter where the half wall would give her something to be behind. He did it in the way he had stood next to the man at Register 4, which was without seeming to do anything at all. Lena had pivoted. She had pivoted her body without taking her weapon off the candle, and now her weapon was on Reggie. She held it on him steady. She did not yell at him. "Reggie," she said, calmly. "Reggie, son, I need you to walk forward into the store, all the way to the customer service counter, step at a time, easy." Reggie did not walk forward. His mouth opened. He spoke. "Cole Patterson, please come to aisle 13, he said. His voice was not his voice. His voice was my father's. I had not heard my father's voice in 12 years and 4 months, and I had heard it twice in 5 minutes. The thing standing in the doorway wearing Reggie's face spoke with my father's mouth. The pitch was right. The pacing was right. The small low burr at the end of certain words, the one my father had carried from his own father, was right. It was the burr that had told me 1,000 times when I was a kid that my dad was the one talking and not somebody on the radio doing a country impression. It was a specific sound, and it belonged to one person, and that person was dead. "Cole Patterson," the thing said again. "Please come to aisle 13. Lena's weapon was steady on it. She did not pull the trigger. She had a procedural reason for not pulling the trigger, which was that the thing in the doorway looked like a Walmart employee in good standing and looked like a person. And a deputy did not shoot a person standing in a doorway who had not raised a weapon. She had a personal reason for not pulling the trigger, which was that she was watching the wrong shadow on the polished concrete and watching the shape of Reggie's body that did not quite match the shape inside the body. And she was a careful person, and she was processing. "Reggie," she said. The thing wearing Reggie did not respond to its name. "Reggie," she said again. "If you can hear me, blink twice." The thing wearing Reggie did not blink. "Reggie." It did not move. It opened its mouth a third time. I did not want to hear my father's voice a third time. I did not know if I could take it. I had spent a long time getting that voice out of the rooms I lived in, the way a man got the smell of an animal out of a house after the animal had died, and I had gotten it most of the way out. And the prospect of standing in the front of a Walmart at almost 3 in the morning and listening to my father say my name through a coworker's face was not a prospect my body wanted to accommodate. My body did something on its own. My body said, "Don't." The word came out of me low and rough. I did not raise my voice. I did not yell. I said the one word the way a tired man said it. The thing in the doorway closed its mouth. It looked at me. It looked at me for about 3 seconds. Then it turned around. It turned around in the doorway with Reggie's body, with Reggie's narrow shoulders and Reggie's pigeon-toed walk, and it stepped out through the open doors onto the front mat, and it kept walking, away from the store, into the lot. The doors did not slide closed behind it. It walked across the lot at a regular human pace. It did not look back. It walked through the pool of light, under the closest pole, and then through the gap between 2 poles, and then through the next pool of light and the next gap. The shadow under each pole did not match the body. Under the first pole, the shadow's head trailed a few inches behind. Under the second pole, the shadow's right arm hung long. By the third pole, the shadow looked nothing like Reggie at all. By the third pole, the shadow was a longer thing, a thing taller than the body that was casting it, with what might have been antlers, but were probably nothing. It walked all the way out across the empty lot. It did not get into the white F-250, because the white F-250 was gone. It walked through the gap between the cart corral and the dumpster fence, and it kept walking, and it walked out onto the Interstate 40 frontage, and it turned right onto the shoulder, and it kept walking, and in the dark, beyond the lot lights, it disappeared. Lena held her weapon up the whole time. She did not lower it until the thing was past the gap in the cart corral. Then she let her arms come down slow, and she let the muzzle drift down to the polished concrete in front of her boots, and she did not holster the weapon yet. "Marlin," she said. "Yeah." "Anybody in the lot?" "Lot's clear." "You're sure?" "Lot's clear, Lena." "Danny." "Yeah," Danny said. She was still behind the customer service counter. Her voice was steady. Her voice was steadier than mine would have been if I had tried to say my own name at that moment. "Danny, lock the override." Danny came out from behind the counter. She walked to the front of the store at a brisk pace, not running, not strolling. She went to the small box mounted next to the doors, and she flipped the override back on. The doors hesitated and then slid shut. The motion sensor light above them clicked from red to green. The doors made the small chime they made when they locked. "Locked," Danny said. "Marlin," Lena said. "Yeah." "Where's the real Reggie?" "Don't know." "We need to find him." "Yeah." "Cole." "Yeah." "You okay?" I had not thought about whether I was okay. I had been standing at the back of aisle 13 with my hand resting on a candle shelf, which I had not realized I was resting it on, and the candle that the thing had lit was still burning at the far end of the aisle, and the wax pool was still spreading. The wick was no longer tilted south. The wick was straight up. "Yeah," I said. "Come up here." I walked up the aisle. I had to walk past the lit candle to get out of the aisle. I did not look at it as I walked past it. I felt the heat of the flame on my left calf as I went by. The flame was a small, ordinary thing. The flame was just a candle, the way a candle was just a candle, and what had lit it had walked out the doors and onto the frontage road, and the candle did not have to be anything other than a candle now. I made the turn out of aisle 13, and I came up the main aisle to where Lena and Danny and Marlin were standing by the customer service counter. Lena was holstering her weapon. The motion she used to do that was slow and deliberate. She was forcing her hand to do it carefully because she did not yet trust her hand. "All right," she said. She said it to the three of us. "All right. We are going to find Reggie. We are going to do it together. Marlin, you and Cole sweep the back. Danny and I sweep the front. Stay in pairs. Stay in radio contact. Marlin, do you have a radio?" "No." "Phone?" "Yes." "Number?" He told her his number. She entered it into her phone with her thumb without looking at the phone. She had a way of typing on her phone without looking at it that I had seen older deputies do at the diner. "Cole, give me your phone." I gave her my phone. She added her number to it. She handed it back. Danny's phone is the third leg. Three-way text. If anybody finds him, text the thread. If anybody sees anything else, text the thread. Do not yell. Do not run. Walk. "Yeah," Marlin said. "If you find the candle anywhere else, do not touch it. Do not blow it out. Text the thread." "Yeah." "If you find him and he is not breathing, do cardiopulmonary resuscitation and text the thread." "Yeah." "If you find him and he is breathing but not responsive, do not move him. Text the thread." "Yeah." She looked at me. "Cole." "Yeah." "If you find anything that is not him, you back away from it and you call my phone." "Yeah." "My phone, not the thread." "Yeah." "Go." We went. Marlin and I took the back of the store. We started at the rear of the food aisles and worked outward in a methodical pattern, the way Marlin walked the aisles when he was doing zone recovery, which was a left-to-right sweep, with the eye line moving up and down each shelf. Marlin did not skip any aisle. He did not say anything for a long time. We worked our way through grocery and then through dairy and then through frozen. The frozen aisle was the coldest part of the store. The coolers ran their compressors in a low chorus along the run, and the doors were glass, and the doors were fogged in places where the seals had gone weak. The lights inside the cases came on as we walked past them. the way they were programmed to do for customers, lighting up one case at a time as our motion crossed the sensor. Each case lit up showed its run of pizza boxes, or frozen vegetables, or ice cream pints, and then went dark again behind us as the sensor lost us. In the case at the south end of the frozen aisle, the case for the half-gallon ice creams, somebody had stacked 4 pints of vanilla on top of each other. The pints had not been there yesterday. Pints did not stack themselves. Pints could not be stacked at 4 high because the case was only tall enough for 2. Somebody had stacked them anyway, 4 pints, one on top of the other, with the lids facing forward, and a column that was taller than the case was meant to hold. I texted the thread. Frozen aisle south, 4 pints stacked vertical in vanilla case. Lena texted back in about 10 seconds. Photograph it. Do not touch. Continue sweep. I took the picture. The phone flash bounced off the glass door and washed the whole image white. I turned off the flash and took the picture again. The image came out clear. The pints stacked the way they were. I sent the picture to the thread. Lena did not reply. Marlon and I kept going. We came through frozen and into produce. Produce had the empty wooden crates and the misters running at low pressure on a timer. Produce had nothing wrong with it. We went past the bakery, which was dark, and past the deli, which was dark, and we came around to the meat section. The meat section had the smell of meat. It had the smell that any meat section had after the doors had been closed all night and the air had been undisturbed for hours. The smell was not strong. It was the small ambient smell of refrigerated protein behind glass. The smell was different at the south end of the meat case. It was stronger there. It was the smell of meat and the smell of something else. The smell of something else was the smell I had smelled in aisle 13, the smell that the candle had been throwing, the smell of skin in a winter coat in a hot car. The smell was thicker by the meat case. I looked at Marlon. Marlon was already looking at the case. The meat case at the south end was the case that held the family packs of beef, the large flat trays of ground chuck and chuck steaks, and the occasional brisket. The case had been faced yesterday by somebody on the day shift, and the trays were arranged the way they were supposed to be arranged, with the freshest in the back and the oldest in the front. The trays in the front had their sell-by stickers facing the glass. The stickers had today's date on them. They were today's old. In the back of the case, behind the freshest of the family packs, somebody had laid down something that was not from the meat case. It was a long, flat thing, about the size of a forearm. It was wrapped in white paper, the kind of butcher paper the meat counter used during the day for cut to order. It was tied with a piece of red and white striped twine. There was no meat counter at the Drywell store. The meat counter had been discontinued in 2019. The white paper and the red twine were not available at the store. The white paper was not stocked at the Drywell store. The red twine was not stocked at the Drywell store. Both of them had been somewhere else, and somebody had brought them here. The paper had writing on it. The writing was on the side of the package facing the glass. The writing was in pencil. The writing said, in clear, careful block letters, that any cashier at any meat counter might have written, my name. I texted the thread. Meat, case, south end, wrapped package, with my name on it. Lena texted back, photograph it. Do not touch. Continue, sweep. I took the picture. Marlon and I looked at each other through the reflection of the case glass. Lena's not letting us touch anything until she's looked at it herself, I said. Yeah, we're going to find him. Yeah, we're going to find him alive. Marlon looked at me. He did not answer that one. We continued the sweep. We did the dairy aisle, and the bread aisle, and the chip aisle, and the soda aisle. We did not find Reggie in any of them. We did not find any more wrong things in any of them. The aisles were the aisles. The lights were the lights. The store at the southern end of grocery felt like the store always felt, which was empty and held its breath and waited for morning. We came out of grocery and into the back stockroom door. the one with the metal kick plate at the bottom and the small wire glass window at the top. Marlon held the door for me. We went through. The stockroom corridor ran the length of the back wall of the store and connected the receiving area to the various stockrooms attached to the major sections. The stockroom corridor had no music. The stockroom corridor had concrete floors and exposed metal trusses overhead and a row of dusty fluorescents. The corridor ran about 140 feet end to end. Halfway down the corridor, against the wall outside the pet stockroom door, somebody had set Reggie down. He was sitting up. He was leaned against the cinder block. His head was tipped to one side, the way a person leaned when they had fallen asleep on a bus. His eyes were closed. He was breathing. He was breathing slow and even. He had a small cut on his forehead just above his right eyebrow, about half an inch long, and the cut was no longer bleeding. The blood that had come out of the cut had run down the side of his face and dried in a thin line and clotted in the small hairs of his sideburn. His phone was not in his pocket. His phone was in my pocket. I felt the weight of it through my jeans. I texted the thread, found him, stockroom corridor, outside pet door, breathing, unconscious, small forehead cut. Lena texted back, "Do not move him. Coming." I crouched down next to Reggie. Marlon crouched on the other side. We did not touch him. I held my hand under his nose. I felt his breath. The breath was warm and steady. He was alive. He was a regular kind of alive, the kind where a person was unconscious but okay, the kind where they were going to wake up. "Reg," I said. "Quiet." He did not respond. "Reg, buddy." Marlon held a finger up. He pointed at the floor next to Reggie's boot. On the polished concrete, beside Reggie's right boot, was a smear of the same dark color I had seen in the pet aisle. It was the same shape. It was a thin curved line, maybe 4 inches long, like the bottom edge of a foot that did not have any flesh on it had been planted there. The smear smelled the same way the pet aisle smear had smelled. The smear was the only thing on the floor next to Reggie. There were no other footprints. There were no other smears. Whatever had set Reggie down had stepped here and had not stepped anywhere else, and had then walked out of the stockroom corridor without leaving another trace. Lena came in through the door at the receiving end of the corridor with Danny behind her. They came at a fast walk. Lena got to where we were crouched, and she went down on one knee next to Reggie, and she did the thing she had been trained to do, which was check his pulse at the side of his neck and listen for his breath, and check his pupils with her flashlight without moving his head. "Hey, Reg," she said. "Hey, kid." He did not wake up. "He needs an ambulance," Danny said. "Already called dispatch on the way in." They were rolling engine 12 out of the volunteer station. They are about 4 minutes out. 4 minutes. They'll come in the dock. You and Cole get the bay door. Yeah? She looked at us. "Cole, Marlon, you found anything else?" "2 things," I said. "Frozen aisle, meat case, sent pictures. I saw them. What are they?" She did not answer that one. "Lena, what are they?" "I do not know what they are, Cole. There are things he did not have to leave. He left them anyway. They are for you to find." "Then they're a message." "Yeah. What's the message?" "I do not know that either." She stood. She helped me stand. Marlon stood on his own. "Y'all stay with Reggie. I am going to look at the things in the frozen aisle and the meat case while we wait for the ambulance. Do not touch him. Do not move him. Do not move anything around him. If he wakes up, ask him what he remembers, and do not coach him." "Yeah," I said. "Cole." "Yeah." "Did you tell Marlon and Danny whose voice it was on the intercom?" "No." "You should." "Lena, I do not want to." "You should anyway. They are in this with you. You do not get to decide what they know." She turned and walked out of the stockroom corridor toward the front of the store. Her boots were quiet on the concrete because she had bought soft-soled boots when she made deputy and she had not gone back. Danny followed her. The door at the receiving end of the corridor swung shut behind them, and Marlon and I were alone in the corridor with Reggie. We did not say anything for a minute. Then Marlon said, "Whose voice was it?" I told him. Marlon listened with his head down, his arms folded across his chest, his weight on his right leg. He did not interrupt. He did not nod. He just listened. When I was done, he said, "When did your dad die?" 2014. How? Heart attack. Tire shop floor. He had a heart attack at the tire shop. Yeah. Where was the shop? South of town, highway side. Half a mile down from where Hollis Wren's trading post is now. Marlin nodded. What? Nothing. Marlin, what? He looked at me. He looked at me a long second. I am going to tell you something. I am going to tell you this once. After I tell you, I am not going to bring it up again. You are going to remember it and decide what to do with it on your own. Okay? In the 80s when I was driving, the rail line south of town was still active. Freight ran on it twice a day. I knew a guy who worked the section. He was a guy a few years older than me, out of Clovis, named Eddie Tafoya. He drove a section crew, Ford Bronco, painted maroon and white. He died in 1987. Okay? He died at the same shop. He died on the same floor. He had a heart attack at the same time of day. The shop had a different name then. It was Sutter's Tire and Repair, before it was the place your dad worked at. But it was the same lot, the same building. They knocked the old sign down and put a new sign up in 1996, and the building stayed. I looked at him. Marlin, I know. That's a coincidence. Yeah, that has to be a coincidence. Maybe. There are a lot of tire shops on highway sides. There are. And there are a lot of heart attacks at tire shops. There are. That's a coincidence. It might be. He did not say anything else. I crouched back down next to Reggie. I put my hand on the cinder block above his shoulder. I felt the cinder block. The cinder block was cool. The cinder block was the cinder block of an ordinary stockroom wall in an ordinary Walmart in an ordinary high desert town in northeastern Arizona, and somewhere out on the Interstate 40 frontage, a thing was walking that had worn my coworker's face and had used my father's voice, and it had left a candle burning at the back of the candle aisle and 4 pints of vanilla stacked in a freezer case, and a paper-wrapped package in a meat case with my name on it. And the cinder block was cool against the palm of my hand. I did not let myself think about Eddie Tafoya. I let myself think about Reggie's breath, which was steady, and about Reggie's pulse, which Lena had counted as 68, and about the fact that Reggie was going to wake up in a few minutes or in a few hours and was going to need somebody to tell him what had happened to him. And somebody who told him was going to have to know what they were saying. Reggie's eyelids fluttered. I leaned in. "Reg," I said. He blinked. He blinked the way a man blinked in bright light. He looked at me. His eyes did not focus. "Cole," he said. His voice was his own voice. There was nothing else underneath it. There was no other tone, no rasp, no second pitch. It was just Reggie's voice, slow and slurred the way a person was slurred when they had taken a hit on the head. "Yeah, buddy, it's me. Cole, my head hurts. I know. Cole, yeah, where am I? Stockroom. Outside Pet." He thought about that. "I was in Pet," he said. "I know. I was facing cans. I know." I heard a noise. What noise? A voice. I heard somebody saying my name. Whose voice? He thought about that. He thought about it with his eyes half closed and his head tipped to the side and the small clotted line of blood on his temple, and he was working on it the way a person works on a thing through fog. "My grandmother," he said. "Your grandmother was in Pet." My grandmother's voice was in Pet. "Reg." She said my name. She said, "Come here, mijo." She always said that. She said it the way she always said it. I went to where the voice was. Where was the voice? Down the aisle. The end of the aisle where the dog beds are. Then what? I don't remember. Reg, I don't remember, Cole. I went down the aisle. I went toward the voice. There was nobody there. I turned around to go back to the cans. Then I'm here. You don't remember anything in between? No. I looked at Marlin. Marlin was watching me. Marlin had heard. I looked back at Reggie. "Your grandmother is at home," I said. "Yeah, Your grandmother is in bed. Yeah, your grandmother was not in pet aisle. Cole. Yeah, my grandmother was not in pet aisle. Yeah. He closed his eyes again. He did not pass back out. He just closed his eyes. That voice was not my grandmother, he said. No, that voice was something else doing my grandmother. Yeah. He nodded. The nod was very small. He kept his eyes closed. In the distance, beyond the doors of the stockroom corridor, I could hear the diesel of an ambulance pulling into the lot and turning toward the dock. The dock door was rolling up. The volunteer crew was here. They would come through with the gurney. They would lift Reggie carefully and check him for a spinal injury and roll him out to the ambulance and take him to the hospital in Holbrook, which was the county hospital, and Lena would follow them in her cruiser, and Reggie's grandmother would meet them at the hospital, having been called by Lena before the ambulance arrived. The night would proceed in the way the night proceeded. I took Reggie's phone out of my pocket. I slid it back into the back pocket of his jeans, gentle, where it had been before he had walked toward the voice that was not his grandmother. He did not feel it go in. His grandmother would want to call somebody when she got to Holbrook. The phone needed to be with him for that. I stayed crouched next to Reggie until they came in. I did not let go of the cinder block. The cinder block stayed cool. The ambulance left at 3:02. Lena went with it. She did not say anything to me before she went. She put her hand on my shoulder for a second on her way out the dock, and she squeezed once. The squeeze was the kind of thing she had done when we were kids, when she had babysat my cousins and I had been over there for some birthday, and she had been older and tall and had touched my shoulder the way an older kid touches a younger one. She had not done it since. She did it now, and then she was gone. Danny locked the dock behind them. She did it herself. Marlin stood and watched. Marlin was not doing well. He was not doing well in the way somebody was not doing well when they had been awake too long and had seen too much in one stretch. He had not had a cigarette since the one inside the store, the one he was not supposed to have, and he was past the time he would normally have wanted another. He was not going to go out for it. He was not going back out on that dock until the sun came up. None of us were. We did the next 4 hours. Walmart did not stop because something had walked in and walked back out. The store was open until 7. The day crew came in at 6. Between 3 and 6, the three of us had jobs to do, and we did them, because there was nothing else to do, because the floor needed to be ready for the morning customers, and the receipts needed to be reconciled, and the freezer pulls were on a schedule that did not care. We worked. Danny went back to the customer service counter. She pulled the cap off another pen. She sat at the counter with the monitor for the cameras turned so that she could see the front doors from her chair. The override was still locked. The doors were not going to open without her flipping the switch. She watched the door anyway. Marlin went back to the receiving room. He swept the floor of the receiving room, which did not need to be swept. He swept it because sweeping was something to do with his hands. He swept it slow, in long passes, and after he was done, he started in on the pallet jacks, wiping them down with a rag that had been hanging from a nail on the wall for as long as I had been at the store. I worked aisle 13. I had to. The candle was still burning at the back of the aisle. Lena had told me before she left to put a sandwich bag over it without touching the candle itself, to preserve the wax for whatever a deputy did to wax in an investigation, and then to blow it out. She had told me to put a sticky note on the shelf where the candle had been taken from, which I would have to find by checking the candle's universal product code against the planogram. She had told me to leave the 4 pints stacked in the freezer case and the package in the meat case alone, because she was coming back at 6 to look at them in better light. The candle had taken about 40 minutes to get down to the size it was at. The pool of wax was a half-inch deep. The wax was a clean wax, the kind the candle would have if it had been burning steady in still air the whole time. I had taken the photo Lena had asked for. I had stretched a sandwich bag over the lit candle, slow, not touching the candle itself, until the bag's opening fit down past the rim of the jar. The bag inflated a little from the heat trapped under it. The flame got smaller. The flame got smaller, and then the flame went out. The candle smoked a little under the bag. The smoke filled the bag, and then the bag deflated as the smoke cooled and the air contracted, and when I lifted the bag away, the wax inside was already starting to skin over. I labeled the candle with a piece of tape and a Sharpie. I wrote the date. I wrote Evidence Boyd. I set the candle on the shelf at the end of the aisle, on the empty space where the seasonal end cap was supposed to go, and I weighted down with a brick that had been holding open the door at the back of the seasonal pickup area for as long as I had worked there. I did the rest of aisle 13. I straightened the candles. I faced them. I checked the planogram on my handheld for the candle the wrong one had come from. The handheld told me the candle was a Better Homes and Gardens jar candle in the scent called Hayride. The space on the shelf where it had been was 3 feet up on the left side of the aisle, halfway down in the seasonal autumn block. The price was $4.94. The candle had been worth $4.94, and somebody had walked off into the store with it and lit it in the back and left it for me to find. I stuck the note on the shelf where it had come from. The note said the same thing the tape on the jar said. I did it the way Lena had told me. I did the next aisle. I worked through the rest of the home section, doing the recovery that Reggie had been supposed to do in pets. I worked through the bath aisle. I worked through the towels. I worked through the kitchenware. I straightened. I faced. I pulled forward. I did it on autopilot the way I did it on a normal night, and the work used parts of my brain that did not have any other use, and the parts of my brain that did have other uses got to rest. That was the trick of the work. The trick of the work was that it asked nothing of you and let you keep moving. I did not go to the freezer aisle to look at the pints. I did not go to the meat case to look at the package. I did not need to look at them. I had taken the pictures. The pictures were on my phone. The pictures were going to be there in the morning, and I was going to be looking at them for the rest of my life, and I did not need a fresh look at 3 in the morning to add to the file. Around 4, Marlon came up from the receiving room and sat on a folding chair he had set up in the front lanes, just outside the customer service counter, where Danny was sitting on her own stool behind the counter. The two of them did not say anything to each other for the longest time. Marlon had taken his reading glasses off the cord and was holding them in his lap. He was looking at the lenses. He was not looking through them at anything. He was just looking at them, the way an old man might look at a small thing he had carried for a long time. I went up to the front. Need anything, I said. No, Danny said. Coffee? There isn't any. There's the gas station. You're not going to the gas station. I'm not. Cole? Yeah. You okay? Yeah. Don't what? Don't tell me you're okay. Tell me what you actually are. I thought about that. I thought about whether there was an answer to the question. That was not the answer I had given her. I'm scared, I said. Yeah. I'm scared because I do not know what is going to happen when I go home tonight. You can come to my place. Danny. Avery's at my mom's. I have a couch. I have a dog. Bring the dog. Danny. Cole. I have to go home. She looked at me. Why? She said. Because Boone is in the trailer. Then go get him and come back. And then what? And then you sleep at my place tonight and you call Lena in the morning and you figure out the next thing. I thought about it. I thought about it for about 10 seconds. Maybe, I said. Maybe. I'll think about it. She did not push. She knew not to push. She had known not to push at me about anything since high school, when I had been the kid in her social studies class who had not turned in 3 assignments after his father died and who had not wanted to hear about it from anybody including her. And she had passed me her notes without saying anything and let me copy them. She still knew not to push. I went back to the aisles. I worked until 5:30. The sky outside the front doors was not visible from where I was working, but I knew what the sky was doing because I had been working the overnight long enough to feel the time without checking it. The sky was going from black to the first edge of blue. The mesas would have started to come into outline against it. The lot lights would be starting to look weaker against the new ambient light. Marlon was always the one who noticed it first, because he had spent years driving into it. At 5:30, I came out of aisle 19, and Marlon was no longer in the chair at the front. The chair was empty. Danny saw my face and shook her head before I could ask. He's on the dock, she said. He's outside. He's on the dock. He's outside, Danny. The bay door is down. He's between the bay door and the swinging door. He's smoking. He's been there 10 minutes. I went to the swinging doors. I pushed one of them open and looked through. Marlin was sitting on the edge of the dock platform, on the inside of the bay door, with his boots on the concrete and his elbows on his knees. He had a cigarette going. He was smoking it slow. The bay door was down, all the way down, the chain coiled neat against the inside of the metal. He was not looking at the bay door. He was looking at the concrete in front of him. I came in. I let the swinging door close behind me. I went and sat next to him on the platform. He passed me a cigarette without looking. I took it. He lit it for me with his lighter, the same gold Zippo with the worn lacquer that he had carried as long as I had known him, and he flicked it shut and put it back in his shirt pocket. We smoked. The dock was quiet. The dock was as quiet as the rest of the store was quiet, but it was a different quiet because the dock had concrete on 3 sides and a metal door on the 4th, and the sound rolled around the space differently. The receiving room behind us had the soft hum of the conveyor belt motor on its overnight idle. The bay door in front of us did not move. "Marlin," I said. "Yeah." "You went out earlier." "Yeah." "When you came back smelling like creosote." "Yeah." "Where did you go?" He smoked. He smoked the whole cigarette without answering. He smoked it down to the filter, and then he flicked the filter into a coffee can he had been using as an ashtray for as long as I had worked there. He pulled another cigarette out of his soft pack. He lit it. "I went to the rail bed," he said. "You went to the rail bed?" I drove to the rail bed. "In what?" "Took my van. I left the van running. I drove out to the rail bed." "How fast?" "Fast." "Why?" He smoked. "There is a thing I have not done in 41 years, he said. "There is a thing I told myself a long time ago that I was not going to do. I was not going to engage with these people. I was not going to call them out. I was not going to stand on the railbed and call them out. I was not going to do any of that. I was going to live my life, and they were going to live theirs, and we were going to leave each other alone. Marlin, I went out there tonight to call them out." "Why?" "Because he said your name, Cole. He said your name when his tag was clipped behind your belt. He came in and said the name of a man who has not done a thing to him, and that is a thing they do not do. They have rules. They do not break the rules. They broke a rule tonight, and they broke it on you, and I went out there to ask them what the rule break was for." "You went out and stood on the rail bed and yelled at them." "I did not yell." "Then what did you do?" "I stood on the rail bed, and I said his name. I said the name of the one that runs this country. I said it 3 times. And nothing answered." "Then what?" "Then I drove back. I came in through the dock. My hands started shaking when I got out of the van in the lot." "Why?" "Because saying the name out loud was not free. I did it knowing it was not free. It cost me something. I do not know what it cost me yet. I will know by sunup." "What does that mean?" "It means I am going to find out what I gave them tonight. Maybe nothing. Maybe a lot. I do not know." I looked at him. He was the same man he had been on the dock at 2 o'clock when the truck had pulled in. The long face and the silver hair and the reading glasses on the cord. And he was sitting in a slightly different way now. Slumped a little, his shoulders gone slack, his weight on the heels of his hands. He looked tired. He looked tired the way a man looked tired who had given a lot away and had not yet had time to feel the absence. "What name did you say?" I said. He looked at me. "You don't say their name out loud," he said. "You don't say it where they can hear it. You don't say it on the rail bed. You don't say it in a Walmart supercenter at 5:30 in the morning. You don't say it ever if you can avoid it. I will tell you the name when I have to. When you have to know it. Not now." "Okay. Cole." "Yeah. When you go home tonight." "Yeah. Take Danny up on the couch." "Marlin, take her up on it. Boone is at the trailer. Get Boone. Take Boone to Danny's. That's not going to fly with Danny long term. Long term, Cole, is something we are going to figure out tomorrow. Tonight you do not sleep in that trailer." "Marlin." "Cole." "I know." He nodded. He finished the second cigarette. He flicked the filter into the can. "You hungry?" he said. "No, me either." "You should eat anyway." "Yeah." He did not get up. We sat on the dock platform until the day crew started arriving. The first one in was a woman named Ruthie who worked grocery, who came in through the door at the front with her bag over her shoulder. And Danny called the all-call over the intercom to let me and Marlon know Ruthie was in. Marlon stood. He put his hand on the dock and pushed off and stood. He grunted a little. He had not grunted standing up at the start of the shift. He grunted now. "Cole," he said. "Yeah." "You see the package in the meat case?" "Yeah." "You ever wonder what's in it?" "Yeah." "Don't wonder out loud. Don't talk about it. Lena's going to come back. She's going to open it with whoever she opens it with. You and me are going to find out what's in it in the right way." "Yeah." "Don't talk about it. Don't think about it. Don't dream about it." "Yeah." "Go home. Get Boone. Go to Danny's." He walked back through the swinging doors into the store. I sat on the platform for another minute. I finished my cigarette. I flicked the filter into the can. I came in. Lena came back at 6. She came in through the front doors. She had not been to sleep. The skin around her eyes had gone a little hollow, but her uniform was still pressed, and her boots were still clean. She had her travel mug in her hand. The mug was empty. She had drunk it at the hospital and had not had a chance to refill it. She looked at me. She said, "Reggie is going to be all right. They are keeping him overnight for observation. They sutured the cut. The cut was 3 stitches. He is talking in full sentences, and he remembers what I told you he remembered, which is the same as what he told you. His grandmother is with him. He asked for you. I told him you would call him later today. Thanks, Lena. I'm going to take the candle. I'm going to take the package out of the meat case. I'm going to take the pints out of the freezer. I'm going to do it now, and I am going to do it before the day crew is in deep enough to notice. Marlon, you carry the box for me to my cruiser." "Yeah," Marlon said. She looked at me. "Cole." "Yeah." "You are not going home alone." Danny offered the couch. "Take it." "Yeah." "I am going to come out to your trailer at 5 today. Bring Boone. Bring whatever clothes you need for a few days. I will meet you at Danny's at 5. We are going to talk in daylight, the 3 of us. Marlon, you too, if you can be there." "I'll be there," Marlon said. "All right." She walked back to the front of the store with the empty mug in her hand and the look on her face she had at 6 in the morning at the end of a long shift, which was the look of a person who had not yet decided to be tired. Marlon and I went and got a box from the cardboard recycling, and we collected the things Lena needed collected, and we put them in the box, and we walked the box out to her cruiser. Marlon carried it. Lena put it in the back. She did not seal it in an evidence bag because there were no evidence bags large enough for the box. She got in the cruiser. She rolled the window down. 5, she said. "Danny's place. I will see you there." "Yeah." She drove out of the lot. I went back into the store. I clocked out at 7:04, 4 minutes after my scheduled time, which was the kind of overage the system did not flag. Danny clocked out at the same time. Marlon was clocking out at Register 4, the same register the man had come into at Register 4 6 hours and 2 minutes earlier. He clocked out, and he came out from behind the counter, and he looked at me and Danny, and he said, "Be careful," and he walked out the front doors and across the lot to his van. We watched him go. The day was a high desert dawn. The sky was the pale blue of the early morning, with a few thin clouds at altitude over the mesas, and the sun was a yellow color along the eastern edge of the horizon, and the lot lights had gone off automatically about 10 minutes earlier. Marlon's white van was in the same place it had been all night. He got in. He started the engine. He drove out to the frontage road and turned east, toward town. Danny looked at me. "I'm going home to shower," she said. "I'll text you my address. Come over whenever. I'll be there. The couch is the green one." "Yeah." "Cole." "Yeah." "Drive careful." "Yeah." She walked to her truck. She got in. She drove out the same way Marlon had gone. I stood by my Ranger for a long second. I looked at it, the cracked windshield, the bed liner that was peeling at the corners, the dent in the driver's side door that I had put there backing into a fence post in 2021 and had not fixed. I looked at the lot. I looked at the spot the man's truck had been in. The spot was empty. The lot was empty. The lights were off. The sun was up. I got in my truck. I started it. I drove out of the lot. I turned south on the frontage road toward home. I did not turn east toward Danny's. I did not consciously decide to ignore what Marlon and Lena and Danny had all said. I just did not turn east. I told myself I would, in a minute. I told myself I would get Boone first and then come back. I told myself a lot of things on that drive, in the way I had told myself a lot of things for a long time, and I drove home. I drove home up 2 Mile Road. 2 Mile Road ran south out of Dry Wells along the dry course of what had been called Coldwater Wash before any of us had been born, and what was still called Coldwater Wash on the Bureau of Land Management map, although nobody who lived along it called it anything but the Wash. The road was paved for the first 3 miles out of town, and then the pavement went to chip seal, and then the chip seal went to graded dirt, and then the graded dirt went to whatever the county had not gotten around to grading since the last monsoon. Ray's land was on the right at mile 5. The single wide was set back from the road on a half acre. Ray had cleared in 2015, so I would have a place to land. The drive took 12 minutes. If I took it the way I usually took it, it took longer that morning. I took it slow. I took it slow because of the light. The sun was coming up behind me and to my left as I drove south, and the light was the color of new copper. And it laid itself across the country in a way that made the country look unfamiliar, even though I had driven that road 5,000 times. The light caught the tops of the junipers and threw long shadows from them westward across the sage, and the shadows pointed away from me at angles that did not match the angle of any other shadow in the sky. The cottontail rabbits were out in the brush near the road. The cottontails came out at dawn and dusk and ate the small green things the monsoon had brought. They were not afraid of cars. They sat in the brush and watched me pass. A cottontail watched me from the shoulder at the mile 2 mark, sitting up on its haunches the way they did, ears back, eyes wide. I watched it back. It did not move. Its eyes did not blink. As I went past, in the rear view, the cottontail was still in the same position. It did not turn its head. It did not run for cover. It just sat. I had grown up around cottontails. Cottontails ran for cover. Cottontails ran for cover at the sound of a truck door, never mind a passing truck. The one in the rear view did not run. I drove past it. I looked away. I told myself I had not seen anything strange. I had been awake 9 hours and had seen a man's shadow walk wrong, and had heard my father's voice on a public address system, and had carried a paper-wrapped package with my name on it out of a meat case in a brown cardboard box, and a cottontail rabbit was not the strange thing in the morning. The country between the town and Ray's land was country I had walked since I could walk. It was country my father had walked before me, on Sundays when he had taken me out with him to look at the land Ray was going to clear for me one day. The land he and Ray had agreed on long before I had moved out of my mother's house in 2015. The land that had been picked out for me when I had been small enough to ride on his shoulders. 2 Mile Road and the Wash were as much my country as any country I owned. I knew the dips and rises of it. I knew where the prairie dog colony had moved to in 2019, after a hawk had taken too many of the original colony. I knew the small rusted-out cattle gate at mile 4 that had not been opened in 20 years and that nobody owned. I knew the windmill east of mile 3 that had not turned since the wind broke its bearing in some monsoon I had not seen happen. I drove past all of it the way I had driven past all of it 10,000 times before, and I drove past all of it that morning like a man driving through a country he had only seen in pictures. Everything was where it had been. Everything was exactly where it had been. The exactness was the problem. The country was holding its breath. At the wash crossing at mile 4, where the road dipped low and crossed the dry bed of Coldwater Wash, the truck slowed automatically the way it did at the dip, and Boone, who I had left in the trailer at the start of my shift the night before, would not have been in the truck except that I had a habit of imagining him in the seat next to me when I was driving home. And so I looked at the empty passenger seat at the wash, and I looked at it as if he were there. He was not there. The passenger seat was empty. The seat was the bench seat of the Ranger, which I had not put a cover on since the original cover had ripped 2 years ago, and there was a small worn-out patch on the side of the seat where Boone usually rode, where his haunches sat into the cushion. The patch was the wear of 6 years of a dog riding shotgun. I looked at the patch. I looked at the wash to my left as I crossed it. The wash ran east-west, perpendicular to the road, and at the crossing it was about 30 feet wide and 10 feet deep below the roadbed. The bed of the wash was sand and round stones, and the occasional piece of driftwood from some flood years ago. There was always something in the wash. There was always a coyote walking it at dawn, or a deer crossing it, or a roadrunner working its way along the bottom hunting for lizards in the sun. The wash was a corridor for animals. There was nothing in the wash that morning. The wash was empty. I drove across it. I drove the last mile to Ray's place. Ray's land was on the right. Ray had a fenced pasture along the road where his half a dozen cattle stayed when they were not out on the Bureau of Land Management lease he had. The pasture had 4 black Angus and 2 Hereford crosses in it that morning. The cattle were standing at the south end of the pasture, away from the road, in a tight cluster, all of them facing the road. They were not grazing. They were standing the way cattle stood when something they did not like had come through the pasture, when a wild dog had passed at night, when a mountain lion had been near. They were all looking at my trailer. I slowed at the turn into Ray's drive. I turned in. The drive came off 2 Mile Road and ran past Ray's house, a small adobe place he had built in 2001 with his own hands and the help of a man named Filomeno who had died of a stroke in 2010. And the drive came past the house and then forked, the right fork going to Ray's woodshed and his cattle gate, and the left fork going back to my trailer. I took the left fork. The trailer was where I had left it. The trailer was the trailer it had been when I had clocked in last night. A 2008 single-wide, white with brown trim, sitting on a poured pad that Ray and I had laid together. The skirt around the bottom was the same. The windows were the same. The aluminum awning over the front door was the same. The little block step at the front door was the same. The porch light was on. I had not left the porch light on. I had checked it the way I always checked it before I left for shift, which was to flip the switch by the door from the inside, hear the click, see the bulb go off, and pull the door closed behind me. I had done it last night at 9:15. The bulb had gone off. I had pulled the door closed. The porch light was on now. It was the only light on at the trailer. The inside lights were off, the way I had left them. The kitchen light was off. The bathroom light was off. The bedroom light was off. The porch light was on. The bulb was the new kind I had put in last fall. The kind that did not need replacing for years. The kind that was either on or off and was nothing in between. I rolled to a stop in the drive, about 40 feet from the trailer. I sat in the truck with the engine running. The country around the trailer was the country I had laid out for myself. There was the trailer in the middle of the cleared half-acre. There was the small shed I had built off the back where Boone's outdoor run was, which was a chain-link area maybe 10 feet square where Boone could be outside without me having to watch him. There was the small fire pit I had dug a year ago and not used since spring. There was the propane tank to the side of the trailer, the silver tank, sitting on its little concrete pad. There was the empty space where I sometimes parked the Ranger to one side of the door. There were no tracks in the dirt of the drive that did not belong there. The tracks of my own boots coming out of the trailer the night before were still there. The tracks of my truck pulling out were still there. There were the tracks of one ranch hand who had walked through yesterday afternoon on Ray's business, which were a brand of boots I knew, the Justin Roper that Ray's hand Tomas wore. The Tomas tracks were on the way out. There were no Tomas tracks coming back in. There were no other tracks. The dirt around the trailer was undisturbed. The porch light was on. I sat with my hands on the wheel and the engine running, and I looked at the trailer. I had not heard Boone bark. Boone barked when a truck came up the drive. He always barked. The trailer had a small dog door cut into the back, leading to the outdoor run, and Boone slept inside but had access to the run all night. and the run faced the drive at an angle where he could see vehicles coming. He would have heard me coming a quarter mile out. He would have been at the chain link by the time I rolled to a stop. He would have been on his hind legs at the chain link, barking the small happy bark he barked when I came home, because he heard the Ranger like he heard nothing else. He was not at the chain link. The chain link was empty. I cut the engine. The silence that came in was the silence of a high desert morning, the kind of silence that was not quite silence because there were small sounds in it, the small ticks of cooling metal under the hood, the small wind in the sage, the small clucks from the cattle at the south end of Ray's pasture. There were no birds. The first songbirds of the morning should have been calling. The thrashers should have been working the brush. The mockingbird should have been on the fence posts. There were no birds. There was no Boone. I sat in the truck for a long time. I do not know how long. I checked my watch. My watch said 7:36. I had clocked out at 7:04. I had driven home in less than half an hour. The clock said the right time. The clock said the time I expected. The morning had moved at the pace it usually moved. It was the rest of it that had stopped. I rolled the window down. I called the dog. Boone, I said. Not loud. The way I called him from the truck when I came home. The way he knew my voice. He did not bark. He did not come around the corner of the trailer. I called him again. Boone, smear bud. Nothing. I had a thought. The thought was a thought I did not want to think, and it pushed itself up into my head anyway, and it said, Boone is in the wash. Boone went out the dog door overnight, and Boone is in the wash, and there is no animal in the wash because Boone is the only one. The thought was a thought a paranoid man might have had at the end of a long shift. It was a thought I did not have to believe. I did not believe it. I had no reason to believe it. The dog door from the outdoor run did not lead into the wash. The dog door led into the chain link run, and the chain link run was fenced, and Boone could not have gotten out of the run unless somebody had opened the gate. The gate was on the north side of the run. I could not see the gate from the truck. I had to get out of the truck to see the gate. I sat for another minute. The cattle in the south end of Ray's pasture had not moved. The cluster of them was still tight. They were still facing the trailer. I got out of the truck. The dirt of the drive crunched under my boot when I stepped down. I closed the truck door without slamming it, the way I closed it when I did not want to startle Boone, even though Boone was not there to startle. I walked toward the trailer slow. I walked the way Marlin walked when he was looking at something he was going to need to look at carefully. I had not walked that way before that morning. I walked it now, without telling my body to do it. The body had learned. I went around the south side of the trailer. The south side was where the propane tank was. I walked past the tank. I walked past the kitchen window, which was not lit. I walked toward the back of the trailer, where the chain link run was. The gate of the chain link run was open. It was not just open. It was hung wide, swung all the way back against the post on the trailer side, the way it would have been if a person had opened it on purpose to give wide clearance to walk through. The carabiner that held the gate closed was clipped to the chain link panel 2 posts down like somebody had unclipped it and clipped it neatly out of the way. I had clipped the gate last night before I left. I had clipped it the way I always clipped it. I had checked it. Boone was not in the run. The dog door cut into the back of the trailer was open. The little plastic flap was hanging straight down, the way it hung when the dog door was being used, or had just been used. It would not hang straight down on its own. The hinges on the flap had enough resistance to hold it slightly tilted, unless something was pushing it from the other side. I stood at the open gate, and I looked at the dog door for a long time. I called the dog. Boone. Boone. Samir Bud. I heard him from inside the trailer, through the dog door. I heard him make the small sound he made when he heard me come home, the small high whine in the back of his throat, the sound he made before he started barking. The sound was him. The sound was Boone. The sound was muffled by the trailer wall, but I heard it through the open dog door. He was inside. I had not let him in. The dog door went from the chain link run to the inside of the trailer, and to be inside he would have had to come through the run from somewhere, or somebody had to have brought him through the front door. and the run gate was wide open with the carabiner clipped to a panel 2 posts down. He was inside, and the gate was open. He whined again. The whine was a little louder. He had heard me. He could smell me coming. He was telling me to come in. I went around the trailer back to the front. I came around the corner. The porch light was still on. The front door was the front door. The front door was closed. I stepped up onto the block step. I put my hand on the door handle. I felt the handle. The handle was the painted aluminum handle the trailer had come with. The handle was cool. The handle was the temperature of the morning, which was the high desert morning cool that came before the sun got high enough to warm anything. I felt the handle for a count of 3. I turned the handle. The door opened. The smell came out of the trailer with the door. The smell was the smell of the inside of my trailer, which was the smell of Boone, and the smell of laundry I had not put away, and the smell of the coffee maker that I left on warm sometimes, and the smell of the foam mattress in the bedroom. The smell was my home smell. Under the home smell was another smell. The other smell was the smell of creosote. The other smell was faint. Boone came up to the door from the kitchen. He came up to the door at the normal speed. He came up to the door when I came home, which was a fast walk that wanted to be a run, but that he had trained himself out of because he had knocked me over once when he was a puppy, and he had not done it again. He came up. He nosed my hand. He pushed his head under my palm. He whined, the small whine. His tail wagged. The tail wagged, the small wag he wagged when he was happy I was home but worried about something. I had seen that wag. The wag was the wag that came when there was a strange dog out in the brush nearby that he wanted me to know about, or when somebody had come down the drive who he did not know. He looked back over his shoulder. He looked back over his shoulder into the kitchen. The kitchen at the front of my trailer was a small kitchen, an L shape, with the sink on one wall and the stove and the small fridge on the other wall, and a fold-down table I had bolted to the wall by the door. The kitchen had 2 chairs. One chair was a folding chair I used when I had food at the table, which was not often. The other chair was a kitchen chair I had taken out of my mother's house when she had moved to Phoenix, the same chair my father had sat in at her kitchen table for the last 16 years of his life. The chair he had sat in the morning he had asked me to take the trash to the curb. The kitchen chair was set in its usual place, pushed back from the table at a slight angle, the angle a person left when they had sat in a chair and gotten up to do something else. There was somebody in the chair. I could not see him clearly. The kitchen lights were off and the porch light was behind me and the morning sun was coming in through the kitchen window at the wrong angle for me to see anybody in the chair. I could see the outline of him. He was sitting in the chair. He had his hands on his knees, palms down, the way my father had sat. He was the size of my father. He had his hair the way my father had worn his hair. His head was inclined slightly toward the door the way my father had inclined his head when he was listening for somebody coming. I could not see his face. He spoke. His voice was my father's. He said, "Come on in, Cole. Shut the door behind you." I stood on the block step. I did not move. Boone whined again at my hand. The chair waited. The porch light was on. The cattle at the south end of Ray's pasture had begun to make noise, a low, confused noise. Cattle did not make noise like that. Cattle made the noise they were making when the herd had been moved and was unsettled, when something had passed through the pasture they did not like and could still smell. The wind had stopped. The morning had gone still. The sun was up over the mesas. The shadow of the door I was standing in front of fell into the kitchen, across the floor, and reached the foot of the kitchen chair. My shadow stopped at the chair. The shadow of the person in the chair did not match the body of the person in the chair. The shadow of the person in the chair was longer than the body and had the wrong shape at the head. I heard my own breathing. "Cole," the voice said. The patient voice. The patient version of my father's voice. The voice from the third ask. The voice that had been on the intercom 40 minutes ago and on Reggie's mouth 30 minutes ago. "Come in and shut the door." I did not move. Behind me, on Ray's pasture, one of the Hereford crosses bellowed once. the long open bellow a cow made when it had been pushed against a fence. The bellow rolled across the country and came back off the mesas faintly. Boone leaned against my leg. He pressed his shoulder against my calf. He did not move. He did not look back at the chair again. He just leaned. The thing in the chair waited. The morning was going to do what it was going to do. The sun was going to come up the rest of the way. The light was going to fill the kitchen. The figure in the chair was going to become visible to me, whether I went in or whether I stood on the block step and held the door open and let the light arrive on its own. It was going to be a face. I knew this. It was going to be a face I knew. I knew this. The shadow on the floor lengthened a quarter inch as the sun came up by a degree. The morning kept coming. The sun came up by another degree. The light in the kitchen went from gray to a soft pale gold, the way the high desert light always went in those first 10 minutes of full morning, and the figure in the chair came into clearer view. His shoulders were my father's shoulders. The slope of them was right. The shoulders of a man who had spent his life under the hood of a vehicle, rounded forward a fraction at the top, the muscle in the deltoids, the muscle of a man who had lifted air filters and tire irons for a living. The collar of his shirt was my father's collar. The shirt was a denim work shirt buttoned up to the throat, the same denim work shirt that had been on the man at register 6.5 hours earlier. The cuffs were buttoned at the wrists. The cuffs were buttoned the way my father had buttoned them, with the small extra fold at the elbow that he had picked up from some uncle of his I had never met. His hands were on his knees. His hands were the hands of a man my father's age. The fingers were thick. The nails were short. There was a small white scar across the back of the left hand, the scar of a knife slip during a deer dressing in 1999. A scar I had seen on my father's hand 1,000 times because it had been the kind of scar he had liked to show off when somebody asked about it. The scar was where it was supposed to be. His face was not yet entirely visible. The light was coming up. The light was getting there. I could see the bottom of his jaw. I could see the small line of stubble that ran along the jaw, the same length of stubble my father had carried by midweek, the same color. I could see the corner of his mouth. The corner of his mouth was relaxed, not smiling, not frowning, the corner of a mouth at rest. The light came up another degree. His eyes were closed. I saw the eyes when the light reached his face. He had his eyes closed the way a man closed his eyes in a sunbeam. The soft, relaxed close, the eyes a man closed in his own kitchen on a Sunday morning when he had nowhere to be. The eyelids were my father's eyelids. The crease at the corner where he had a deep wrinkle from squinting against 20 years of windshield was my father's crease. The eyebrows were the right eyebrows. The face was my father's face. It was the face I had not seen in 12 years and 4 months, and I had not been ready to see it. I had imagined this face on no morning in any of those 12 years. I had not seen this face in any dream I could remember. I had let the face slip away from me deliberately, the way I let a lot of things slip away, because keeping it was harder than letting it go. I was looking at it now. I could not look away. "Cole," he said, with his eyes closed. With his mouth that was my father's mouth. "Step in. Shut the door. Let me look at you." I did not step in. I did not shut the door. I did not let him look at me. I stood on the block step, and Boone leaned harder against my leg, and the cattle in Ray's pasture had gone silent again, and the wind had not picked back up, and the morning kept on coming. The light reached the rest of his face. The face was my father's face, the way the shoulders were my father's shoulders, perfect in every detail I could put a memory to, every line where I remembered a line, every freckle where I remembered a freckle. The face had been put together carefully. The face had been put together by something that had paid attention. The face had been built the way a model was built, with reference, with patience, and with the small dust of imperfection that any model carried, because no model was ever quite the original. The face was the face I knew, except for one thing. The face was breathing wrong. A man breathing with his eyes closed in a kitchen chair on a Sunday morning breathed slow and even, with the chest rising and falling in a small wave, with the nostrils flaring just enough to let the air go in and out. The face in the chair was not doing that. The chest was not moving. The nostrils were not moving. The face was sitting there relaxed without breathing, and the lips were slightly parted the way a man's lips parted in sleep, and no air was going in or out of them. He was not breathing. "You don't have to look so worried," he said. His lips moved when he spoke. His chest still did not move. The voice came out of his mouth without coming from his lungs. The voice was the voice, and the mouth was the mouth, and the rest of him was a thing that was not a man. "Come in," he said. "Sit down." "You aren't him," I said. I did not know I was going to speak. The words came out the way the word "don't" had come out an hour earlier at the front of the Walmart, low and rough and on their own. The face smiled. The smile was my father's smile, slow and gentle, the smile he had used on me when I had said something he thought was funnier than I had meant it to be. The smile pulled the right side of the mouth a quarter-inch higher than the left, because my father's smile had been crooked from a sleep position he had been stuck in as a child that had set his face that way. The crooked was right. "You always were smarter than I gave you credit for," he said. The voice had a small new thing in it. The small new thing had not been there on the intercom or on Reggie's mouth. The small new thing was the second tone under the voice, the dry rasp Marlon had described, and that I had thought I heard at the register, the buzz of a power line a quarter-mile away. The rasp was there in the kitchen now. The rasp was there because the figure was no longer trying to hide it. The figure was letting it show. "Where's my dad?" I said. "Your dad is where your dad has been for 12 years, son. You know where that is. You go put flowers on it in the spring." "That's not what I'm asking." The face opened its eyes. I had thought the eyes would be my father's eyes. I had braced for them. I had told myself, in the half-second it took the eyelids to lift, that I was going to see my father's eyes in my father's face, and I was going to have to find a way to not break. The eyes were not my father's eyes. The eyes were the color of dirty amber. The eyes were the color of a streetlight seen through a smoke-stained window. The eyes were the color the man's truck headlights had been in the lot at 2 a.m, the color of bulbs that had gone yellow from age, the color of butter that had been left in the sun. The eyes did not look at me out of my father's face the way eyes looked out of a face. They looked at me from somewhere further back than the face, like the face was a window the eyes were sitting behind, and I was looking through the window into a deeper room. The eyes did not blink. "Sit down, Cole." "No." "Sit down." "No. Your daddy and you never did get to have a coffee. You were too young when he went. There's a pot on the stove." There was a pot on the stove. I had not made a pot on the stove. I had set the drip coffee maker to brew at 6:45 the night before, the way I always did, so that when I came home it would be warm. The pot on the stove was the steel percolator that had belonged to my father, the percolator that had been at my mother's house for the last 12 years, and that I had not taken with me when I had moved out. The percolator that my mother kept on the top shelf above her refrigerator in Phoenix. The percolator was on the stove. A small string of vapor was rising from the spout. "I have not had that coffee pot in this trailer," I said. "You have one now. You brought it here. I brought a lot of things, son. I've been waiting 12 years for this morning. You're not him." "No, I am not him. I am not him at all. But I am wearing a piece of him that he is not using anymore, and I am wearing it because it fits, and because you needed to see it. I am wearing it because you have been holding on to a face you did not let yourself look at, and I am giving you that face this morning for free. I am giving you a gift, Cole. That is not a gift. It is the gift I have to give." I took a step back. The block step was small. There was not much room on it. I took a step back, and my heel went off the edge of the step into the dirt of the drive. Boone moved with me. Boone did not turn around. Boone kept his eyes on the chair. He moved with my leg without looking back, the way a dog moved who had decided his job was to stay between me and what was in the room. I took another step back. The light from the open door fell out into the drive in a tall yellow rectangle. "I'll come back another time, then," the voice said. It said it the way a man said it when he had been told an appointment was inconvenient, friendly, patient, with the small lift at the end of the sentence that promised a return. The figure stood. He stood the way my father had stood up from a chair. He put his hands on his knees and pushed and rose. The motion was perfect. The motion was the motion of a 60-year-old man with a tire shop back, except my father had never made it to 60, and the motion was a motion my father had not had a chance to perform. The figure stood. He turned in the kitchen. He walked toward the back of the trailer. He did not walk fast. He did not walk toward me. He walked deeper into the trailer, toward the bedroom hallway, the way a man walked who had decided he was done in the kitchen and was going to do something else somewhere else. I did not follow him. I stood in the doorway with my heel off the block step and the dog at my leg, and I watched my father's back walk out of the kitchen and into the small hallway that led to the bedroom and the bathroom and the back door of the trailer. He walked into the hallway. The hallway swallowed him. I heard the soft sound of the back door opening. The back door at the rear of the trailer opened onto the small wood porch. I had not finished. The porch that gave out onto the cleared half-acre that ran back to the wash. I heard the back door open, and I heard the screen creak, and I heard the back door click softly closed. I heard nothing after that. Boone whined low in his throat. I stayed in the doorway for a long count. I counted to 30. I counted to 60. I counted to 100. Boone did not move. He stayed against my leg. The pressure of his shoulder on my calf was the only solid thing in the morning. At 100, I stepped down off the block, stepped into the drive. I did not go into the trailer. I closed the front door. From the outside, I closed it gently. The latch clicked. The latch caught. The porch light was still on. I walked around to the back of the trailer with Boone at my heel. The chain-link gate of the run was still wide open. The dog door was still hanging straight down. I walked past the run to the back of the trailer. The wood porch was empty. The back door was closed. The dirt of the cleared half-acre between the porch and the wash had no tracks in it. There were no boot prints leading away. There were no boot prints anywhere except mine and Boone's, which were the prints we made walking back from the run to the porch in that minute. The dirt was undisturbed. The figure had walked out the back door and not made tracks. The figure had walked out the back door and gone wherever he had gone, and the wash was the closest cover, and the wash was 100 yards away, and there were no tracks between the porch and the wash. And there were no tracks, because the figure had not been a thing that left tracks. The figure had walked into the morning, and the morning had not held a record of him. Boone leaned against my leg again. He looked up at me. His eyes were Boone's eyes. He whined the small whine. I crouched. I put my arms around the dog. I held him for a long minute. He stood and let me hold him. He pressed his head into my shoulder. He smelled the way Boone smelled, the doggish smell of a German Shepherd mix that had been sleeping inside a trailer all night, the warm, clean smell of fur and dog skin. He did not smell like creosote. He did not smell like anything wrong. I let him go. I stood. I went back around the trailer to the front. I left the porch light on. I left the front door closed. I left the back door closed. I left the trailer the way it was. I called the dog up into the Ranger. He jumped into the passenger seat. He sat in the worn-out patch on the bench seat. He looked at me. He thumped his tail once on the seat. I got in. I started the truck. I backed out of the drive. I drove out of Ray's property without stopping at the cattle pasture. The Hereford cross was still bellowing in the south end of the pasture, but the other cattle had started to spread back out and graze. The morning was working its way back to a morning. I turned onto 2 Mile Road. I turned north toward town. I drove to where I had cell signal, which was about mile 2, near the prairie dog colony, where the country flattened enough that a tower reached down. I pulled the truck onto the shoulder. I turned the engine off. I sat with Boone in the seat next to me, and I took my phone out of my pocket, and I scrolled to the 3-way text thread that Lena had set up. I typed, "Figure came to the trailer. Or my dad. It left. I am okay. Boone is okay. Heading to Danis." I sent it. The phone did the small swooping sound it made when a text went out. I sat with the phone in my hand. I watched it for a reply. Lena's reply came back in about 20 seconds. "On my way. Do not go in Danny's place alone. Wait for me at the gas station on the corner of her street. I am 12 minutes out." Danny's reply came back 10 seconds after Lena's. "I am awake. Coffee is on. Drive safe. Marlon's reply came back after another 15 seconds. Cole. The name of the one running this country starts with the same letter as your daddy's name. You understand me? I read Marlon's text. I read it twice. I understood him. My father's name had been Tommy Patterson. I put the phone back in my pocket. I put my hand on the back of Boone's neck. He pushed up into my hand. He sat in the seat next to me and he watched the road ahead of us through the windshield, and the morning sun was coming up over the mesas behind us, and the Interstate 40 traffic was starting to pick up the way it picked up on the frontage at 8 in the morning, and the country was a country a man drove through with a dog on a Tuesday in the second week of August. I started the truck. I pulled back onto 2 Mile Road. I drove into town. I drove to the gas station on the corner of Danny Street. I parked at the side of the lot. I left the engine running. Boone watched the door. I watched the door. We did not get out. We waited. The fluorescent sign over the gas station pumps flickered once. It flickered the way the lot lights at the Walmart had flickered all night, the small once-in back of an old bulb that was not quite ready to give out yet. I watched the sign. The sign settled. I watched the road. The gas station was open. The gas station was always open. The inside lights were on, and a man I knew by sight was behind the counter. A man named Curtis who worked the morning shift, who wore the same blue uniform shirt every day with his name embroidered on the left side. Curtis was at the register. There were 2 pickups at the pumps. A man in a green John Deere cap was filling a propane tank at the propane refill station along the south wall. The morning had begun. I sat in the Ranger with the engine running and Boone in the seat, and I watched the comings and goings. The road into town from the south carried the early traffic, a few work trucks coming in for the shift change, 1 car with the headlights still on from a night drive. The light was good now. The light was the full pale gold of an August morning before the sun got hot. The sky was clear except for a few high cirrus over the mesas, the kind of morning that, on a normal Tuesday, I would have driven straight through to my pillow. I watched the road. Boone watched the road. The dog had not lain down on the seat the way he usually lay down on the seat. He was sitting up. He was alert. His ears were forward. He was watching the gas station and the pumps and the parking lot and the road in equal turns, and his eyes were doing the slow, systematic sweep he did when he was working something out. He was not panting. He was breathing, slow. A red Silverado pulled into the gas station lot off the road. The driver was an older man in a straw cowboy hat. He parked at pump 4. He got out. He stretched. He walked around to the back of the truck and reached for the fuel cap. His shadow lay long across the asphalt from the morning sun. The shadow had the shape his body had, the long, thin shape of an old rancher, and the shadow moved with him when he moved. The shadow was a shadow. I watched it. I watched it until I was sure. I had a new tic. I was going to be watching shadows from now on. Forever, maybe. I was going to be looking at the ground next to every person I passed and checking whether the dark shape behind them moved when they moved. I was going to be doing this until I died, or until I made myself stop, or until I learned a different way to be afraid. I watched the old rancher fuel up. He did it the way an old rancher fueled up, with one hand on the pump and one hand on his hip and his weight cocked into the truck. He looked out at the road while he pumped. He looked at nothing in particular. He was a man waiting for a tank to fill. The pump clicked off. He pulled the nozzle out. He hung it up. He closed the cap. He got back in his truck. He started the engine. He pulled out of the lot. His shadow had been his shadow the whole time. I let my breath out. I had not known I was holding it. Boone exhaled too, a small huff through his nose. A tumbleweed worked its way along the edge of the gas station lot against the chain link of the propane refill area, the same kind of tumbleweed that had hung up against the light pole at the Walmart all night. It was a smaller one. It rolled until it caught on a piece of bent metal at the bottom of the fence, and then it stopped. It would stay there until somebody came along and moved it. The wind that had carried it had given up. I thought about the tumbleweed at the Walmart, hung against the light pole, that had not moved while I had stood on the dock with Marlin and watched the truck come in. The tumbleweed had stayed put. The wind had moved 100 other things in the lot and had left the tumbleweed alone. The tumbleweed had been in a quiet pocket. The wind did not enter. I thought about the air in aisle 13, which had not moved the candle wick when it should have. I thought about the back porch of my trailer, where there had been no tracks. I thought about the way nothing in the wash had been moving when I had crossed it at mile 4, and about how the cattle in the south end of Ray's pasture had stood facing the trailer in a tight cluster, and about the kind of country a man lived in where the wind sat still and the animals went silent, and a thing walked through without leaving any trace of having been. I had been living in that country my whole life. I had not noticed. 2 minutes later, a Tahoe came up the road from the south with the sheriff decal on the side. Lena, she turned into the lot. She pulled up next to my Ranger and rolled her window down. I rolled mine down. She looked at me. She looked at the dog. She looked at me again. "You look like hell," she said. "Yeah, he's okay. Trailer. Empty. You sure?" He walked out the back door. He did not make any tracks. She was quiet for a second. "I am going to send a unit to your place," she said. "Sit on it until I can get out there myself. You are not going to find anything." "I know I am not going to find anything. I am going to send a unit anyway. I would rather have a deputy parked at the bottom of Ray's drive for a few hours than not have one parked there. Ray awake yet? Probably. Call him. Tell him to expect a cruiser. Tell him whatever you want to tell him about why. He doesn't need details. Just tell him don't worry about it and don't go down to the trailer." "Yeah? Follow me to Danny's." "Yeah?" She rolled the window up. She pulled out of the gas station lot and waited at the corner for me. I put the Ranger in gear. I followed her. Boone was still sitting up. He watched out the front of the truck. He watched the back of Lena's cruiser. He watched the houses we passed. He watched the morning. It was 8:45 when we got to Danny's duplex. The street was a quiet residential street off the frontage, 2 blocks of single-story rentals with carports and gravel front yards. Danny's place was the second on the left, the one with the small juniper out front. Her truck was in the carport. The porch light was off. The window blinds were up. The front door opened as Lena pulled up to the curb, and Danny stood in the doorway in a clean t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants, with her hair wet from the shower, and a coffee mug in her hand. She looked at me. She looked at Boone. She looked at Lena. She did not say anything. She stepped back from the door and held it open. I parked. I cut the engine. I sat for a long second with my hand on the key. I looked at the duplex. I looked at the woman standing in the doorway. I looked at the dog in the seat next to me. I got out. I let Boone out my side. He jumped down. He stood on the gravel and looked at the door. He looked back at me. He waited. He was a good dog. He had always been a good dog. He had stayed with me on the block step at the trailer when he could have run, and he had ridden in the truck without panic. And he was standing in a stranger's driveway with his ears forward and his tail at half-mast and his eyes on me, waiting to be told what we were doing. "Come on, Bud," I said. We went inside. Lena came in behind us. She had parked her cruiser on the street and walked up the gravel with her hat in one hand and the olive drab mug in the other, and she did not say anything to Danny at the door, and Danny did not say anything to her. Danny just stepped back and let her through. The door closed behind me. The lock turned. The morning kept on coming on the other side of the door, and the sun came up the rest of the way, and somewhere out past the wash and the rail bed and the empty space between, a thing that had walked out the back door of my trailer was walking. It was walking with no shadow and no track and no footprint and no breath, and it had said it would be back another time, and I believed it. Sitting on Danny's green couch with my boots off and Boone at my feet and a cup of coffee in my hand, with the morning sun coming through the blinds and pale slats across the floor, I believed it. I believed it the way I had not let myself believe a thing in a long time. I drank the coffee. I did not say anything for a while. The 3 of us sat in Danny's living room, and we did not say anything. We did not have to. We were going to have to say a lot of things soon, but not yet. The coffee was strong and good. The blinds threw their slats across the floor. Boone breathed slow at my feet. The morning passed. That was the first day. That was how it started. If you have been keeping up with this, you know about the man in the lot with the wrong shadow, and about the thing wearing my coworker's face in the doorway, and about the candle burning at the end of aisle 13 with a hunting knife price tag stuck to its label. If you have not, here is where I am. I work nights at the Walmart in Dry Wells, Arizona, with a man named Marlin and a woman named Danny and a kid named Reggie, and a deputy named Lena Boyd runs the beat that includes our store. Last shift, something walked into the store that wasn't a man, and it knew my name, and it left things for me to find. It took Reggie for a few minutes and put him back with a cut on his head, and it walked out into the morning. By the time I got home, it was in my kitchen, sitting in my father's chair, wearing my father's face. It left when I told it to leave. It said it would come back. Marlin says, the one in our country has a name, and the name starts with T, and my father's name was Tommy. I don't know yet what that means. I am sitting on Danny's couch, and I am drinking coffee, and the sun is up, and I am alive. That's where I am. The cooler door had a thumb latch on the inside in case somebody got shut in. I had checked it twice that week because I was new and the manager had told me to. So when I heard my name through the door and the latch would not move under my hand, I just stood there for a second because none of it made sense yet. The voice on the other side was Wes's. It said my name twice, the second time slower. The cold was already starting to find my back where the apron tied. I let go of the latch and stepped away from the door and stood in the middle of the cooler under the buzzing light. And after about 10 seconds, the latch on the inside of the door turned by itself, and the door swung open into the kitchen, and the kitchen was empty. There were no customers in the lobby. The cameras over the front counter were still on, 3 small red lights, and the warmers were ticking the way they ticked, and the milkshake machine was making the slow gurgle it made when it cycled the mix. Nobody at the front, nobody at the drive-thru window. The office door was closed. I came out of the cooler with a tray of frozen patties in my hands because that was what I had been getting when I went in. I set the tray on the grill counter. My hands were shaking, but I did not look at them because if I looked at them, I would have to think about what had just happened, and I was not ready to think about what had just happened. That was 3 weeks in. That was a Tuesday. Wes did not announce himself. He came up slow. He walked into the room like a regular person 2 or 3 times before I noticed he was not one. I had been at the McDonald's on Route 40 east of Coyote Springs for about a month at that point. I had not planned on working at McDonald's. Nobody plans on working at McDonald's at 27, especially not the night shift, especially not when the apartment they were paying half of is somebody else's apartment now, and the daughter they used to see every night is a 3-hour drive away. But plans only matter until they stop. Mine stopped on a Wednesday in February when the foreman at the cabinet shop told me they were closing the floor and I could come pick up my check on Friday. Same Wednesday, my wife told me she was tired and meant it in the way people mean it when tired is the polite word for done. I moved up to Coyote Springs because my mom's brother had a 1-bedroom over the laundromat he owned, and he said I could have it for $300 a month if I cleaned the lint traps on weekends. Coyote Springs is not a place. It is a stop on the way to other places. 2 gas stations, a Family Dollar, a feed store, a bar called the Pinto with a parking lot full of trucks every night, and the McDonald's on the highway. The McDonald's is the brightest thing for 10 miles in either direction. From my apartment window I could see the yellow M sign from a mile and a half off, glowing over the desert like something that did not know the desert was there. The job came up on Indeed. Night shift. $9.50 an hour, a $2 shift differential after 11. I had done graveyard before. I had done worse than graveyard. I walked in on a Tuesday afternoon, and Wes met me at the counter, and he hired me without an interview. He just looked at me for a minute, and then he asked when I could start. I said tomorrow. He said good. That was the first time I noticed something off, although I did not know it was off until later. He had not looked at my application. He had not asked my name. He had asked when I could start, and when I said tomorrow, he had said good, and he had used my middle name to do it. He said, "Good, Daniel. See you at 11." I had not told him my middle name, My middle name is not on the application because I do not put it on applications. It is one of those names a man does not put on things. It is on my birth certificate, and it is on my license, and that is where it stays. But Wes said it. I thought maybe he had seen my license. He had not. I checked. He had taken my information off the application, and the application did not have my middle name on it. I told myself I had said it without remembering. I told myself a lot of things in those first weeks. My daughter's name is Lily. She is 3. She lives in Flagstaff with her mother, whose name is Becca. Becca and I are not married anymore, and I am not going to pretend Becca was wrong about that. Becca did the right thing for herself, and probably for Lily too. What it meant for me was that Lily was 3 hours away on a good night, and the only night I had with her was Saturday. Saturday is a hard night for a man who works nights. I worked Sunday through Thursday, 11 at night to 7 in the morning. Friday and Saturday were when other people were having their weekend, which meant Saturday was Lily's day. Becca dropped her off at the gas station off the Interstate 40 exit at noon. I had her from noon Saturday to 9 in the morning Sunday. That was 21 hours I had counted. The McDonald's sat in a flat lot off the interstate exit, separated from the gas station by a cinder block wall with a gap a person could fit through if they turned sideways. Behind the McDonald's was a field that ran out to a fence, and beyond the fence were power lines, and beyond the power lines were the low hills that started the reservation. The dumpster sat against the back wall in a chain-link enclosure, with a padlock that nobody bothered to lock. There was a stained concrete pad outside the kitchen back door, where the smokers stood. There were 2 outdoor sodium lights, one over the dumpsters and one over the back door, and they were always on, and they were always yellow, and they made the field beyond the lot look like the deepest dark I had ever seen. The crew on nights when I started was small. Wes ran the floor. Devin worked the fryer. He was 16 and had a learner's permit, and a Camaro his uncle had given him with the front bumper held on with zip ties. He was not a bad kid. He was a kid who did not have anything else going on at 11 at night, which is most kids that age, and he had picked up the night shift because he wanted to save up for a stereo. A woman named Marisol came in at 4 in the morning for the breakfast prep. She had 2 kids and a husband on disability, and she did not talk much, but when she did talk, she said things that meant something. Cassie ran the drive-through. She was 22 and had hair the color of a fire hydrant, and an old boyfriend she was not over, and a hatchback that smelled like the inside of an ashtray. And there was old Mike. Mike had been at that McDonald's for 21 years. He cleaned the lobby, and he stocked, and he fixed the things the kid managers did not know how to fix. He had a face like a leather glove and a wife named Patty who he talked about with a tenderness that was almost embarrassing. That was the crew. 5 of us, counting Wes, on a slow night. On a busy Saturday after the bar closed, it was the same 5, plus a kid named Andre who came in on weekends. The thing about Wes was that he did not blink the way other people blink. A man does not notice another man's blinking until he is in a small enclosed kitchen with him for 8 hours, and then he starts to notice it. Wes blinked in pairs. 2 blinks fast, then a long pause. He did it whether or not he was talking. He did it whether or not he was looking at me. 2 blinks. Pause. 2 blinks. I noticed it the second week, and I could not stop noticing it. He never sweated. That was the second thing. I worked the grill, which means I worked over a flat top that throws heat, the way an open oven door throws heat. After an hour on the grill, my undershirt was soaked through. Wes would come back from the office and step in to spell me while I went to wash up, and he would work the grill in his manager's polo and his pressed pants and his clean apron, and when I came back 20 minutes later, his shirt was dry. Every time. I never saw him sweat. I never saw him drink water. I never saw him eat. He also did not get tired. I worked nights for a year at a warehouse before I went to the cabinet shop, and I know what it looks like to do nights for a long time. A man gets a face. The eyes set back a little. The mouth pulls down at the corners even when he is not making it. The skin goes gray under the fluorescence. Wes did not look tired. He looked exactly the same at 6:50 in the morning as he did at 11 the night before. He was not yawning when the sun came up. He was not stretching. He just stood at the front counter and counted out the drawer for the day shift, like the night had not happened. The first wrong customer came through the drive-thru on my second Friday. It was around 3 in the morning. I was on the grill. Cassie was on the window. Devin was in the back doing dishes. Wes was in the office. The order came over the headset. I heard it because the kitchen has a speaker box on the wall by the grill so the line cook can hear what is ordered. Cassie said, "Welcome to McDonald's. Can I take your order?" There was a pause. There was a long pause. Then the customer said, "I am here." That was the whole order. "I am here." The voice was a man's voice. It was deep and slow and right against the microphone like the man had his lips pressed against the speaker on his end. I waited for Cassie to ask him what he wanted. She did not ask him what he wanted. She said, "Okay, just okay." Then I heard the click of the headset going off. I came out of the kitchen. Cassie was at the drive-thru window with her back to me. The office door was open, and Wes was standing in the doorway. He was watching her. She was watching the car. I could not see the car from where I was because the drive-thru window is in a little alcove off the main floor, but I could see the lights from the headlights running down the wall. Wes walked past me without looking at me. He went to the window. He opened it himself, which was Cassie's job. He leaned out. He said something I could not hear. The headlights moved. The lights ran across the wall. The car pulled forward. The car kept going. The car pulled out of the drive-thru lane and onto the road without going around to the pickup window. Wes shut the window. He turned around. He walked back to the office, and the office door closed. Cassie did not move for a long time. I said, "What was that?" I said it quiet. She said, "Nothing." She said, "Just somebody passing through." She said all of it without turning around, and when she finally did turn around, her eyes did not meet mine, and her mouth was pulled in a way I did not like. And there was no order on her screen and no receipt printed, and the next car pulled up and she put her headset back on and said, "Welcome to McDonald's." And her voice was her voice, but it was a half tone off. And I knew what I had heard, but I did not know what I had heard. And when I went back to the grill, the kitchen seemed colder than it had been. The next morning I asked Mike about it on the smoke pad out back. Mike did not smoke. I had taken up smoking again that month, and I figured he would come out and stand with me on the pad sometimes because that was a thing he did with the night crew. Took his coffee out to the pad while somebody smoked and watched the field with him. I told him what had happened. I left out the part about Wes. I said, "Do you ever get weird drive-thru customers?" He looked at me for a second, and then he said, "What kind of weird?" I told him. Mike took a sip of his coffee. The cup said, "World's okayest Grandpa" on it. He had told me Patty gave it to him for Father's Day when his grandson was 8, and his grandson was 30 now and lived in Oregon. He took his sip. He looked at the field. He said, "You ever notice the dumpsters sometimes get emptied between trash days?" I said no. I said I had not noticed that. He said, "You might want to start noticing that." He went back inside. Devin walked out on the night of the 7th of August. It was a Wednesday. It was a slow night. We had had maybe 40 cars all shift. Devin was on the fryer. He was not a kid who got quiet easy. He talked through the whole shift normally, about his Camaro, about the girl he wanted to ask to the homecoming dance, about the stereo he was saving up for, about a video game his cousin had let him borrow. That night he was quiet from the time he clocked in. I asked him if he was all right. He said yeah. He said yeah twice. He kept looking at the back door. The back door at that McDonald's had a little square window in it at eye level for checking the smoke pad and the dumpsters before going out, in case there was a customer back there or a dog or whatever else. The window was scratched and yellow with grease, but a man could see through it well enough. Devin kept looking at it from the fryer. Every couple of minutes he would turn his head and look at the back door. Around 2 in the morning he set down the basket he was holding, and he walked out of the kitchen. Not out the back. Out the side, past the grill. through the swinging doors to the lobby and across the lobby toward the front doors. He did not say anything. He did not clock out. He did not get his keys, which were on the hook in the office. I followed him because I thought he was sick. He was not sick. He pushed open the front door, and he stepped out into the parking lot, and he stood in the lot in his apron with his hands at his sides, looking out at the road. I said, "Devin." He did not turn around. He said, "My mom is out there." I came up beside him. He was looking out across the lot, past where his Camaro was parked, past the parking lot lights, out into the strip of dark between the lot and the gas station. The gas station sign was on. The Pinto sign was on. A mile down the road, there was nothing else. I said, "Your mom is at home." He said, "I heard her." He said, "She called my name." I said, "Devin." He said, "I want to go." He walked across the lot. He got in the Camaro. He drove out of the lot without putting on his seatbelt and without turning on his headlights, and he drove south on Route 40 for about 100 yards before he remembered to turn on the lights, and then he kept going, and that was the last time I saw him. I told Wes when I came back in. Wes was at the front counter. He was wiping it down with a rag, even though it had been wiped down at midnight and there had not been a customer in the lobby for 3 hours. I said, "Devin left." Wes nodded. I said, "Do you want me to call somebody?" "He is 16. Wes said, "He will be all right." He did not stop wiping the counter. He wiped it in long, slow motions, side to side, the way somebody wipes a counter when there is nothing on the counter, and he was looking out the front window the whole time he did it, at the lot. I said, "His mom is in Coyote Springs." He said his mom called him. He said he heard her. Wes said, "His mom is at home." I said, "That is what I told him." Wes said he heard what he heard. Then he stopped wiping the counter, and he turned, and he looked at me, and his face did not have anything on it the way a face has things on it. It was just his face, looking at me. He blinked twice. "Pause," he said. "You should go finish your prep." I went and finished my prep. I did not sleep that morning. I drove home at 7, and I lay on the futon with the blinds open and the morning sun on my face, and I did not sleep. I called Devin's number twice. It went to voicemail twice. His voicemail was full. The greeting was his voice from a year ago. He sounded younger in it. I called Becca, which I did not normally do on a day that was not Saturday. She answered on the third ring and said, "What's wrong?" I said, "Nothing." I said, "Can I talk to Lily?" She said, "Hold on." There was the sound of Becca putting the phone down. There was the sound of her calling Lily's name. There was the sound of Lily running. She picked up the phone and she said, "Hi, Daddy." I said, "Hi, baby. What are you doing?" She said, "Eating waffles." I said, "Good waffles." She said, "With strawberries." I said, "That is the best kind. Are you having a good morning?" She said, "Yes, Daddy." I said, "I love you." She said, "I love you too. I have to go, Mommy says." I said, "Okay, baby." She hung up. I lay on the futon. I lay on the futon with the phone on my chest. I lay there until I fell asleep, finally around noon, and I did not dream. And when I woke up at 4, it was time to start getting ready for the next shift. Devin did not come back. Wes did not bring him up. The schedule on the wall in the back hallway had his name crossed out by Thursday and a new name written in by Friday. The new name was Travis. Travis came in for his first shift on Friday night. He was wearing the uniform already when he walked in. His hat was on right. His apron was tied right. His name tag said Travis in the kind of plastic letters they use on the labelers, fresh and clean. He looked at me when he came through the kitchen. He looked at me for a second longer than he should have. Then he smiled. His smile went on a second longer than it should have, too. He said, "You must be Daniel." I said, "Yeah." I said, "How did you know?" He said, "Wes mentioned you." He walked past me to the fryer. He set up the fryer like he had set up that fryer before, except that he had not, because I had been there a month and I had never seen him. He moved the way Devin moved. Not the same as Devin, but in a way that reminded me of Devin. He had the same little jerk of the wrist when he dropped the basket. He had the same way of standing with his hip against the counter. I told myself I was making it up. Then I caught his eyes in the metal of the warmer hood, the reflection in the polished steel, and they did not move. He was looking down at the fryer, but the reflection of his eyes was looking at me. I went back to the grill. I did not look at the warmer hood again. Travis did not eat that night. Travis did not drink water either. He stood at the fryer for 8 hours, and he did not take a break. When the shift ended at 7 and Marisol came in for breakfast prep, he stayed. He stayed and worked breakfast with her until 10 in the morning, and then I think he went home, except I never saw him leave, and his car was not in the lot when I drove past on my way home, and the next night when I came in, he was there again. I asked Mike about him on the smoke pad. Mike was drinking his coffee in the cold. It had got cold overnight, the way it does in the high desert in August, where the days are hot and the nights drop 40 degrees. He was wearing a flannel under his McDonald's polo. The coffee was steaming. I said, "Who is Travis?" He said, "Travis is the new fryer guy." I said, "Where did he come from?" Mike took a sip. He said, "Where do they come from?" I said, "What do you mean?" He looked at me. He looked at me the way an older guy looks at a younger guy when the older guy has been around long enough to know the answer to a question he is about to give, and the younger guy has not been around long enough to know the question yet. He said, "Daniel, how long have I been here?" I said, 21 years. He said, 21 years, 3 months. He took another sip. He said, in 21 years and 3 months, I have worked under 9 general managers, and I do not know how many night managers. Most of them stay a year or two. Some of them stay a little longer. Wes has been the night manager for 14 months now. Wes is the longest night manager I have ever had at this store. I said, okay. He said, in those 14 months, 10 people have walked off the night shift the way Devin walked off. 10. The replacement walks in the next night, already in uniform, already trained. The replacement does not eat. The replacement does not call out. The replacement does not have any other shifts at any other store, even though every one of them is supposed to be a transfer. I said, Mike. He said, I am telling you this because you are the first one of them in a long time who has asked. The other ones got quiet. The other ones did their shifts, and then one night I would come in for breakfast and they would not be there, and there would be a new name on the schedule and we would never talk about it. Do you understand what I am telling you? I said, no. He said, that is okay. You will. He went inside. He did not finish his coffee. The cup sat on the railing of the smoke pad with the steam coming off it, and after a minute I dumped it out and put the cup back where he had left it, because I did not know what else to do. Wes had said he transferred from the Gallup store. I knew that because old Mike had told me, and because Wes had said it himself once when he was on the phone in the office and the door was open. He had said, when I was at the Gallup store, and then I had walked past and he had stopped talking. The Gallup store sat off the interstate about 110 miles east of us, on the New Mexico side. It was the next McDonald's of any size on that stretch of Route 40 if a driver was headed east. I had stopped there a couple times for coffee when I drove out that way before everything fell apart. It was a McDonald's like any other McDonald's. I called it on a Tuesday afternoon before my shift. I told myself I was just checking. I asked for the general manager. They put me through. The general manager was a woman named Tracy. I told her I was calling about a transfer reference for a Wes Galloway who was now at the Coyote Springs store. I told her I needed to verify employment dates. She was quiet for a second. Then she said, "Who?" I said the name again. She said, "I have been the general manager here for 6 years. I do not have a Galloway. I have never had a Galloway. Are you sure you have the right store?" I said, "I might. I am sorry. I might have the wrong store." She said, "There are 3 other McDonald's in Gallup, but I run this one and I know the managers of the other ones, and there is no Galloway at any of them. Maybe you mean Holbrook or Winslow." I said, "Maybe. Sorry to bother you." She said, "No bother." She said, "Can I have your name?" I hung up. I sat on the futon for a while. I had the phone in my hand. I called Holbrook. I called Winslow. I called the McDonald's in Flagstaff and the McDonald's in Kingman and the two in Gallup that Tracy had not been the manager of, none of them had ever had a Wes Galloway. The kid who answered the phone at the second Gallup store said, "Dude, that is not even a name I have ever heard. Are you sure you got it right?" I said, "I might not have it right. I am sorry." He said, "No worries, man. Have a good one." I hung up. I sat with the phone. I sat with the phone for a long time. There is a thing the brain does when it is trying to make sense of something that does not make sense. It takes the pieces and it arranges them in different orders, like a kid moving puzzle pieces around on a table. None of the arrangements work. The brain keeps trying. My brain tried, sitting there with the phone. None of the arrangements worked. Wes had not come from Gallup. Wes had not come from any of the stores I could call. Wes had come from somewhere else, and Wes was on the schedule at the Coyote Springs store as a transfer, and somebody had to have put him on that schedule, and the only person who could have put him on that schedule was the regional manager, whose name I did not know. I looked at the schedule the next night when I got in. The schedule was on the bulletin board in the back hallway. It was printed off a computer in the office. The names ran down the side and the days ran across the top. Wes's name was at the top. Under his name it said General Manager. There was a little box next to General Manager, and inside the box it said since June 14th. June 14th was 14 months and some change ago. I stood at the bulletin board for a minute. Wes was in the office. I could see him through the small window in the office door. He was on the phone. He was nodding. He blinked twice. Pause. He blinked twice. I walked back to the kitchen. The next day I drove to Flagstaff after my shift. I drove 3 hours on no sleep with 2 energy drinks in me. I drove to Flagstaff and I parked at a Denny's, and I called Becca from the Denny's parking lot and I said, "I am in Flagstaff. Can I see Lily for an hour?" Becca said, "You sound like you have not slept." I said, "I have not." She said, "Daniel." I said, "Please." She brought Lily to the Denny's. We ate pancakes. Lily had the smiley face one with the whipped cream eyes. She told me about a turtle she had seen at the park. She told me the turtle had a name and his name was Mr., just Mr. She told me Mr. had said hello to her. She told me she had said hello back. She told me the turtle had walked all the way over to her to say hello, and that her mom had said the turtle was just walking, but Lily said the turtle had said hello with his mouth, even though it was inside his face. I held her hand across the table. Her hand was small and warm. Her fingernails had little white moons. She did not stop talking. I did not want her to stop talking. I wanted to sit in the Denny's with my daughter forever. She said, "Daddy, are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, baby." She said, "You look tired." I said, "I am a little tired." She said, "You should go home and sleep." I said, "I will. I will go home and sleep. I love you." She said, "I love you too, Daddy. I love you 1,000." I drove back to Coyote Springs. I was on the road for 3 hours. The sun came down on the way, and the desert went red, and then purple, and then black. I pulled into the lot at the McDonald's at 10:45 at night. My shift started in 15 minutes. The yellow M was burning over the lot like always. I sat in my car for a minute. I had the windows down. The night was warm. I could hear the cicadas in the field behind the lot. I could hear a truck on the interstate. I could hear something else too. I could hear something that was not quite a coyote out in the field. It was the right kind of sound, but it was off, the way a recording of a voice is off after the real voice has been heard. It made the right shape, but the inside of it was wrong. I went inside. Wes was at the front counter. He looked up when I came in. He said, "Good evening, Daniel." I said, "Evening." He said, "How was Flagstaff?" I had not told him I was going to Flagstaff. I said, "Fine." He said, "How is Lily?" I had not told him about Lily either. Not the name, not any of it. He smiled. He blinked twice. Pause. He said, "You should go clock in." I clocked in. That night was the night of the cooler. It was late in the shift. It was around 4 in the morning. Marisol had come in at 4 for breakfast prep and was on the line setting up the egg trays. Cassie was at the front because the drive-through had been dead for an hour. Wes was in the office, as always. Travis was on the fryer, I was on the grill. I went into the walk-in for a tray of patties. The walk-in is a small room. It is maybe 10 feet by 12. It has a thumb latch on the inside of the door, the kind that pops the door open from the inside in case somebody gets shut in. There is a single fluorescent fixture in the ceiling that buzzes the whole time a person is in there. I went in. I let the door close behind me. I picked up the tray. I was about to push the door open with my hip when I heard her. Lily. Her voice was on the other side of the door. She said, "Daddy, I do not know how to put this right." Lily's voice has a sound. It is her sound. It is high and a little breathy, and the D in Daddy is soft like a T. She has been my daughter since the night she was born, and I have been the only one to teach her my name, and I know what my name sounds like when she says it. The voice on the other side of the door said my name the way she says my name. She said, "Daddy, Daddy, I'm here." I almost dropped the tray. I set it down on the wire rack instead. I put my hand on the thumb latch. Lily was in Flagstaff. Lily was asleep at her mom's house. It was 4 in the morning. It was a Thursday. Lily had school in the morning. Lily was 3 years old. Lily had eaten pancakes with me at a Denny's 12 hours ago, and I had watched her get into Becca's car and waved as Becca pulled out of the lot and watched the taillights all the way down the street. Lily was not on the other side of the cooler door. She said, "Daddy, it is cold." The latch was under my palm. It was a flat plastic lever. Pressing it down popped the door open. I did not press it. I do not know why I did not press it. I have thought about it. The best I can say is that for a long moment I stood there with my hand on the latch and the voice of my child telling me she was cold, and what stopped me was the wrongness of the timing, the wrongness of the place, the wrongness of all of it, and the way my stomach felt like a fist. I took my hand off the latch. The voice on the other side said, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." It said my name in her voice, but the rhythm of it was a metronome. "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy," like a count, like a clock. Then it changed. It did not change in the middle. It changed on a syllable. The first half of one daddy was Lily's voice, and the second half was something else. It was a deeper voice. It was a voice that was not pretending anymore. It said, "Daddy, open the door." I did not move. It said, "Daniel, open the door." It was Wes's voice now. It was right against the door. I did not move. There was a sound, a small sound, the sound of a tongue running over teeth. Then the sound went away. I stayed in the cooler for a long time. I do not know how long. I stayed until I started to lose feeling in my fingers and my teeth started to chatter, and even then I stayed. Then I heard the office door open out in the kitchen. I heard Wes say something to Marisol. Marisol answered. Wes said something else. He laughed. Wes did not laugh much, but when he laughed, it was a normal laugh. He laughed. I pressed the latch. The door opened. The kitchen was warm. Marisol was on the line. Wes was in the lobby talking to Cassie. Travis was on the fryer. Everything was normal. In the way the kitchen was normal, in the way it had been every other shift for a month. I went to the bathroom. I sat on the toilet with my pants up, and I put my hands over my face, and I did not cry because if I cried I would not be able to stop, and I needed to stop. And after about 10 minutes, I got up, and I splashed water on my face, and I went back to the grill. Wes did not say anything to me for the rest of the shift. At 6:50 in the morning, when I clocked out, he was at the front counter counting the drawer. He did not look up. As I walked past, he said, "Take care, Daniel." He said it without looking up. He blinked twice. Pause. I went home, and I lay on the futon, and I did not sleep. I called Becca at 8. She picked up, sleepy. I said, "Can you check on Lily?" She said, "Why?" I said, "Please, just check." There was a sound of her getting up. There was a sound of her opening Lily's door. There was a sound of Lily breathing, far off, in a small bed, the breathing of a child who is asleep and dreaming. Becca said, She is fine, Daniel. What is going on? I said, nothing. I am sorry. Thanks. I hung up. I lay on the futon, and I cried for a long time, and then I slept. The next night, Marisol said something to me in the parking lot. I had finished my shift. I had clocked out at 7. I had gone out the front door because Wes was at the counter and because I did not want to walk past him. I had walked around the side of the building to the back lot where my car was. The sun was coming up over the low hills past the field. Marisol was at her car. She had the trunk open. Her car was a small white Honda with a child's booster seat in the back. She had a thermos in one hand and a brown paper bag in the other, and the keys to the back door of the McDonald's in her teeth. She had stepped out from her shift to grab her lunch from the trunk. She saw me. She stopped. She took the keys out of her teeth. She looked around the lot. She looked at the back door. She looked at the front of the building where the front door was around the corner and out of sight. She looked at the windows. She walked over to me. She walked fast. She came up close. She set the thermos and the bag on the hood of my car. She put a hand on my arm. Her hand was warm. She said, Daniel. I said, yeah. She said, Mijo, you have to go. I said, what? She said, you have to go. Not at the end of your shift tonight. Not next week. Today. You go home. You put your things in your car. You drive south on Interstate 40 until you hit somewhere bigger than this, and you do not stop. I said, Marisol. She said, Mijo. She said, you have a little girl. I said, how do you... She said, Wes mentioned her. I felt the back of my neck go cold. She said, Daniel, listen. I have been here 3 years. I came on after my husband had his accident because the breakfast shift pays my insurance. I have seen 4 night managers come and go in those 3 years before Wes. Wes is different. The other ones were people. Wes is not a person. You know it. You have been here a month, and you already know it. I have been here 3 years, and I have not said it to anybody until now, because I have 2 kids at home and a husband who cannot work, and I am not the one who can leave. You are. You are alone here, Mijo. You can go. She said, I am telling you. Go. I said, what about you? He said, I am day shift now. I said, you are not. You are night shift. She said, after tonight, I am day shift. I asked the new general manager who took over from Wes's manager last week. I am off the night schedule starting Sunday. I do not come in at 4 anymore. I come in at 9. He has been keeping me on night because I am the only one of the originals who has not run. He is going to get one of his own people on breakfast soon. I have a few weeks, maybe. Then I will be gone too. But you can be gone tomorrow. I said, Marisol, what is he? She said, do not ask me what he is. She said, I do not say what he is. The old people, where I come from, we do not say what he is, because saying it is calling him. I am asking you, Daniel, please, go. She picked up the thermos and the bag. She took her hand off my arm. She said, you take care, Mijo. You take care of your little girl. You drive south. She walked across the lot to the back door of the McDonald's. She unlocked the back door. She went inside. The door shut behind her. I drove home. I did not pack. I lay on the futon. I did not sleep. I called my uncle, and I asked him what he would think if I broke my lease. He said he would think nothing of it, that the lease was a piece of paper, and that I should do what I needed to do. I said I would let him know. I did not let him know. I told myself I would go the next day. I worked the next shift. Marisol came in at 4. She did not look at me. She set up the line, and she did not look at me, and I worked the grill, and I did not look at her. And Wes was in the office, and Travis was on the fryer, and Cassie was on the window, and the night went the way the night went. I told myself I would go the day after. I worked the next shift. The same. I tried to quit on a Wednesday. I went in at 10:30 at night for an 11 o'clock shift, and I stopped at the office door and I knocked. Wes said, come in. I came in. The office was small. There was a desk with a computer on it and a filing cabinet against the back wall, and a chair on either side of the desk. Wes was sitting in the manager's chair. He gestured to the other chair. I sat. I said, Wes. He said, Daniel. I said, I have to give my 2 weeks. He did not respond for a few seconds. He looked at me the way he always looked at me, which was to say, he looked at me with his face arranged into a face. His eyes were on mine, but it was not the way another person's eyes are on yours. It was the way a camera lens is on yours. He said, may I ask why? I had practiced this. I had practiced it in the car on the way over. I said, I got a job in Flagstaff. I said, I want to be closer to my daughter. He said, you got a job in Flagstaff? I said, yes. He said, where? I said, a cabinet shop, same kind of work I used to do. He said, what is the name of the shop? I had not thought of the name of the shop. I said the first thing that came into my head. I said, Pearson's. He said, Pearson's. He turned to the computer. He moved the mouse. He started to type. He said, Pearsons. He said, that is funny. He said, I am looking at a directory of cabinet shops in Flagstaff right now, and there is no Pearson's. I said, it is new. He said, the directory was updated last week. I said, well? He turned back to me. He said, Daniel, he said, you do not have a job in Flagstaff. He said, you have not applied for any jobs. He said, I would know. I said, what? He said, I would know. I sat in the chair. The chair was hard. The fluorescent in the office was buzzing in the same way the fluorescent in the cooler was buzzing. I had not realized, until that minute, how much I had been hearing that buzz in my sleep. He said, the schedule is the schedule, Daniel. He said, I do not accept your notice. I said, you have to accept my notice. I said, that is how a notice works. He said, that is not how a notice works here. I stood up. My legs felt like they were not all the way under me. I said, I will not come in tomorrow. He said, that is fine. He said, Daniel, I was halfway to the door. I stopped. He said, your car is parked in the back lot. I said, yes. He said, the back lot is dark. He said, you should be careful walking out. I went to the door. I opened it. I went out of the office. The door swung shut behind me. I worked the shift. I do not know why I worked the shift. I worked the shift, and I clocked out at 7 in the morning, and I walked across the lobby, and I went out the front door, not the back door, because Wes had said the back door. I walked around the side of the building to the back lot where my car was. The sun was up. The day shift was inside. There were a few customers in the drive-thru. The morning was warm. My car would not start. I tried the ignition 4 times. The starter clicked. The dash lights came on. The engine did not turn. I had bought the car off Craigslist for $800 in February. It was a 2008 Pontiac that had been my uncle's friend's wife's car. It had 80,000 miles on it. It had started every morning for 4 months without a single problem. I sat in the car with my hands on the wheel. I tried it a 5th time. The starter clicked. I got out. I lifted the hood. I had no idea what I was looking at. I poked the battery cables. They were tight. I poked the wires. The wires were wires. I let the hood drop. A truck pulled in. Old Mike got out. Mike had a toolkit in his truck, because Mike had a toolkit in his truck. He was a man who fixed things. He came over without asking. He looked at the engine. He poked. He looked at the battery. He looked at the starter solenoid. He looked at the relay box. He stopped. He said, Daniel, he said, somebody pulled your starter relay. I said, what? He said, somebody pulled your starter relay out of the box. He said, it is not in here. I looked. The slot in the relay box was empty. I said, Mike, he said, I have one in the truck. I will give you one. Do not tell anyone I gave it to you. He went to his truck. He came back with a relay. He plugged it into the slot. He shut my hood. He said, try it. The car started. I sat in the car with the engine running. Mike was leaning against the hood. He said, Daniel. I said, yeah? He said, if you are going to quit, do not give notice. I said, what? He said, just go. Tonight, when you get off, pack what you have to pack. Get in the car. drive. Do not come back. I said, Mike. He said, I am old. He said, I have been here 21 years. I am not going anywhere. He said, Patty is sick and our insurance is through this job and I cannot leave. He said, I am telling you, do not be like me. He said, just go. He patted the hood. He stepped back. He said, drive safe, Daniel. He walked off. I sat there with the engine running for a minute. Then I drove home. I called Becca that afternoon. I said, can I come stay with you for a couple of days? She said, what is going on? I said, I just need to get out of Coyote Springs for a couple of days. She said, that is not a good idea, Daniel. She said, you cannot come stay here. I said, I know. She said, are you okay? I said, no. I said, but I will be. She said, did something happen? I said, no. I said, work is bad. She said, then quit. I said, yeah. I hung up. I sat in the apartment. I packed a duffel bag. I put my clothes in the duffel bag. I put the photo of Lily I kept on the nightstand in the duffel bag. I put the lockbox I kept under the bed in the duffel bag, the one with my birth certificate and my social security card and my passport and the $800 in cash I had been saving up to fix the air conditioning in the Pontiac. I sat on the futon with the duffel bag at my feet. I watched the clock. Then I thought about Mike. I thought about Mike saying, I am old. I am not going anywhere. I thought about Mike and his wife Patty and the world's okayest Grandpa Cup. I thought about him telling me to just go. I picked up the phone. I called the McDonald's. I asked for Mike. The kid on the phone said, who? I said, Mike. Mike that cleans the lobby. Mike that has been there 21 years. The kid said, dude, I have only been here a week. I do not know a Mike. Let me ask. I heard him put down the phone. I heard him ask somebody. I heard somebody say something I could not make out. I heard him pick the phone back up. He said, sorry, man, there is no Mike here. We got a Larry on lobby tonight if you want him. I said, no, thank you. I hung up. I called Mike's cell phone. It went to voicemail. The voicemail was Patty's voice. Patty saying, you have reached Mike and Patty. We are not home. Leave a message. I left a message. I said, Mike, call me back. It is Daniel. I waited an hour. He did not call. I knew where Mike lived because I had been to his house once. Mike had invited the night crew over for cake on Patty's 65th birthday 3 weeks before. Most of the crew did not go. I had gone because Mike had asked me directly and because I did not have anywhere else to be on a Saturday afternoon. The house was on a dirt road off Route 40 about 4 miles north of town, a single wide on a concrete pad with a metal porch railing and a garden of dead tomato plants in pots along the side. Patty had made the cake herself. She had been a thin, tired woman in a cotton dress and house slippers, and she had hugged me at the door like she knew me, and she had called me sweetheart. I drove out there in the afternoon. I drove with the windows down. The road from town was empty. The sky was the empty blue of an August afternoon out there. I went past the gas station off the Interstate 40 exit, and I went past the McDonald's. The McDonald's was busy and the way was busy at 3 in the afternoon. A few cars in the drive-thru and a few in the lot. I did not look at the front counter as I went past. I drove north on a county road for 2 miles, and then I turned onto Mike's dirt road. The dirt road ran along an irrigation ditch for a quarter mile, and then bent left up a low rise. Mike's house was at the top of the rise. Mike's truck was not in the driveway. There was a Pontiac like mine in the driveway, except it was a different color, brown instead of silver, and it was older. There was a green hose coiled by the porch. There was a small wooden cross on a post by the path to the front door, the kind people put up at the side of a road where somebody died. There were wind chimes on the porch. I parked behind the brown Pontiac. I sat in the car. I had not thought about what I was going to say. I thought about it for a minute. I could not come up with anything. I got out of the car. I walked up to the porch. I knocked on the door. I heard her come to the door from the inside. I heard the slap of her slippers on the linoleum. I heard the chain come off. The door opened. Patty looked the same. She was thinner than she had been at the birthday. Her hair was up in a kerchief. She was wearing the same cotton dress, or one like it. She had the kind of skin people get when they are sick for a long time. She looked at me and her face did not register me for a second, and then it did. She said, "Oh, Daniel, sweetheart, come in." I said, "Hi, Mrs. Mike." That was a joke from the birthday party. Mike had introduced her as Mrs. Mike when I had come in, because his last name was a long one I could not pronounce, and he had always gone by Mike. The joke had been ours from the start. She smiled when I said it. Her smile pulled tired across her face. She said, "Come in, come in. Mike is not home, but I have coffee." I came in. The house smelled like old coffee and Vicks, and something underneath that I did not want to name. The living room had 2 armchairs and a small television and a coffee table with magazines on it. There was a hospital bed set up in the corner of the room, made up with a quilt over it, the kind of bed people rent from a company. It had not been there at the birthday party. She said, "Sit down, sweetheart, sit." I sat in one of the armchairs. She said, "Do you take cream?" I said, "No, just black." She went into the kitchen. She came back with 2 cups of coffee in cups that did not match. She gave me one. She sat in the other armchair. She held her cup in her lap with both hands. She said, "How is the store?" I said, "The store is." I said, "It is busy." She said, "Mike says it is busy. Mike has been working a lot." I said, "Has he?" She said, "He has been working doubles. He has not been home in 3 nights. He called me yesterday from the store. He said they were short-handed. He said they had hired some new people, but they were not picking it up fast, and he had to stay. He said he was sleeping in the office on the couch. He said he would be home soon." I said, "Patty." She said, "I told him to come home, sweetheart. I told him I was fine, that I did not need him here. He has been so worried since the diagnosis. He is always trying to be home. But I told him, you go to work. I am fine. I have my shows. I have my magazines. The hospice nurse comes Tuesday and Thursday. I am fine." I said, "Patty." She said, "The thing is, Daniel." She set the coffee cup on the coffee table. She put her hands together in her lap. The skin on her hands was thin and dry, like old paper. She said, "The thing is, when he calls, he sounds tired. He sounds so tired. He has never sounded that tired before. I have known him 51 years, sweetheart, and I have never heard him sound the way he sounds on the phone these last 3 days. I have been worried. I have been thinking I should call the store and tell him to come home, but I do not want to embarrass him. Mike is proud. You know how Mike is." I said, "I know how Mike is." She said, "Will you tell him to come home, sweetheart, when you see him at work? Will you tell him Patty says, come home?" I sat in the armchair with the coffee in my hands. The coffee was good coffee. Patty had always made good coffee. The clock on the wall behind her was ticking. The wind chimes on the porch were going a small clean sound the way wind chimes are clean. I said, "Patty." I said, "When did you last see him?" She said, 3 days ago. He left for work Monday and said he might not be home for a while because they were short-handed. He has not been home since. He keeps calling. I said, "When did you last see him?" She said, 3 days ago. I said, "In person?" She looked at me. Her face was tired. Her face was tired in the way the faces of people who are dying are tired, where the muscles do not hold the same way anymore and the skin sits a little looser on the bones. She looked at me, and for a second I thought she was going to say something else. I thought she was going to say, "Sweetheart, what are you really asking me?" I thought she was going to ask me what I knew. She did not. She said, 3 days, sweetheart. I am sure of it. 3 days. She said, "Will you tell him to come home?" I said, "I will tell him." I sat with her for another 20 minutes. I drank the coffee. She told me about her shows. She told me about the hospice nurse, whose name was Roberta, and who was good. She told me about her grandson in Oregon, who was getting married in the spring, and how she did not know if she would make it to the wedding. She said it the way a person says it who knows. She said it without crying. When I got up to leave, she hugged me at the door. She had hugged me at the door the first time, too. She was smaller than I remembered. She smelled like Vicks and like soap and like an old woman who lived in an old house. She said, "You are a good boy, Daniel." She said, "You take care of yourself." I said, "You too, Mrs. Mike." I walked back down the path to my car. I sat in my car for a minute. The wind chimes were going. The brown Pontiac was in the driveway. The dead tomato plants were in their pots. The small wooden cross was on the post by the path. I drove home. I went into work that night. I did not bring the duffel bag in. I left it in the trunk of the car. I parked in the back lot, in the same spot as the night before. The yellow M was burning. The desert was dark. The Pinto sign was a red glow a mile to the south. There was a coyote sound from the field that was not a coyote. Wes was at the front counter when I came in. He said, "Good evening, Daniel." I said, "Where is Mike?" He said, "Mike retired." I said, "Mike retired." He said, "Yesterday." He said, after his shift, he cleared out his locker and he gave me his polo and he went home. He said, his wife is sick. He needed to take care of her. I said, "Mike just gave me a starter relay this morning." Wes said, "That was kind of him." He blinked twice. Pause. He said, "The new lobby man is named Larry. Larry, come meet Daniel." Larry came out of the back. Larry was wearing Mike's polo. The polo had the same coffee stain on the left breast that Mike's polo had, a small dark spot from years of carrying coffee in his left hand. Larry had a face that did not look like Mike's face. Larry was younger. He had brown hair instead of gray. He was about my height instead of Mike's height, which had been a little shorter than mine. He smiled at me. His smile went on too long. He said, "Hi, Daniel." He said it in Mike's voice. It was Mike's voice. It was the exact voice. It was not a person impersonating Mike. It was Mike's voice coming out of a person who was not Mike. He said, "I have heard so much about you." He said it in Mike's voice and Mike's cadence and Mike's slow, easy way of putting an emphasis on the "so." I had heard Mike say that exact phrase to a regular customer 2 weeks before. "I have heard so much about you." Mike had said it about somebody's grandson. I said, "Nice to meet you." I do not know how I said it. I said it. Larry went back to the lobby. Wes watched me. He blinked twice. Pause. I went to the kitchen. I stood at the grill. Marisol was not in yet. She came in at 4. Travis was on the fryer. There was a new kid I had not seen before on the dish line. The new kid did not introduce himself. I did not introduce myself. There was no point. I worked the shift. I do not know how I worked the shift. My hands worked, my arms worked, my voice worked when I had to call out orders. My body did what my body does when it has been doing a job for a month and the part of me that was a person was somewhere else, somewhere about 3 feet back of my eyes, watching. Around 3 in the morning, Larry came in to clean the kitchen drains. He did it the way Mike had done it. He used the same yellow bucket. He used the same long brush. He hummed the same tune Mike used to hum, which was an old song called "Sentimental Journey" that Mike's father had sung to him when he was small. I did not look at him. When the shift ended, I clocked out and I walked to the front door, not the back. I went out the front. I walked around the side of the building. I got in my car. The car started on the first try. I drove out of the lot. I drove east on Route 40 for about a mile, and then I pulled over on the shoulder, and I put my head on the steering wheel, and I sat there until the sun came up. I did not drive away. I did not leave. I went home, and I lay on the futon, and I told myself I would leave the next night, and I worked the next shift, and I told myself I would leave the night after that, and I worked the next shift, and 3 more nights passed like that before the thing in the field. I came out the back door for a smoke at 2 in the morning on the 3rd night. Marisol was not in yet. Wes was in the office. Travis was on the fryer. Larry was in the lobby. Cassie was on the window. I stood on the concrete pad in the cold. I lit a cigarette. The sodium light over the dumpsters was yellow. The sodium light over the back door was yellow. The field beyond the chain link enclosure was black, blacker than the sky, the way a field looks when the lights of a parking lot are between a man and it. I smoked. The field had its sound. The cicadas, the wind running through the dry grass, the coyote that was not a coyote, far out near the power lines, the wrong sound coming through. The interstate hummed a half-mile north. A truck downshifted somewhere, and the sound of the downshift carried clean across the open ground. I looked at the field. I do not know why I looked at the field. I had been looking at the field every night for a month and a half, and the field had always been the field. That night it was not. There was something in the field. It was past the chain link, past where the fence ran, out past the dumpsters in the back of the lot, in the open between the lot and the power lines. It was crouched. I could see the shape of it. Because the moon was up. The moon was about half full, and there was a clean, thin light over the field. The thing in the field was not standing. It was on all fours. It was hunched. It was looking at me. I could not see its face. I could see the angle of its head. The angle was wrong for an animal. The neck was wrong. The shoulders were wrong. Whatever was on all fours out there had shoulders that were too high and arms that were too long and a back that did not bend the way an animal's back bends. I did not move. The thing did not move. We looked at each other for a long time. Then the back door opened behind me and Wes came out. He came out and he stood next to me on the concrete pad. He did not light a cigarette. He did not say anything. He looked out at the field. He did not look at the same place I was looking. He looked further to the right. I looked where he was looking. There was another one out there. I had not seen it. It was further out, near the fence, near the post that held the gap I had walked through twice with Mike, when Mike had wanted to look at the field at dawn. The second one was standing. The second one was tall. The second one was standing on two legs, and it was looking at the two of us on the concrete pad. It was Wes. The shape of it, the lean shoulders, the angle of the head, the neck, two of him. I did not move. Beside me, the Wes that was beside me said, "That is far enough for tonight." The Wes in the field stood there for another second. Then it turned and it walked off into the dark, the way a person walks. It did not crouch. It did not run. It walked. 2 steps and it was past the power lines. 3 steps and it was gone. The first thing in the field, the one on all fours, was still there. It had not moved. Wes said, "You should come inside." I said, "What is that?" Wes said, "You should come inside, Daniel." I went inside. I worked the rest of the shift. I worked it standing at the grill. I worked it with the muscles in my legs locked. My cigarette had gone out on the pad. I had left it. I did not go back for it. When the sun came up and I clocked out, I went around to the back lot to my car. The cigarette was on the concrete pad where I had left it. The butt was crushed flat. It had been a fresh cigarette. Somebody had stepped on it after I went inside. There was a footprint next to it. The footprint was wet. The cement was dry. The footprint was the size of my own shoe. The toes were on backward. That Saturday I drove down to Flagstaff to get Lily. I drove with my hands shaking on the wheel for the first 120 miles. By the time I hit the Flagstaff exit, I had been awake for almost 28 hours. I met Becca at the gas station off the Interstate 40 exit. She was in her hatchback. Lily was in the back, in her car seat, in a yellow dress with white flowers and white sandals. Becca got out. I got out. I went around to the back. I unbuckled Lily. I lifted her out. She put her arms around my neck, and her hair smelled like the same shampoo it had always smelled like, the kind in the green bottle with the strawberry on it. I held her for a long time. Becca said, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Daniel?" I said, "I am okay, Becca." She said, "You look like you have been awake for a week." I said, "I am okay." She moved Lily's car seat to the back of the Pontiac. She buckled the straps. She kissed the top of Lily's head. She said, "Bye, sweetie." Lily said, "Bye, Mommy." Becca turned to me. She said, "Take care of her." I said, "I will." She said, "Take care of yourself." I said, "I will." She got in her car. She drove off. I watched her go down the access road and onto the on-ramp and east on 40, back toward Flagstaff. Then I got in my car and drove the other way. We did not go back to Coyote Springs. I had decided that on the drive down, I was not bringing Lily to Coyote Springs. I had thought about driving to a hotel in Flagstaff, but I did not have enough money for a hotel that would feel like a hotel a kid should be in. I drove east on 40 about 40 miles to a town called Winslow that had a McDonald's with a play place. Lily liked play places. Lily had not had a play place in 2 months. The McDonald's in Coyote Springs did not have a play place because the McDonald's in Coyote Springs was the kind of McDonald's that was mostly a drive-through for truckers. We pulled in around 2 in the afternoon. The Winslow McDonald's was a real one. It had a play structure. It had a ball pit. It had a counter with a bunch of moms ordering Happy Meals. It had bright light and music playing and kids running and the smell of fries and the smell of clean tile. It was a McDonald's. It was the most McDonald's a McDonald's had ever been to me. Lily ran for the play place. I ordered. I got her a Happy Meal with apples and a chocolate milk. I got myself a coffee. I sat at a table near the play structure, and I watched her climb. She climbed up to the second level and waved at me through one of the bubble windows. I waved back. She climbed back down. She climbed back up. She got in the ball pit. She came out, covered in static. I drank my coffee. I watched her. I had not slept, and I was running on fumes, and I was watching my daughter play, and for the first time in a month I felt like a person who was a person. Then he walked in. He was at the counter. He was ordering a coffee. It was Wes. It was Wes. The same Wes. The same height. The same lean. The same polo and pressed pants. The same blink. He was at a McDonald's counter in Winslow, Arizona, 40 miles from Coyote Springs, ordering a small coffee from a teenage girl who handed him his cup with a smile, and he was looking at me over the top of her head. He smiled. He raised the cup to me. He walked over. He did not sit at my table. He stood next to it. He looked at Lily on the play structure. She was in the bubble window. She waved at me again. I waved back. Wes watched her wave. He said, "She is beautiful." I said, "Do not." He said, "Do not what?" I said, "Do not." He said, "Daniel, I am just having a coffee." I said, "Get away from her." He said, "I am not anywhere near her." He was not. He was 8 feet from her. He was at the side of my table. He was not blocking anything. He said, "You have a good Saturday with your daughter." He looked over at the play structure. Lily was at the top of the slide. She was waving at me. She was looking right at us. She was looking at him. She did not smile. She did not wave at him. She stopped waving at me. She slid down the slide. She came running to the table. She came running fast. And she came around the side and she pushed her face into my side, and she did not look at him. He smiled. He said, "Kids know things, do they not?" He walked away. He walked to the door. He went out into the parking lot. I watched him through the window. He got into a black Tacoma I had never seen in the lot at the Coyote Springs McDonald's. He started it. He pulled out. He drove east on 40. Lily said, "Daddy, that man was bad." I said, "I know, baby." She said, "Daddy, his smell was wrong." I said, "What?" She said, "His smell was wrong. He smelled like the bathroom at the gas station behind the freezer." I did not know what to say to that. I said, "We are going to go now, okay?" She said, "Where?" I said, "We are going to a hotel." She said, "Do they have a pool?" I said, "I will find one with a pool." We went to a Holiday Inn Express. I paid in cash at the front desk because my card was almost empty. The lady at the desk gave me a key card and a piece of paper with the Wi-Fi password on it and asked if we wanted a rollaway. I said no, we would share the bed. Lily said, "Can we go to the pool?" The lady at the desk smiled at her and said, "The pool is open until 10. We went up to the room. The room had 2 queen beds and a window that looked out over the parking lot. I pulled the curtain shut. I checked the deadbolt. I checked the chain. I sat on the bed for a minute while Lily changed into her swim diaper that I had brought in the diaper bag. She said, "Daddy, come on." I said, "I am coming." We went down to the pool. The pool room was empty. The pool was small and lit from underneath. with the kind of green light pool lights make. The chlorine smell hit me at the door. Lily walked in like she owned the place. She walked straight to the steps and went down them. I sat on a deck chair fully dressed and watched her. She was the only kid in the pool. The pool was warm. The light over the pool was the kind of green that pool lights are. She splashed. She laughed. She came over to the side and put her elbows on the edge and looked up at me with water dripping off her chin and said, "Daddy, you are not in the pool." I said, "I forgot my swim trunks, baby." She said, "That is okay." She went back to swimming. I watched her swim. I watched the door to the pool room. I watched the window that looked out into the hotel hallway. I watched the deck chairs on the far side of the pool, where the light from the underwater pool lights threw moving green shapes up against the white wall. The chlorine smell in the pool room reminded me of the smell of Wes when he had stood next to my table. I had not noticed it at the time. I noticed it now. It had not been chlorine, but it had been something underneath chlorine. It had been the smell, Lily said. The smell of a bathroom behind a freezer. The smell of something that had been kept cold for a long time and was now starting to come up to room temperature. We went back to the room at 8. I ordered a pizza from a place that delivered. We ate the pizza on the bed, and Lily watched a cartoon on the hotel television. She fell asleep with her head on the pillow and her hand on my arm and a piece of pizza crust still in her other hand. I put the crust on a napkin on the nightstand. I pulled the blanket up over her. I sat with my back against the headboard and I watched the door. I did not sleep. I watched the door of the room and I watched the window and I listened. I thought about Mike. I thought about Devin. I thought about the new Larry with Mike's voice. I thought about the thing in the field with the toes on backward. I thought about the way Wes had said, "You have a good Saturday with your daughter," and the way he had raised the coffee cup to me from the counter. I did not sleep. The sun came up. Lily woke up. She said, "Daddy." I said, "Hi, baby." She said, "Did you sleep?" I said, "A little." And she said, "You are a bad sleeper." I said, "I know." We ate the hotel breakfast in the lobby downstairs. They had little muffins in plastic wrappers and a waffle iron and a juice machine. Lily made a waffle and ate half of it. We checked out at 8. I drove her back to the gas station outside Flagstaff. Becca was already in the lot when we got there, waiting. I lifted Lily out of the car seat. I held her. I held her too long. She said, "Daddy, you are squishing me." I said, "Sorry, baby." I gave her one more long hug. I kissed her on the forehead. I said, "I love you." And she said, "I love you 1,000. Becca took her. Becca looked at me. She said, "Daniel, you look worse than yesterday." I said, "I know." She said, "Are you safe?" It was the first time anyone had asked me that question. I almost answered honestly. I almost told her everything. I almost said, "Becca, somebody from work followed me to Winslow yesterday and stood next to my table and said your daughter is beautiful and watched her play." I almost said, "Becca, somebody from work has been calling me at home and getting into my apartment and pulling the relay out of my starter box." I almost said, "Becca, I do not know what is happening, but it is happening, and I am afraid for Lily, and I am afraid for you, and I am afraid for me." I said, "I am safe." She said, "Daniel." I said, "I am safe, Becca. I just have not been sleeping. I am going to take a couple of days off and sleep." She said, "Okay." She buckled Lily into her car seat. She said, "Drive safe." I said, "I will." She drove off. I sat in my car in the gas station parking lot for an hour. Then I drove east. I did not drive west toward Coyote Springs. I drove east. I drove to Albuquerque. I got a hotel for the night. With $240 I could not afford to spend. The hotel was on the south side of town off Central. It was a chain. The room had a king bed and a dresser and a small desk by the window, and a chair next to the desk. The window looked out on the parking lot. I drew the curtains. I locked the deadbolt and the chain. I pushed the desk in front of the door. I sat on the bed. I slept for 14 hours straight. When I woke up the next morning, the lamp on the desk was on. I had not turned the lamp on. There was a coffee on the desk next to the lamp. It was a small coffee from McDonald's. The cup had the yellow M on it. The lid was still on. The cup was warm. There was a piece of paper next to it. The piece of paper was a piece of yellow-lined notepad paper, the kind with the holes punched along the side like somebody had torn it out of a steno book. The note on the paper, in handwriting that was not my handwriting, said, "See you Wednesday, Daniel." The desk was still in front of the door. The chain was still on. The deadbolt was still on. The window was on the second floor. The window was closed and locked. I sat on the bed for a long time. I did not drink the coffee. I poured the coffee down the bathroom sink, and I rinsed the cup 3 times, and I threw it in the trash. I folded the note in half and put it in the front pocket of my jeans, and I sat on the bed for another hour before I could stand up to leave. I checked out of the hotel at noon. The lady at the desk said, "Sir, were you the gentleman in room 204?" I said, "Yes." She said, "Sir, the night clerk said somebody came in last night looking for you. He said the man was very polite. He said the man was tall and had a polo shirt, and he said he was your boss." She said, "The night clerk did not give him your room number, sir, just so you know." I said, "Thank you." I said, "What time?" She said, he could not remember exactly, sometime after midnight. I said, "Thank you." I left. I sat in the parking lot of the hotel. I had the note in my pocket. I had no plan. I had $480-something to my name, in cash. I had a quarter tank of gas. I had a daughter 3 hours away who liked play places. I had an ex-wife who had asked me if I was safe, and I had lied to her about it. I had a job at a McDonald's on Route 40 east of Coyote Springs that I could not quit because the schedule was the schedule. I drove back to Coyote Springs. I do not know why I drove back. I have thought about it. I have thought about it for a long time. The best I can come up with is that I did not know what else to do. The schedule said I worked Sunday night. The schedule had said I worked Sunday night for a month and a half. The schedule was the schedule. Wes had said that, and he had told me he would see me Wednesday. He had been in my room. He had stood next to my bed while I slept. He had set a coffee on the desk. He had not killed me. He had not eaten me. He had not done whatever he was going to do to me. He had let me sleep. He had set down the coffee and he had left. I also thought, somewhere in the back of my brain, that if I did not come back, he would go find Lily. That was the thing that turned me west. The picture of Wes standing on Becca's front porch in Flagstaff. The picture of Wes ringing Becca's doorbell on a Sunday morning. The picture of him crouched at the window of Lily's bedroom. The picture of his hand on her bedroom door. I drove back to Coyote Springs. I worked Sunday night. Wes did not say anything about Winslow. Wes did not say anything about the hotel in Albuquerque. Wes did not say anything about the note. Wes did not look at me any differently than he had before. He blinked twice. Pause. He counted the drawer at 7 in the morning. He said, "Take care, Daniel," as I clocked out. I drove home. I slept 4 hours. I called Becca. I said, "Can Lily stay with you this Saturday?" I said, "Something has come up." Becca said, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yes." She said, "Daniel, are you okay?" I said, "No." I said, "But it is not about Lily." She said, "You tell me if it is about Lily." I said, "I will, I promise." She said, "Okay." I hung up. I worked Monday night. Wes was at the counter. He said, "Good evening, Daniel." He blinked twice. Pause. He counted the drawer at 7. He said, "Take care, Daniel." I worked Tuesday night. Wes was at the counter. He said, "Good evening, Daniel." He blinked twice. Pause. He counted the drawer at 7. He said, "Take care, Daniel." The new crew worked around me like a crew working around another person. Travis on the fryer, Larry in the lobby, the new dish kid whose name I never asked, Cassie on the window when there was a window to be on. Marisol came in at 4. Marisol came in at 4 every morning, and she set up the breakfast line, and she did not look at me. She had not looked at me since the night I had been in the cooler. I had not looked at her either. Wednesday morning, I went home and I lay on the futon and I waited for whatever was supposed to happen on Wednesday. Nothing happened. Wednesday went by, and Wednesday night came, and I went to work, and Wes was at the counter, and he said, "Good evening, Daniel." It was on the Wednesday shift that I called 911. It was around 2 in the morning. The drive-through had been quiet. Cassie was on the window. I was on the grill. Travis was on the fryer. Larry was wiping the lobby tables. Wes was in the office. A car pulled up at the speaker. I was getting a soda from the fountain in the back. I had my headset on because I had been spelling Cassie on the line for a few minutes while she ran to the bathroom. The car at the speaker came on. The voice on the speaker said, "Welcome to McDonald's. Can I take your order?" That was my line. That was the line I said when a car pulled up. I had not said it. The speaker had said it in my voice. I stood at the fountain. The soda was overflowing the cup. I did not move my hand to stop it. The brown ran down my arm. The speaker said, in my voice, "Can I take your order?" The voice that answered was Wes's voice. It said, "I will have what he is having." Then the speaker clicked off. I pulled the headset off. I looked at the headset. The little light on the side of the headset was on. The little light is on when somebody is speaking on the channel. The light was on. The light went off. I went to the front. Cassie was back. She was at the window. There was no car at the window. There was no car at the speaker. There was no car in the drive-through lane. I said, "Did you take that order?" She said, "What order?" I said, "The one a second ago." She said, "There was not an order, Daniel." She said it without looking at me. I went out the back door. I went to the smoke pad. I lit a cigarette and I let it shake in my hand, and I took out my phone and I dialed 911. The operator said, "911, what is your emergency?" I said, "I work at the McDonald's on Route 40 east of Coyote Springs." I said, "I think somebody is in the building who should not be in the building." She said, "What is the address of the McDonald's?" I told her. She said, "Are you in danger?" I said, "I do not know." I said, "I think so." I said, my manager is not okay." She said, "Are you saying your manager is hurt?" I said, "No." She said, "Sir, can you describe the situation?" I said, "No." She said, "All right. I am sending a deputy out. Can you stay on the line with me?" I said, "Yes." I stood on the smoke pad with the phone to my ear. The operator was a woman. She had a calm voice. She said her name was Andrea. She talked to me. She asked me if I was inside or outside. I said outside. She asked if I was alone. I said yes. She asked if I had a weapon. I said no. She asked if the manager had a weapon. I said no, not that I knew of. She said the deputy was about 8 minutes out. She said, "Just stay on the line, sir." I stayed on the line. The deputy got there in 7 minutes. I saw his headlights pull into the lot from the smoke pad. He came around the back. He was in a tan and brown sheriff's department car. He got out. He was a tall man. He was younger than I expected, maybe my age. He had a clean uniform and a shaved head and a service belt with the things on it. He had his hand near his pistol, but not on his pistol. He looked at me on the smoke pad. He said, "Sir, are you the one who called?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Are you all right?" I said, "I am all right." He said, "Can you tell me what is going on?" I told him part of it. I did not tell him about the cooler. I did not tell him about Lily's voice. I did not tell him about the thing in the field with the toes on backward. I told him my manager had been threatening me. I told him my manager had followed me to Winslow. I told him my manager had been in my hotel room in Albuquerque. I told him my manager was inside. The deputy listened. He nodded. He said, "All right, let us go talk to him." I said, "I will wait out here." He said, "Sir, I would like you to come in with me." I said, "Please." He looked at me. He looked at me the way a cop looks at somebody. Then he softened a little. He said, "All right, I will go in. Stay where you are." He went around to the front of the building. I watched the back door. I watched it for a long time. The cicadas were going in the field. The yellow lights were on. The Pinto sign was a red dot to the south. I watched the back door. The deputy came out the back door about 10 minutes later. He came across the lot to me. His face had changed. His face had not been a worried face when he went in. His face was a different kind of face now. It was a quiet face. It was the face of a man who had seen something he was going to spend a long time not thinking about. He said, "Sir." I said, "What happened?" He said, "I spoke with your manager, Mr. Galloway. He said he is concerned about you. He says you have been under a lot of stress." I said, "What did he say?" The deputy said, "You have a young daughter, and you have been going through a divorce, and you have been having trouble sleeping." He said, "You came in here a few weeks ago looking for any job, and you took the night shift even though he could tell you should be home with your family." He said, "He is a real understanding man, your manager." I said, "No." The deputy said, "Sir." I said, "Do not believe him." The deputy said, "I am not arguing with you, sir. I am just telling you what he said." I said, "Can you go back in there? Can you check the office? Can you check the back? Can you look in the cooler?" The deputy looked at me. His face went a half step softer. He said, "Sir." He said, "I did check." He said, "There is nobody else in the building." He said, "Your manager is the only person on shift." I said, "What?" He said, "Your manager is the only person inside." I said, "There are 4 other people on shift right now. There is Cassie, there is Travis, there is Larry. There was a kid on the dish line. Where are they?" The deputy said, "Sir." He said, "The only person inside is your manager." He said, "The cars in the back lot are yours and his. There are no other cars." He said, "Your manager said you have been telling people there is a whole crew working with you." He said, "You have been on shift alone for the last 3 weeks." I said, "Cassie has a hatchback. Cassie's hatchback was in the lot when I came in tonight. Cassie's hatchback is in the lot right now. I parked next to it." The deputy said, "Sir, there is your truck and there is your manager's car. There are no other cars in the back lot." I went to the back lot. I went around the corner of the building. The back lot had my Pontiac and a black Tacoma. It did not have Cassie's hatchback. It did not have Travis's pickup. It did not have the new Dish Kids, whatever. The back lot had 2 cars. I stood in the back lot. The deputy came around the corner behind me. He said, "Sir, would you like me to take you home tonight?" He said, "We have a number for the county crisis line." He said, "I can call them for you." He said, "You are not in trouble." I said, "No." I said, "No, I am fine." I said, "I am fine. I am sorry. I have not been sleeping." The deputy nodded. He said, "All right." He said, "That is what your manager said." He said, "Do you have somebody who can come stay with you tonight?" I said, "No." I said, "I have a buddy. I will call my buddy." The deputy said, "All right." He walked back to his car. He got in. He pulled out of the lot. He went south. The taillights got smaller. They went past the Pinto. They went past the gas station. They were gone. I stood in the back lot. I went back to the smoke pad. I went in the back door. I went into the kitchen. The kitchen was empty. Wes was at the front counter. He was alone. He was wiping it down with a rag. He looked up. He smiled. He said, "Are you all right, Daniel?" I said, "Where is everyone?" He said, "Who?" He said, "There is no one else, Daniel. There has not been anyone else." He blinked twice. Pause. He said, "There has only ever been you and me." I drove home at 7 that morning. The deputy had come back a little before 5 and looked in on me through the front window of the McDonald's, just to check, he said. He gave me a card with the crisis line on it. I put the card in my wallet. He drove off. Wes did not bring up the deputy. Wes counted the drawer at 7 the way he counted the drawer every morning. He said, "Take care, Daniel." He blinked twice. Pause. I went out the front door. The day shift was coming in. The day shift was Marisol and a woman I had never seen before named Janet and a teenager named Hunter. Marisol nodded at me when I passed her in the parking lot. She did not say good morning. She did not say anything. She got out of her car and she went inside. I sat in my car in the lot for a few minutes. I watched her go in. Marisol had been there with me last night. Marisol had been on the breakfast line at 4. Marisol had been in the kitchen with me when the order came over the speaker in my voice. Marisol had been there, and now Marisol was coming in for her shift like Marisol always came in for her shift, and the deputy had said there was nobody else in the building. I drove home. I went up the stairs to the apartment over the laundromat. I unlocked the door. I went inside. The apartment was the same. The futon was the same. The kitchen was the same. The little table where I ate was the same. The blinds were the same. Everything was where I had left it. I sat on the futon for a minute. Then I got up and I packed. I packed the Pontiac. I put everything I owned in the back. It was not much. The duffel bag was already in the trunk. I added the rest of my clothes from the closet, the photos off the wall, the few books, the cast iron pan that had been my dad's, the bedding off the futon, the toolbox from under the sink. I put the lockbox on the passenger seat. I put my wallet in my front pocket and my phone in the cup holder. I did one last walk through the apartment. The apartment was empty. The light over the kitchen sink was on. I turned it off. I locked the door behind me. I went down the stairs. I called my uncle. I left him a message. I said, "Tony, I am taking off for a while. I will mail you the keys. Thanks for the apartment. I will let you know where I land." I called Becca. She did not answer. I left her a message. I said, "Becca, I am driving east for a while. I am going to call you when I land. I just want you to know I love Lily. I am going to be okay. I am sorry about everything." I sat in the Pontiac in the lot of the laundromat for a minute. The morning was hot already. The sun was over the hills. The Coyote Springs Family Dollar was open, and the feed store was open, and there were trucks at the gas station. It was a Thursday morning in August in the high desert of Arizona, and the world was going on the way it was going to go on, whether or not I was in it. I called the McDonald's. The phone rang for a long time. Wes picked up. He picked up the phone the way he picked up the phone, slow and quiet. He said, "McDonald's of Coyote Springs." I did not say anything. He said, "Daniel." I did not say anything. He said, "You are coming in tonight." I said, "No." He said, "The schedule is the schedule, Daniel." I said, "I am not coming in tonight." He said, "Your shift starts at 11. I said, "I am driving east." He said, "That is fine." He said, "I will see you at 11. He hung up. I sat in the Pontiac. I sat there for a minute. I sat there for another minute. I sat there for 10 minutes. Then I drove east. I drove east on Route 40 out of Coyote Springs. I drove past the gas station off the Interstate 40 exit. I drove past the McDonald's. The yellow M was on. Janet was in the drive-through window. The morning was bright. I drove past at 65 miles an hour. I did not look. I looked. I looked through the window. Wes was at the front counter. Wes was watching the road. Wes saw me. Wes raised his hand. He waved. I pressed on the gas. I drove east. I drove past Holbrook. I drove past Winslow. I did not stop at the Winslow McDonald's. I passed it at 80 miles an hour, and I did not look at the play place, and I did not look at the parking lot, and I did not slow down. I drove through Flagstaff. I called Becca from a rest stop east of Flagstaff. She did not answer. I left her another message. I said, "Becca, please do not let anyone come to the house." I said, "Please do not let anyone come pick up Lily." I said, "If a man named Wes comes to the house, do not open the door." I said, "I am so sorry." I said, "I am going to call you again." I drove east. I drove past Winona. I drove past Twin Arrows. I drove past Meteor Crater. I drove past Two Guns. The names of the towns went by like names on a list of places I was not staying. I drove on caffeine and gas station hot dogs and water out of plastic bottles. I drove with the windows down because the air conditioning in the Pontiac had not worked since I bought it. The wind blew through the car all afternoon. I drove through Gallup. I called the McDonald's in Gallup as I drove past it. I do not know why. A woman picked up. She said, "McDonald's of Gallup, how can I help you?" She was not Tracy. She had an accent. I said, "Is Tracy there?" She said, "Tracy is off today." "Can I take a message?" I said, "No." I said, "Thank you." I hung up. I drove east. I drove into New Mexico. I drove through Grants. I drove past the Sky City exit. I drove through Albuquerque. I did not stop at the hotel on Central. I did not stop at all. I drove past the airport and out the east side of the city and onto the open desert again, and the sun was going down behind me and the desert was going red. Around 10 at night, I was somewhere east of Albuquerque on Route 40. I was running out of road, which is to say, I was running out of money for gas, which is to say, I needed to stop. I was driving on the interstate. The interstate was empty. The sky was full of stars. The Pontiac was running fine. The phone in the cup holder rang. It was not a number I knew. I almost did not answer. I answered. It was Becca. She was crying. She said, "Daniel, where are you?" I said, "I am east of Albuquerque. What is going on?" She said, "There is a man here." She said, "There is a man at the front door. He says he is from your work. He says you left without finishing your shift. He says he needs to come in and use the phone." I said, "Becca." She said, "Daniel." I said, "Do not open the door." She said, "I am not." I said, "Where is Lily?" She said, "Lily is asleep in her bedroom." I said, "Do not open the door, Becca." She said, "Daniel, what is happening?" I said, "Just do not open the door. Call 911. Call 911 right now." She said, "Daniel." I said, "Becca." There was a pause. I heard her breathing. I heard her say into the phone, "Hold on. He is saying something." There was a long pause. She said, "Daniel, he says his name is Wes." I said, "Do not open the door." She said, "He says it is important." I said, "Becca, listen to me. Do not open the door. Call 911. I am going to hang up and call the Flagstaff police myself. Do not open the door no matter what he says." She said, "Okay." She said, "Daniel." She said, "His face." She said it the way a person says something when they are looking at the thing they are describing and trying to describe it accurately, the way a witness on the stand says something, the way somebody states the address of a house they are standing in front of. She said, "His face is wrong." I said, "Becca, hang up. Call 911. She hung up. I called the Flagstaff police. I sat on the side of the interstate east of Albuquerque with the Pontiac running, and I called the Flagstaff police. They put me through to a desk officer. I told him the address. I told him there was a man at the door who had been threatening me and who was now at my ex-wife's house. I told him my daughter was inside. I told him the man's name was Wes Galloway. I told him, please send somebody now. The officer said, "Sir, please calm down." I said, "Please send somebody." He said, "Sir, somebody's already on the way. We just got a call from the residence. The unit is 2 minutes out." I said, "Thank you." He said, "Can you stay on the line?" I said, "Yes." I stayed on the line. The trucks went past me on the interstate. The sky was full of stars. There were no streetlights on this stretch. The shoulder was just gravel and then the desert. I sat in the Pontiac with the engine off and the hazards on, and I stayed on the line. After about 10 minutes, the officer came back on. He said, "Sir." I said, "Yes." He said, "The deputy is at the house. The deputy is in the house. Your wife is fine. Your daughter is fine." I said, "Oh, God." He said, "Sir, the man at the door is gone." I said, "What?" He said. The deputy looked. He searched the yard. He searched the street. He searched the neighborhood. The man is gone. There is no man at the house, sir. I said, "Did he see him?" The officer said, "The deputy. He saw something. He says he saw something running across the street as he pulled up. He says he did not see a man. He says he saw something running." I said, "What?" The officer said, "Sir, the deputy is a sensible guy. The deputy is not going to put a description in his report. The deputy is going to file it as the suspect having fled the scene." I said, "But what did he see?" The officer said, "Sir, he said it ran on 4 legs." I said, "Okay." He said, Your wife is going to stay with her sister tonight. Your daughter is going to go with her. The deputy is staying at the house until they pack and leave. I said, okay. He said, sir, can I ask you something? I said, yes. He said, the man who came to the door, do you know him? I said, yes. He said, what is going on, sir? I said, I do not know how to tell you what is going on. He said, all right. He said, do you want me to send a deputy out to wherever you are? I said, no. I said, I think the deputy needs to stay with my wife and my daughter. He said, okay. He said, sir, drive safe. I hung up. I sat in the Pontiac on the side of the interstate. I sat there for a long time. The trucks went past. The sky was full of stars. The Pontiac idled. The hazards clicked. The air was warm. I could smell sage off the desert. I could hear the trucks. I could not hear anything else. There was no coyote. There was no cicada. There was no animal sound at all. I drove east. I drove until the gas tank was almost empty. I pulled off in a town called Tucumcari. I got a hotel. The hotel was $48 a night. I paid in cash. The lady at the desk did not look at my license. She did not ask me for a card. She handed me a brass key on a plastic fob shaped like a diamond and said, room 114, around the side. I went to the room. The room was a motel room from a long time ago. It had wood paneling and a brown bedspread and a small television bolted to the dresser. The bedspread smelled like cigarettes. There was a brown plastic phone on the nightstand. There was a window that looked out over the parking lot. The parking lot was lit by sodium lights. There were 3 other cars in the lot. None of them was a black Tacoma. I locked the door. I locked the chain. I pushed the dresser in front of the door. I sat on the bed. I did not sleep. Around 3 in the morning, the phone on the nightstand rang. It was the brown plastic ring of a hotel phone in a hotel that has been around since the 70s. The phone rang. The phone rang again. The phone rang a 3rd time. I picked it up. The voice on the other end said, Daniel. It was Lily's voice. I hung up. I sat with my hand on the phone. The phone rang again. I picked it up. The voice said, Daddy. I hung up. I unplugged the phone from the wall. I unplugged it slow. The cord came out of the back of the phone. The phone went quiet. I set it on the floor. I sat on the bed. The dresser was against the door. The chain was on. The deadbolt was on. The window was on the 2nd floor and looked out over the parking lot. The parking lot was a dim yellow under the sodium lights. There was no one in the parking lot. The phone on the floor rang. It rang with the cord unplugged. It rang the brown plastic ring of a hotel phone with no cord plugged into it. It rang once. It rang twice. It rang 3 times. Then it stopped. I did not pick it up. I sat on the bed with my back against the headboard until the sun came up. I did not move. The phone did not ring again. The parking lot stayed empty. The sodium lights stayed yellow. The air conditioner under the window cycled on and off and on and off. At about 5 in the morning, a truck pulled into the parking lot, and the driver got out and went into the room next door and shut the door, and that was the only thing that happened until the sun came up. In the morning, I drove east. I drove until my card stopped working at a gas station in Texas. I paid for the last tank with the cash in my wallet. I drove to Amarillo. I sold the Pontiac at a used lot off Interstate 40 for $1,400 cash, which was probably more than it was worth. The man at the lot did not ask questions either. I think there are a lot of men with lots in towns along 40 who do not ask questions, because a lot of people come down 40 East who do not have answers. I walked from the lot to a bus station with everything I owned in the duffel bag. I bought a bus ticket east. I did not pick a destination on purpose. I bought a ticket to a town in Tennessee that I had heard the name of once, because a guy at the cabinet shop had been from there. I rode the bus for a day and a half. I slept on the bus. I did not dream on the bus. I got off in a town that was bigger than Coyote Springs but smaller than Flagstaff, in a part of Tennessee where the hills started. I got a job in a kitchen at a diner where the cook was about to retire and the owner did not look at my social. The diner is on the highway through town. It has 6 booths and 4 counter stools and a pie case that the owner's wife keeps filled. I cook breakfast and lunch. I close at 3 in the afternoon. I work in the kitchen with the back door propped open so I can see the parking lot. The parking lot is small and gravel and has a magnolia tree in the corner that drops big white petals on the gravel in the spring. I rented a room above a hardware store from a man named Earl, who did not ask questions. The room has one window that looks out over the alley. The window has a stick in the track. The door has a deadbolt and a chain. Earl's hardware store is on the ground floor, and Earl is downstairs from 8 to 6. And Earl is a man who keeps a small revolver under the counter, and who has noticed when men he does not know are loitering outside his store. I have been here ever since. That was 4 years ago. Lily is 7 now. She lives in Phoenix with Becca and Becca's new husband, who is a good man, as far as I can tell from the pictures. I have not seen them in person since the morning at the gas station outside Flagstaff. I talk to Lily on the phone every Sunday. She is in 2nd grade. She likes horses now. She does not remember much about the day at the play place in Winslow. I asked her once. She said she remembered the ball pit. She said she remembered the chocolate milk. She did not remember Wes. I am glad she does not remember Wes. The McDonald's on Route 40 east of Coyote Springs is still there. I drove past it once, a year and a half ago, on a trip from Tennessee to Phoenix that I had to make for a funeral. I drove past it at 3 in the afternoon on a clear, cold day. The yellow M was on, even in the daylight. There was a guy in a polo at the front counter wiping it down. The guy in the polo was not Wes. He was somebody else. He was wearing Wes's shape, but he was a different person inside it. He looked up as my rental car went past. He raised a hand. I do not know if he was waving at me or wiping at the window. I drove past at 65 and I did not slow down. I did not look in the rearview mirror. I do not eat fast food anymore. I cannot. The smell of grease over the parking lot of a McDonald's at night does something to the back of my throat that I cannot undo. I cook at the diner. I eat what we make at the diner. I drink coffee at home. I do not drive on Route 40 if I do not have to. I have not been west of the Mississippi in 2 years, except for that one funeral trip. I do not know what Wes was. I do not have a theory. There are theories. I have heard them. People in trucking jobs in the Southwest sometimes talk about the things they have seen on the long stretches between exits. People who grew up out there know words I do not say out loud because the people who taught me the words said not to say them. The theories have names. The names belong to other people. What I think, the way a man thinks something without being able to prove it, is this. There is a thing that lives along the high desert, and the thing is older than the McDonald's, and older than the interstate, and older than the towns, older than the names the people who lived there first knew for it. The thing has learned how to wear the shape of what we make. It found a way to put on a manager's polo and a pressed pair of pants and stand at a front counter and run a night shift, and it is doing that still somewhere, maybe on Route 40. Maybe somewhere else. Maybe everywhere there's a yellow sign burning over an empty lot at 3 in the morning. I keep my phone unplugged at night. I sleep on the 2nd floor. There is a deadbolt on my door, and a chain on the door, and a stick in the window track. I check all 3 before bed. I check them again at midnight when I get up to use the bathroom. I have not heard from Wes in 4 years. I have not heard from him in any voice. I am grateful for that, more than I can say. Sometimes, though, when the wind comes through Tennessee just right and the trees move against the side of the building, I hear a sound on my window like a tongue running over teeth. 2 clicks, pause. 2 clicks, pause. It is a leaf. I know it is a leaf. I have gone to the window and I have looked. Every time. There is always a leaf. It is always just a leaf. But I lie in the dark after I have checked, and I listen to the leaf against the window, and I think about my daughter on the other side of the country, asleep in her bed in Phoenix, And I think about Patty in her hospital bed in Coyote Springs, if she is still there at all. And I think about Devin walking south on Route 40 without his headlights on, and I do not sleep, and the leaf keeps going. 2 clicks. Pause. 2 clicks. Pause. It had Brett's voice perfectly, the voice of a 19-year-old who had been dead for 10 years. I told her I did not know how that was possible. She listened. She did not interrupt. When I was done, she said, "It's pulling from inside you." I told her I did not understand. "It's pulling from inside you," she said. "The jacket is not in the tent because somebody carried the jacket up here from Bellingham. The jacket is in the tent because some part of you wants it to be. The voice is not Brett's voice because the thing has a recording of Brett's voice. The voice is Brett's voice because the thing is pulling Brett's voice out of you and using it." I told her I did not see how. "I don't see how either," she said. "But it can't get the jacket up here. It has to get it from somewhere. The somewhere is you." I asked her what she thought it was. She looked at me. She had her teacher face on, the careful one, the one she used when a kid asked her a question she did not want to answer too fast. "I think," she said, "it eats people." I waited. "I think," she said, "it eats them slowly. I think it gets inside them, and it pulls things out of them, the things they want, the things they miss. It puts those things in front of them until they cannot tell the difference between what is real and what is in the part of themselves the thing is eating, and then it takes the rest. I do not know how it kills them. I do not want to know. But by the time it kills them, there is not much left to kill." She said it the way she said things to her sixth graders when she did not want to lie to them. Plain, slow, without making it scary, even though it was scary. Her teacher voice. I sat with it. "How long?" I said. She looked at me. "What? How long have you been thinking this?" She thought about it. "Since the bench," she said. "Since this morning. The bench moved while we were at the lake. Whatever moved it knew exactly where to put it. It was not random. It was a little adjustment, a nudge, like it was rearranging something to see whether we would notice. I started thinking about it on the way to the lake, and I thought about it the whole time we were up there, and I have been thinking about it ever since." I said, "Why did you not tell Mike?" She looked at me. "I have," she said. "He cannot hear it." Mike came back from the creek. We ate dinner early that night. The light was still up, but Rachel wanted to be in the tent before dark, and Mike did not argue. We ate freeze-dried pasta out of the bags. We split the last of the Knob Creek. Mike pissed out the fire. The basin started to go gray and then dark. The creek got louder. We zipped into the tent, Rachel in the middle, Mike on the left, me on the right, same as the night before. I lay down with the buck knife under my pillow again. I was tired. I had not slept the night before. I had been hiking for 3 hours and arguing for 2 and sitting in fear for the rest. I tried to stay awake. I tried to keep my hand on the knife. I tried to listen for the footsteps. I fell asleep anyway. I dreamed about Brett again. He was not in the bedroom this time. He was at the kitchen table in my father's house. The light was the light of late afternoon, the way the kitchen got when the sun came in through the west window and lit the linoleum. He was sitting in his usual chair. He was wearing the Filson jacket. He had a cup of coffee in his hands. "Cole," he said. I sat down across from him. "You came up to Mossback," he said. I told him I had. "I'm here," he said. I said I knew. "I'm here," he said, "and there are others here too." I waited. He looked at me. He looked at me with my brother's face, the small scar on the upper lip, the left eye sitting just a little higher than the right. All of it. He looked at me with my brother's eyes. He drank his coffee. He set the cup down. "I want you to do something for me," he said. I said I would. He smiled. Brett's smile. The crooked one. The one that made him look 5 years younger than he was. "I want you," he said, "to step away from Mike tonight." I waited. "I want you to be on the other side of the tent from him," he said. "Not next to him. Not within reach. I want a little room between us tonight. I asked him why. He said, because I want to see him without you in the way. I tried to wake up. I could not. The dream had me. The dream was the way a real dream is. I was sitting at the kitchen table, and the linoleum was the linoleum, and the smell of the coffee was the smell of the coffee, and my brother was across from me, and I was not afraid. I love you, Brett, I said. He smiled again. He drank his coffee. I love you too, brother, he said. Step away from Mike. I woke up. The tent was dark. The creak was loud. Mike was on the other side of Rachel, snoring softly. I was on Rachel's right. I was not on Rachel's right. I was sitting up. I was sitting up at the foot of the tent where the gear was, and Rachel was 4 feet from me, and Mike was beyond her. I had moved. I had moved in my sleep. I was sitting up, cross-legged, on top of the gear bag with the buck knife in my hand. The knife was open. I had opened it. I did not remember opening it. I had moved away from Mike. I had moved exactly the way Brett had asked me to in the dream. I sat very still. I waited for my eyes to adjust. The tent was gray-black, the kind of dark you get in a tent in the middle of a forest at 3 a.m. under a thick canopy and no moon. I could just barely make out the shapes of them. Rachel on her back, her hands folded over her chest the way she slept. Mike on his side, facing her, his hatchet on the pad beside him. There was a fourth shape. It was sitting on Mike's side of the tent, beyond Mike, up against the wall of the tent on his far side. The kind of shape you could not see if you were looking right at it, but that you saw out of the corner of your eye if you looked at something else. It was the size of a man. It was sitting cross-legged, the way I was sitting cross-legged. It was looking at me. I could not see eyes. The tent was too dark. But I knew, the way you know somebody is looking at you across a bar. The way you know somebody is at the foot of your bed when you wake up at 3 a.m. and the room is empty. I knew. I held very still. I did not move the knife. I did not move my eyes. I let the corner of my vision keep working. The shape did not move. It sat there. It watched me. It seemed to be waiting. Sometime later, I do not know how long, the shape stood up. It did not stand up like a man stands up. It rose. It went from sitting to standing in one slow motion, the way smoke rises. It did not bend its knees. It did not push off the ground with its hands. It just rose until it was standing inside the tent, the top of its head pressed up against the tent ceiling, the tent fabric tenting upward where it was pressing. The tent was 6 feet tall in the middle. The shape was taller. It bent at its waist to keep its head from pushing through the tent. It walked across the tent to Mike's side. It moved silently. Its feet did not crunch the pad. It did not disturb the sleeping bag. It bent down. It put its face close to Mike's face. It stayed there a long time. It seemed to be smelling him, or breathing him, or something else for which I had no word. Then it rose. It walked to the door of the tent. It unzipped the door, very slowly, very quietly, the small teeth of the zipper coming apart one by one. It stepped through the door. It zipped the door back up behind it from the outside, the way you would if you were trying not to wake somebody. I sat at the foot of the tent with a knife in my hand for the rest of the night. I did not move. I did not check on Rachel. I did not look at Mike. I did not let myself go to the door and look out. I sat there and I held the knife and I watched the small gray rectangle of the door and I waited for first light. Brett did not come back. Not in a dream. Not in a voice from the trees. Whatever had walked out of the tent had taken him with it. The light came up slowly. The tent went from black to gray to a pale orange where the rain fly was thinnest. The creek ran. There were still no birds. Rachel woke up. She woke the way she woke at home, Mike had told me once. All at once, eyes open, no slow rise. She sat up. She looked at me sitting at the foot of the tent. She looked at the open buck knife in my hand. Her face went through 3 things very fast: confusion, fear, then a kind of careful, watchful stillness that I had not seen on her before. "Cole," she said. Quietly, I shook my head. She looked at Mike. He was asleep. He was breathing easy. He did not look any different than he had looked the night before. She looked back at me. I closed the knife. I set it down on the gear bag. I held my hands open at my sides, palms up. I said, "Something came in here." She said, "When?" I said, "In the middle of the night." She said, "What did it do?" I told her. I told her about the dream. I told her about waking up at the foot of the tent. I told her about the shape sitting cross-legged across the tent from me. I told her about it standing up like smoke and bending to fit under the ceiling. I told her about it putting its face close to Mike's face and breathing him. She listened. She did not interrupt. She did not say I had been dreaming. When I was done, she said, "Did it touch him?" I said it had not touched him. She nodded. "Did it look at me?" she said. I had to think about it. I had not been watching it for that. I had been watching it for Mike. I told her I did not know. She nodded again. She crawled across the tent very slowly. She did not look at Mike. She came to my side of the tent and she sat down next to me at the foot where I had spent the night. She took my hand. She held my hand for a long time. "We're going to wake him up in a minute," she said. "We're going to act like everything is fine. We're going to pack up. We're going to try the bushwhack. We're going to do all of that. Do you understand me?" I told her I did. "But the man in there with us," she said. "The man asleep in this tent right now, Cole. I want you to know that I do not think that is my husband anymore." I waited. She looked at the gray tent ceiling. "Not at Mike. Not at me. He has been off since yesterday afternoon," she said. "Since the bench. He has been off in a way I cannot describe except to say that he is not off the way I have ever known him to be off in 3 years of being with him. Something went into him. Something has been going into him. I do not know what it has put in him. I do not know what it has taken out of him. I do not know if all of him is still in there. But the man who was sleeping next to me last night, I was the wife of his body, but I am not sure I was the wife of him." She squeezed my hand. "He is going to want to do something today," she said. "He is going to suggest something. I do not know what. He is going to make it sound reasonable. Cole, whatever it is, we are not going to do it. Are you with me?" I said I was. We woke him up. He sat up slow. He rubbed his face. He looked at me and Rachel sitting at the foot of the tent, and he did not seem to find it strange. He yawned. He said, "Good morning." He said his back hurt. He said he had slept better than he had any right to. He smiled at Rachel. "I love you," he said. "I love you too," she said. She did not look at me when she said it. We packed up. Mike was easy that morning. Easier than he had been the day before. He moved smooth and slow, and he made jokes about the freeze-dried oatmeal Rachel was trying to choke down. He hummed a song while he rolled up his pad. He told a story about his father, a story I had heard him tell maybe 100 times in 20 years, about the time his father had spent a whole Saturday building a duck blind that the ducks had refused to come within 100 yards of. He told it word for word, the way he always told it. He laughed in all the right places. I watched him while he was telling it. I watched the way he laughed. The laugh was the right laugh. The teeth were the right teeth. The crinkle at the corner of his eye was the right crinkle. Mike was Mike, and Mike was sitting in front of me on the moss at Mossback Valley, telling the story about his father and the duck blind, and the story was exactly right. I watched his hands. When Mike told the duck blind story, he used his hands. He had used his hands telling that story for as long as I had known him. He held them out a certain way to show the shape of the blind. He brought them down on his knees at the punchline. He always did. His hands stayed in his lap. He told the whole story without moving his hands. He laughed in the right places. He hit the punchline. He did not bring his hands down on his knees. Rachel was rolling her sleeping bag. She was not looking at him. She was looking at me. She had been watching me watch him. She nodded. Slow. Once. We finished packing. Mike said, "Compass bearing." He pulled out his old Sunto, the same one he had carried since high school and never properly fixed. I made a note to be careful with it. I made a lot of notes about that tent. I had been carrying it for 10 years on hikes I did alone, and the tent was the only piece of gear I owned that had been my father's, and the patches were all his. I sat in my tent for a minute after I got it up. The light came through the orange rainfly and put everything inside in the color of old whiskey. I sat there with my hands on my knees, and I tried to feel what I had come to feel. I tried to feel Brett. I tried to feel my father. I tried to feel something like closure or peace, or even just the absence of guilt that I had been hoping for when I had agreed to this trip. I felt none of it. I felt the cold ground through my pad. I felt my right shoulder ticking. I felt the small, flat fear that had been with me since the trailhead and that had grown quietly all day without my noticing. I crawled out of the tent. Mike was at the creek filling our water bottles through the filter. Rachel was at the fire ring, sweeping pine needles out of the inside of it with her boot. She looked up when she heard me. "You okay?" she said. I said I was. I was getting tired of saying I was. She straightened up. She had a look on her face that I had seen her wear in the truck on the way up when Mike was telling stories with the radio on. It was the look of someone listening to two things at once. "Cole," she said, "I want to talk to you about something." I waited. She glanced at Mike at the creek. He was crouched, his back to us, the filter wheezing as he pumped. He could not hear us. "This place," she said. "Have you noticed?" I had noticed. "The stones," she said. I told her I had seen them. "The bench," she said. I told her I had seen that too. She nodded slowly. She did not look relieved. She looked like someone confirming bad lab results. "I told Mike about the boot prints," she said. "He said you said something about that." I said I had. She looked at me with her teacher look, the one she used on a kid she was trying to figure out, deciding whether they were lying or scared or just 12. "Mike says you're a worrier," she said. I told her Mike says a lot of things. "Are you?" she said. I thought about it. I had been a lot of things in the last 10 years. Warrior was not the first word for it. The word for it was probably waiting. I had been waiting for 10 years for something I could not name. Sometimes the something felt like Brett walking back through the door of my father's house. Sometimes it felt like my own death. Mostly, it felt like nothing in particular, the way the air feels heavy before a storm that does not always come. I told her I noticed things. She nodded. She seemed to have been expecting me to say something close to that. "If you notice anything else," she said, "tell me. Tell me before you tell him." I asked her why. She looked at Mike. He was standing up at the creek. He had finished filtering. "Because," she said, and then she stopped. She did not finish the sentence. She turned away and went back to the fire ring and started laying small twigs in a teepee shape over a wad of birch tinder she had brought from home. I went over to help her. We did not say anything else. Mike came back from the creek with the water and asked what we were talking about. Rachel said she had been telling me she was sorry I had not brought a date. He laughed. Rachel did not laugh. We cooked dinner. The sun went down behind the western ridge at 8:15. The basin held the light for another 40 minutes after that, the kind of late dusk that the Pacific Northwest does in June. The sky still pale blue overhead while the trees turned to ink at their bases. The fire we had built was small. We did not need much. We ate ramen with packets of dried egg and the leftover bagels we had picked up in Bellingham that morning. Mike opened a flask he had brought, Knob Creek, and passed it around. I took a swallow. It burned all the way down. The burn was a kind of comfort. We told stories. The good kind. The old kind. Mike told the one about the time he had tried to teach me to drive his uncle's stick shift in the high school parking lot, and I had ground first gear so badly the uncle made me work it off changing oil for a month. Rachel told the one about the time her 7th grade class had hatched chicks for a science unit, and one of the chicks had imprinted on her and followed her home in her tote bag without her knowing until she got to her car. I told the one about Brett, the good one. The summer we had built a raft on Patton Creek, and he had piloted it 20 yards before it came apart and dumped him and his Yankees cap into the water. He had been 14. I had been 10. Brett, Rachel said. I would have liked him. I said she would have. Mike said, he would have liked you. Mike was looking at the fire when he said it. He had not said Brett's name out loud in maybe 7 years. Not in front of me. The Knob Creek in the dark and the campsite where the birds did not sing had loosened something in him that he kept tight in town. I was grateful for it. I did not say so. After a while, we let the fire die. It was not a stove fire, and there was no rule about putting it out fully, but Mike pissed on the embers anyway, because his father had taught him to, and because he was that kind of man. Rachel and I sat on the cedar bench and watched the last of the smoke rise straight up out of the ring. There was no wind. The basin held the smoke until it was thin enough not to see, and then it held nothing. I want to turn in, Rachel said. She kissed the top of my head before she went. Her lips were cool. She tasted like the mint chapstick she always wore. Mike stood by the fire ring a minute longer. He looked at the stones. He looked at the bench. He looked at me. You feel that, he said. I said I felt it. What is it, he said. I told him I did not know. He nodded slowly. It is not nothing, he said. That much I know. He went to his tent. I sat on the bench a while longer. The dark came down all the way. The creek became louder when I could not see it. I thought about Brett and the raft. I thought about my father, the way he had liked to come home from work and sit on the back porch with a rainy air and not talk to anyone for an hour. I thought about Jamie, my ex, who had taken the dog and left me in the bedroom of my father's house at the end of December with a note that said only, Cole, I am sorry, but I cannot watch you do this any longer. I had not known what this meant at the time. I had a better idea now. I went to my tent, I zipped it up, I lay in my bag with my eyes open. The basin was completely dark. The orange rainfly that had been the color of whiskey at sunset was now black with my eyes closed and barely visible with them open. The creek ran. The wind moved in the canopy. There were no birds. There was no wind. I realized after a minute. The trees were still. Whatever I was hearing in the canopy, it was not wind. I lay there listening to it for a long time before I let it become a sound I had a word for. The word was breathing. Slow, deep, even. Like a person sleeping. Like the largest person I had ever heard of. Far above us, breathing in the trees. I told myself I was tired. I told myself I had been driving since 5 that morning and hiking since noon, and the Knob Creek had hit harder than usual on the altitude, and the boot prints had set me up to hear anything as wrong. I told myself a lot of things. I went to sleep eventually. Brett came to me in the night. He was 19. He was wearing the Filson jacket. He was standing at the foot of my bed in my father's house, and there was no light in the room except the streetlight outside the window, and his face was in shadow, but I knew him. I had known him my whole life. Cole, he said. I tried to sit up. I could not. You came back, he said. I tried to answer him. My mouth would not work. He moved. He came around the side of the bed. He came to where I could see his face in the streetlight, and his face was Brett's face the way I remembered it. The small scar on his upper lip from the time he had fallen off the trampoline at the Halverson's house when he was 12. The way his left eye sat just a little higher than his right because his nose had been broken once in middle school and never properly set. It was him. It was so clearly him that I started to cry in the dream, the way you cry in dreams without quite making a sound, and he reached out and put his hand on my cheek, and his hand was cold. Don't, he said, don't cry. I'm right here. I woke up. The tent was the gray of false dawn. The creek was loud. I could hear Mike snoring in the other tent across the fire ring. I lay there for a long time with my hand on my own cheek where Brett's hand had been, and then I rolled over and looked at the inside of the orange rainfly, and I waited for the dream to leave me. It did not. It would not all summer. I did not know that yet, but I knew, lying there at false dawn in Mossback Valley, that whatever I had felt by the fire ring the night before was the same thing my brother's hand had felt like in the dream. Cold. The first morning, Mike made coffee. He had brought a little aluminum percolator that he had taken from his father before his father moved to Arizona, and he set it on a stove ring over the camp stove and got it going, while Rachel and I sat on the cedar bench in the early light and tried not to look at each other. We had both slept badly. You could see it on her. I was sure you could see it on me. The coffee was bad. Mike made bad coffee. He always had. He overpacked the grounds and overcooked them, and the result was something that tasted like motor oil and woke you up the same way getting hit in the head with a board does. We drank it anyway. It was warm, and it was something to do with our hands. Did you sleep? Rachel said. I told her I had. She looked at me. Long. Mike said. I slept like a baby. Out cold. Best sleep I've had in a year. He had been snoring at false dawn. He had probably slept fine. He always did. Rachel said, I didn't. He looked up from the stove. What? I didn't sleep, she said. I woke up at 1 and I lay there until 5. He frowned. Why? She did not answer. What time you wake up? She said. I told her I had been up around 4. She nodded. Mike looked between us. What's going on? Rachel said, there's somebody else here, Mike. The way she said it was steady. She did not look at either of us. She looked at the fire ring. The same fire ring whose stones had been warm yesterday afternoon, and whose embers Mike had pissed out last night, and which now sat dark and damp in the morning air. What do you mean? Mike said. She said, there is somebody in this valley besides us. I heard them last night. They walked around our tents. Mike laughed. Not unkindly. The way he laughed when one of his framers said something obviously wrong. Babe, he said, there's nobody up here. I heard them, she said. What did you hear? He said. Footsteps, she said. Slow ones. They went around your tent first, then mine, then his. I felt the small, cold thing in my chest grow a little. I had not heard footsteps. I had heard the breathing. I had not told either of them about the breathing, because I had decided at false dawn that the breathing had been a dream. Like Brett, I had decided to put it away. How many? Mike said. What? How many sets? He said. Of footsteps. She thought about it. 1, she said. I think 1, but I'm not sure. Mike's face did a thing. He was a man who liked things to be explainable. He was working on an explanation. Black bear, he said. Maybe. A bear wouldn't go around all 3 tents, she said. A bear would have torn into the food. We hung the food, Mike said. He pointed at the bag swinging from the lodgepole limb where he had strung it the night before. There it is. Rachel did not bother to answer that. I said, did you hear breathing? They both looked at me. What do you mean breathing? Mike said. I told them. The slow sound, the canopy. The thing I had told myself was wind, even though the trees were still. Rachel's face went paler than it already was. Mike stood up from the stove. He walked over to the bear bag. He stood under it and looked up at it. The bag was 12 feet up. He had hung it well. He had been hanging bear bags his whole life. The bag had a small slit in the side of it. I had not seen the slit yesterday. It might have been there when we packed. It probably was not. It was a clean slit about 3 inches long, made by something sharp and used carefully. A knife, or something that did the work of a knife. Through the slit you could see a corner of the brown paper bag that Rachel had packed the bagels in. Bagels were missing. We counted that night. We had brought 12. There were 9, but none of us would say so until later. That morning Mike just stood there looking up at the bag, and then he looked at the ground under it. He crouched. He brushed pine needles aside. He looked for tracks. There were tracks. They were not bear tracks. They were not deer tracks or elk tracks or cougar tracks, all of which I had seen before. They were boot tracks. Vibram soles. Size 11. The right one had a slight inward turn. Mike stayed crouched a long time. He did not say anything. He moved one of the pine needles back over the print very carefully, like a man covering up a card he was not ready to play. He stood up. We're fine, he said. Rachel said, Mike, we're fine, he said. There's somebody out here, sure, okay. Probably another camper. Probably the guy who left those prints at the trailhead. We're just going to be aware. We're going to keep the food close. We're going to lock up at night. We don't have locks, Rachel said. We have tents. We have tents, Mike said. And we have each other. She looked at him. She did not look afraid exactly. She looked sad, like she was watching him say a thing that he believed and that she did not. Okay, she said. We had breakfast. I want to say that we packed up and hiked out that morning. I want to say that. The truth is, we did not. The truth is, Mike convinced us that there was a reasonable explanation, and Rachel went along with it because she loved him, and I went along with it because I did not know how to say what I knew without sounding crazy. And the day was beautiful, and we had hiked 12 miles to get there, and the bagels were probably miscounted, and the breathing was probably the wind in some trees 100 yards uphill that we just could not see from where we were sleeping. The truth is, the human mind makes a place to put a thing that does not fit. The truth is, mine had been making such a place since 2015, the year my brother died, and I had decided, somewhere I could not see, that there was no point in trusting what I noticed. We had breakfast. Oatmeal with raisins and brown sugar. We talked about the day. Mike wanted to do the loop hike up to the small lake on the ridge above the basin, about 4 miles round trip. Rachel was game. I was game. I would be game for anything that kept us in daylight and moving. We left the campsite at 9. We took our day packs and our water and the leftover bagels in case we got hungry on the ridge. We left the bear bag hanging. We left the tents up. The trail to the lake started at the north end of the campsite and switched back through the firs up the side of the ridge. It was not maintained. The forum post had said it was an old fisherman's trail. You could see the tread if you knew what you were looking at, but you had to look. We followed it up through patches of huckleberry and dwarf juniper, the smell of warming sap thick in the air. The day climbed fast. By 11, the sky was a hard blue, and the air at the top of the switchbacks was hot enough to take the chill out of my shoulders for the first time since we had gotten there. The lake was small, maybe 2 acres. The water was the color of green tea where the sand bottom showed through near the edges and black where it dropped off in the middle. Lily pads along the south end. A line of dead snags along the west, drowned when the lake had filled some long ago spring. The kind of lake you find in the Cascades and forget about until you find another one just like it. We ate our bagels on a rock at the north end. Mike wanted to see if there were any fish. He had brought a small, collapsible spinning rod in his pack, just in case. He went down to the water with it and started casting a small mep spinner into the shallows. He had been a kid who fished and a man who fished, and he had not lost much time getting his loop right after a winter off. Rachel sat next to me on the rock. "Cole," she said. I waited. "I'm scared," she said. I told her I was too. She nodded. She did not look at me when she said it. She looked at Mike. "He doesn't get scared," she said. "That's the problem. He's never been scared a day in his life. I love him for it. It's why I married him. But it means he can't see things." I told her I had noticed. She nodded again. Slower this time. "I want to leave tomorrow," she said. "Will you help me get him to leave tomorrow?" I told her I would. "What if he won't?" she said. I thought about it. The thing I wanted to say was, "Then you and I will leave without him and he can find his own way home." The thing I said was, "He will." She looked at me then. She had her teacher face on again. She knew I was telling her what she needed to hear. Mike caught a small rainbow about 10 minutes later. He held it up like a kid. We laughed. He let it go. We hiked back down. The campsite was the way we had left it. Almost. The cedar bench had been moved. It had been about a foot from the fire ring when we left. Now it was about 2 feet. The stumps under it had been picked up and set down again in slightly different spots. The moss where they had been was crushed in 2 new circles. The old circles, the ones from where the bench had been for years, were still visible next to the new ones. Rachel saw it before I did. She made a small sound, not a scream, the sound you make when you sit on something cold. Mike did not see it at first. He was looking at the bear bag. The bear bag was untouched. "Babe," Rachel said. He turned. He looked at where she was looking. He looked at the bench. He looked at the moss under it. "That happened before," he said, quietly, almost to himself. I told him it had not. He stood there a long time. The day was high and bright, and the sun was directly over the basin, and there were no shadows long enough to hide in. Whoever had moved the bench had moved it in broad daylight while we were on the ridge, within the last 3 hours, maybe within the last one. The bear bag had not been touched. A bear would have torn into the food, Mike said again, quieter this time, like he was telling it to himself for the second time, and it was sounding worse the second time. We need to leave, Rachel said. He looked at her. He looked at me. Tomorrow, he said. We leave in the morning. I'm not hiking out at 4 in the afternoon to make a trailhead at midnight. We leave at first light. Rachel said, Tonight, what? We sleep in one tent. The 3 of us. We pile in mine. It's the biggest. We sleep with the food. He thought about it. I watched him think. I watched the part of his face that had laughed at the bear bag this morning try to keep laughing and fail. Okay, he said. Tonight we pile in. We rearranged camp that afternoon. We dragged my pad and Rachel's pad into Mike's tent, which was a 3-person, and we set the food bag on the floor between us instead of hanging it. We sat by the fire ring as the sun went down, and we did not tell stories. Mike opened the Knob Creek, and we drank more of it than we had the night before. The bench sat in its new spot, 2 feet from the fire ring instead of 1, and none of us moved it back. None of us mentioned it again either, but I noticed Rachel kept her eyes off it, like she was afraid that if she looked at it long enough it would move again with her watching. Just before dark I went down to the creek to fill our bottles. I knelt at the water with the filter, and I worked the pump, and I listened to the water run. The creek was loud the way creeks are loud at dusk, when the air gets quiet around them and they become the only sound. I had filtered maybe a liter when I heard the voice. Cole, it said. It was Brett's voice. The voice he had when he was 19. The voice from the dream the night before. The voice I had not heard in 10 years, and that I had been hearing in my head for 10 years anyway. It came from the trees on the far side of the creek, about 50 yards in, not loud, conversational, like he had just spotted me from the porch of my father's house and was about to ask if I wanted a beer. Cole, come here a minute. I did not move. I did not breathe. The creek ran. The water in the bottle filled. Cole, come on, man. I want to show you something. I stood up very slowly. I left the filter and the bottle on the bank. I walked backwards up the trail toward camp. I did not turn around. I did not take my eyes off the trees on the far side of the creek. I never saw anything there. I never had to. Mike was at the fire ring. Rachel was in the tent. I told them. Mike said, You sure? I told him I was sure. He stood up. He looked toward the creek. He did not go down there. None of us went down there. We zipped into Mike's tent at full dark. Rachel slept in the middle. I slept on her right. Mike slept on her left, with his hand on the hatchet he had brought for splitting kindling. None of us said much. The tent was warm with 3 bodies in it. I lay awake for hours. The footsteps came around midnight. They came around the tent slow, the way Rachel had described. They went around twice. They paused at each corner. They paused longest at the back, where my head was. After a long time, the voice came. Cole, it said, It is so good to see you, brother. It has been such a long time. I lay very still. I lay with my eyes open in the dark. I lay with my hand under my pillow on the small buck knife my father had given me when I turned 12. I did not move. The voice waited. It seemed to be very patient. It seemed to have a lot of time. After a while it said, in a different voice, in Rachel's voice, an exact copy of Rachel's voice, Babe, wake up. Cole is outside and he says he hurt his ankle. Rachel was next to me, asleep, her breath slow and even. The Rachel voice outside the tent said, Babe, hurry. Mike turned over in his sleep. He muttered something. He did not wake up. The voice outside waited. Eventually it said, in a third voice I did not recognize, a man's voice, deeper and older, We have all night. Then the footsteps moved away. I did not sleep. I held the buck knife under the pillow until my hand cramped. I held it until first light. When the canopy started to gray, and the creek started to brighten, and the basin started to come back from the dark, I let go of the knife. My fingers had locked around it. I had to pry them open with my other hand. Mike was awake by then. He had been awake for a while. He was looking at me. He had heard everything. I could see it on him. He did not have to say so. Rachel was still asleep between us. Her face was very young in the gray light. Mike mouthed at me, "We go." I nodded. "We go now." We packed in silence. Rachel woke when Mike unzipped the tent. She looked at our faces and did not ask. She just nodded the way she had on the rock at the lake, a small confirmation of bad news, and she got up and started rolling her pad. We did not break down the second tent. My dad's old marmot. I should have. I left it standing. I told myself we would come back for it. I knew we would not. I left it because I could not take 10 more minutes in the basin, and because some part of me did not want to take that tent home now that it had spent 2 nights here. Some part of me already knew the tent was different. Most things in the basin would be different by the end. Mike rolled up his tent fast. He had not slept, and he was moving like a man who had not slept, jerky, his hands a little too quick, dropping things and picking them up. Rachel was the steadiest of the 3 of us. She had her pack closed and her sleeping bag stuffed and her water bottle filled before either of us was halfway done. The morning was gray. The sun was somewhere up there, but it had not made it over the eastern ridge yet, and the basin held that flat early light that does not show shadows or shapes very well. The fire ring sat dark and damp. The bench sat 2 feet from the ring. The bear bag still hung from the lodge pole. We left the bear bag. I should have noticed that the bag still had its slit in it, and that the bagels we had not eaten the day before were still inside. We had eaten 3 at the lake. There had been 9 in the bag. There should have been 6. None of us thought to look. We were not thinking. We were leaving. We started up the trail at 5:40. The trail went out of the basin the way it had come in, climbing up through the firs to the rise above the bowl and then down the switchbacks to the meadow. I led. Mike walked behind Rachel. He had told me to lead. I think he did not want me out of his sight. The first switchback was where we had come down. I knew it. I had stood at the top of it yesterday afternoon when we had come over the rise and seen the campsite for the first time, and I had looked down at the fire ring, and Mike had whistled and said, "Holy hell." I remembered the way the trail curved to the left as it came up out of the basin. I remembered the granite boulder on the right side of the trail at the top of the curve, mossed over on the north side, bare on the south. The trail curved to the right. I stopped. Mike came up behind me. "What?" I did not say anything. I was trying to think. I was trying to remember whether I had remembered it backwards. I had been tired yesterday. I had not been paying attention to the trail. I had been paying attention to the basin. I told him the trail had curved the other way yesterday. He looked at me. He looked at the trail. He was very tired, and he had been drinking last night, and he wanted a thing to be simple in front of him. "You sure?" he said. I told him I was not sure, but I thought so. Rachel said, "There was a rock, a big mossy rock, on the right." She remembered too. We stood there on the trail in the gray morning light, and we looked at the curve. The curve went to the right. There was no rock. There was a tangle of vine maple where there might have been a rock once. There was duff and pine needles and a fern. "It's just the light," Mike said. "We're seeing it different in the gray." The light was not different. The trail was different. We knew it, and we did not know what to do with knowing it. We kept going. The switchbacks took longer than they had the day before. Each turn felt like it had been added. Each rise we crested showed another rise above it that I did not remember. The trees were the right trees. The duff was the right duff. The air smelled the right way, cedar and damp moss, and the small mineral smell of the creek somewhere off to our left. But the trail kept going up. We climbed for an hour, and I knew the way you know the second song on a record before it starts because you have listened to the album 1,000 times, that we should have been at the top of the rise 20 minutes ago. Mike checked his GPS. He had brought a Garmin InReach for emergencies. 2-way satellite messaging, location, the works. He pulled it out and turned it on and waited for it to find itself. The little screen showed the topo map of the area. It showed our trail. It showed a small triangle which was us, and a small flag, which was the trailhead, and a line between them. The line was 4.2 miles long. The trailhead was 4.2 miles north and east of where we were standing. We had been hiking for an hour. We had been hiking uphill at a good pace, 3 miles an hour at least, on a trail we knew, with light packs because Mike had not packed his tent properly and most of his weight was distributed wrong. We should have been 4 miles closer to the trailhead than we were when we started. We had not moved. Mike stared at the screen. GPS lies sometimes, he said. It did. Up in old growth, with the canopy thick, the satellites had a hard time. The inReach could be off by half a mile, sometimes more. It was not off by 4 miles. It had not been off by 4 miles, in any direction, in any forest I had ever used one in. He turned the screen off and back on. He waited for it to find itself again. The screen showed the same map, the triangle in the same place, the line the same length. Walk for 10 minutes, I said, then check again. We walked for 10 minutes. The trail climbed. We came around another curve. The trees stayed the same trees. We could not see down through the canopy to where the basin was, but the basin should have been below and behind us by then, and the slope of the ridge should have been falling away to our right. And instead, it kept rising. It kept rising in the wrong direction. The ground I would have bet was uphill yesterday was downhill today, and the ground I would have bet was downhill was up. Mike checked the inReach again. The triangle had moved by about 200 feet. We had walked nearly half a mile in 10 minutes, the way I felt it in my legs and my breath. The triangle had moved 200 feet in the wrong direction. We were closer to the basin than when we started. Mike said, "This thing is broken." Rachel said, "Mike, it's broken," he said. "It got wet. The satellite is broken. The screen is busted. Something." He smacked it against his thigh. Nothing about it looked busted. The screen worked. The buttons worked. The little signal indicator in the corner showed 4 bars. We kept going. We hiked for another hour. The trail kept climbing. We kept not getting to the rise. The light changed eventually, the gray giving way to a flat mid-morning brightness that did not change as the morning went on. The canopy stayed dense. The trees stayed the same trees. The trail kept curving, sometimes left and sometimes right, in patterns that did not match anything I remembered. I started counting steps, 100 steps, and I would be at the top of the rise. 200 and I would be there. 300, 500, 800. 800 steps later, we were still climbing. Rachel sat down on a log. "I can't," she said. Mike said, "Get up." "I can't," she said. She was not crying. She was not panicking. She was very pale and very still, and she was looking at her hands the way a person looks at her hands when she is checking that they are still her hands. "Mike," she said, "look at where we are." He looked around. We were on a trail. The trail was the same trail. The trees were the same trees. The air was the same air. "We're 4 miles from the trailhead," he said. "We've been hiking for over 2 hours," she said. "We never stopped. We never even slowed down. If we were on a real trail going in a real direction, we would have been at the trailhead an hour ago." He looked at his inReach again. The triangle had not moved in the last 10 minutes. He looked at the trees. He looked at me. He was working very hard at not looking at the thing that we all knew now. He was a man who solved problems by building straighter than the problem, and his straight building was not working. "Cole," he said. I said, "Yeah." "You know the woods," he said. "You know this country." I told him I did not know this part of it. "You know it better than I do," he said. He was almost begging. I told him the truth. I told him I had not been in the Mount Baker country since I was 18. I had not been in any country like it since Brett died. I told him I had spent the last 10 years in town, putting roofs on houses, drinking too much, sleeping with a few women I should not have slept with, going to 2 AA meetings and walking out of one. I told him I had walked into Mossback Valley with him because he had asked me to, and because Rachel had needed somebody who was not him to be there, and because I had thought it would be a kind of medicine and the medicine had turned out to be poison. Mike said, "So you don't know?" I told him I did not know. He nodded. He looked at the trail. He looked at Rachel sitting on the log. "We try once more," he said. "We try one more time. If we don't get there, we turn around." "Where do we turn around to?" Rachel said. "The basin," he said. "Why?" she said. "Because the basin is where the tents are," he said. "The basin is where the water is. The basin is where the food is. If we are stuck out here, we are stuck somewhere we can drink and eat and sleep." She looked at him a long time. "The basin is what we are trying to get away from," she said. He did not answer. We tried once more. We hiked for another hour. The trail climbed. The inReach showed the triangle drifting, slow and dreamy, in directions that did not match our walking. By 11, we had gone, according to the Garmin, somewhere between 300 yards and 2 miles, and we had no way of knowing which. We turned around. The trail going back was easier. It went downhill. The slope of the ridge was finally on our right where it ought to be. The trees still looked the same, but the trees had always looked the same, and now they were arranged the way they had been when we walked up. We were going home in the wrong direction. We were going back to the basin, and we were doing it because going back was the only direction we could go. We came over the rise. I knew it the second we crested it. The trail curved the way it had yesterday. The granite boulder was on the right side of the trail at the top of the curve, mossed over on the north side, bare on the south. The basin lay below us, the fire ring visible in the middle of the meadow, the cedar bench beside it, the lodgepole with the bear bag still hanging. My dad's marmot stood at the southern edge of the campsite, where I had left it. The flap was open. I had zipped it before we left. I remembered zipping it. I remembered checking the zipper twice because the rain fly was patched, and I did not want bugs getting under the patches into the inside. I had pulled the zipper all the way up to the top corner and slapped the Velcro tab down over it. The flap was open now. The mesh inner door was open too. Inside the tent, you could see the orange of the rainfly and the brown of the floor. There was something on the floor. Mike was the first one down to the campsite. He moved fast, like he wanted to get this over with. Rachel was second, I was third. I came in slow because I had a sound in my ears that was not a sound exactly. A kind of low ringing the way your ears ring after a concert. The thing on the floor of the tent was my brother's Filson jacket. I had not brought it. I had never brought it. It had been hanging in the hall closet at my father's house when I had left 2 mornings ago. Faded brown waxed canvas, the corduroy collar gone almost smooth at the points, the small repair on the right elbow where my mother had stitched a patch when Brett tore it on a fence in 2008. He had been 12. He had been wearing the jacket since he was 11. He had worn it every day from the time he started high school until the morning he died, and then it had hung in the closet for 10 years, and I had taken it out twice and put it back twice and never put it on. It was on the floor of my tent in Mossback Valley. I stood in the open flap, and I looked at it. Mike was behind me. Rachel was behind him. Mike said, "Whose is that?" I told him. He was quiet a long time. Rachel said, "Cole, did you bring that?" I told her I had not. She said, "Are you absolutely certain?" I told her I had not put it in my pack, and I had not put it in my truck, and I had not put it in Mike's truck, and I had not seen it since Sunday morning when I had walked past the closet on my way out the door to get gas. And the closet door had been closed then, and the jacket had been hanging on the hook inside it where it had hung for 10 years. She nodded. The teacher nodded. "It moved," she said. I told her I did not understand. "What you wanted to see," she said. "It moved into your tent." She had been thinking. She had had time to think for the last hour, sitting on the log, walking back to the basin. She had been thinking, and she had put together more of it than I had. Mike said, "What are you saying?" She did not answer him. I went into the tent. I knelt down beside the jacket. It smelled the way it had smelled in the closet. The waxed canvas and the small ghost of my brother's deodorant and the faint smell of the cedar chips my mother had used in the closet to keep moths out. The collar was up the way Brett had always worn the collar up. There was a small piece of fur bark caught in the cuff that had not been there in the closet at home. I did not touch the jacket. I backed out of the tent. I zipped the flap. I left the jacket where it was. Mike said, "Cole." I told him to give me a minute. I went down to the creek. I knelt at the edge of the water, and I stayed there a long time. I did not put my hands in the water. I just looked at it running over the rocks, and I listened to the run of it, and I tried to find the place inside me where I could think. I had been doing this for 10 years. I had been doing this since the deputy came to my father's house the night they found Brett. I had been doing this for 10 years, kneeling by water and listening to it and trying to find the place where I could think, because there was nowhere else to put it. There had been no place to put the deputy on the porch. There had been no place to put the casket side service at the funeral home, where my father had stood at the front of the room with his hands in his pockets and looked at the closed casket without saying a word. And the pastor had filled the silence with the kind of bland recitation that had nothing to do with Brett. There had been no place to put the next 3 years, or the next 7, and there had been no place to put the morning a year ago, when my father had been brushing his teeth and had fallen down and not gotten up. I had been putting all of it by the water for 10 years. The water did not care. It ran. It did not stop. "Brett," I said. I did not say it out loud. I said it inside my chest where there were no birds to hear it. I said it the way I had said it for 10 years, every time I had stood by a water and remembered him. "Brett," I said, "whatever this is, whatever this thing is using you to do, I am sorry. I am sorry it knows you. I am sorry it knows me." The creek ran. I went back to camp. Mike was sitting on the cedar bench. He had his head in his hands. Rachel was standing by the fire ring with her arms folded. She had been talking to him. He had been arguing with her. The argument was over. I could tell by the way they were not looking at each other. "What?" I said. Mike said, "We're staying tonight." I asked him why. "Because," he said, and then he stopped, and then he said, "Because we can't get out. You saw it. We can't get out. The trail's wrong. The Garmin's wrong. Whatever it is, we cannot walk out of here today. So we are staying tonight, and tomorrow we are going to try again, and we are going to try a different direction." "What direction?" Rachel said. "The forest road," he said. 8 miles north. We bushwhack to the road. We don't follow the trail. We follow my compass." She did not argue. She had already done her arguing. She had said her piece, and he had said his, and his was the one that was going to happen, because his always did. "Tonight," she said. "All 3 of us in your tent." He nodded. He did not look up. I went over to my dad's marmot. The Filson jacket was still on the floor of it, where it had been when we came back from the failed exit. I unzipped the door and looked at the jacket, and I could not make myself reach in for it. I could not put it in my pack. I could not bring it home to a house where it had hung in the closet for 10 years, and where its absence from the closet would be the wrong kind of empty. I zipped the door back up. I left the tent standing. I left the jacket inside. I told myself it was bait now, and we did not need any more bait around us than we already had. We made lunch, tuna out of the foil pouches, crackers. We did not say much. I sat on the bench. Rachel sat next to me. Mike sat on the ground across the fire ring from us, with his hatchet beside his hand. The afternoon got hot. The sun came over the eastern ridge and worked its way across the basin, and by 3 the campsite was full of high green light filtering down through the firs. It was a beautiful afternoon. Under any other circumstances, it would have been one of the best afternoons I had ever spent in the woods. "I want to ask you something," Rachel said. She said it to me, low, so Mike could not hear. He was at the creek again. He was filtering water. He spent a lot of time at the creek. I waited. "Brett," she said. "You said Brett's name a lot last night when you were sleeping." I told her I had not known. "You were saying it like he was in the tent with you," she said. "You were talking to him, whole sentences." I told her I did not remember any of it. She nodded. She did not seem surprised. "What I want to ask," she said, "has anything like this ever happened to you before? Anything at all? Not big, small, a feeling, a sound, a thing you saw and could not explain. Has anything ever happened before now that this thing could be using?" I thought about it. I told her about the dream the first night, the Filson jacket, Brett's hand on my cheek. I told her about the voice at the creek the night before. I told her that whatever this thing was, it had Brett's voice perfectly, the voice of a 19-year-old who had been dead for 10 years. I told her I did not know how that was possible. She listened. She did not interrupt. When I was done, she said, "It's pulling from inside you." I told her I did not understand. "It's pulling from inside you," she said. "The jacket is not in the tent because somebody carried the jacket up here from Bellingham. The jacket is in the tent because some part of you wants it to be. The voice is not Brett's voice because the thing has a recording of Brett's voice. The voice is Brett's voice because the thing is pulling Brett's voice out of you and using it." I told her I did not see how. "I don't see how either," she said. "But it can't get the jacket up here. It has to get it from somewhere. The somewhere is you." I asked her what she thought it was. She looked at me. She had her teacher face on, the careful one, the one she used when a kid asked her a question she did not want to answer too fast. "I think," she said, "it eats people." I waited. "I think," she said, "it eats them slowly. I think it gets inside them, and it pulls things out of them, the things they want, the things they miss. It puts those things in front of them until they cannot tell the difference between what is real and what is in the part of themselves the thing is eating, and then it takes the rest. I do not know how it kills them. I do not want to know. But by the time it kills them, there is not much left to kill." She said it the way she said things to her sixth graders when she did not want to lie to them. Plain, slow, without making it scary, even though it was scary. Her teacher voice. I sat with it. "How long?" I said. She looked at me. "What? How long have you been thinking this?" She thought about it. "Since the bench," she said. "Since this morning." The bench moved while we were at the lake. Whatever moved it knew exactly where to put it. It was not random. It was a little adjustment, a nudge, like it was rearranging something to see whether we would notice. I started thinking about it on the way to the lake, and I thought about it the whole time we were up there, and I have been thinking about it ever since. I said, "Why did you not tell Mike?" She looked at me. "I have," she said. "He cannot hear it." Mike came back from the creek. We ate dinner early that night. The light was still up, but Rachel wanted to be in the tent before dark, and Mike did not argue. We ate freeze-dried pasta out of the bags. We split the last of the Knob Creek. Mike pissed out the fire. The basin started to go gray and then dark. The creek got louder. We zipped into the tent, Rachel in the middle, Mike on the left, me on the right, same as the night before. I lay down with the buck knife under my pillow again. I was tired. I had not slept the night before. I had been hiking for 3 hours and arguing for 2, and sitting in fear for the rest. I tried to stay awake. I tried to keep my hand on the knife. I tried to listen for the footsteps. I fell asleep anyway. I dreamed about Brett again. He was not in the bedroom this time. He was at the kitchen table in my father's house. The light was the light of late afternoon, the way the kitchen got when the sun came in through the west window and lit the linoleum. He was sitting in his usual chair. He was wearing the Filson jacket. He had a cup of coffee in his hands. "Cole," he said. I sat down across from him. "You came up to Mossback," he said. I told him I had. "I'm here," he said. I said I knew. "I'm here," he said, "and there are others here too." I waited. He looked at me. He looked at me with my brother's face, the small scar on the upper lip, the left eye sitting just a little higher than the right. All of it. He looked at me with my brother's eyes. He drank his coffee. He set the cup down. "I want you to do something for me," he said. I said I would. He smiled. Brett's smile. The crooked one. The one that made him look 5 years younger than he was. "I want you," he said, "to step away from Mike tonight." I waited. "I want you to be on the other side of the tent from him," he said. "Not next to him, not within reach. I want a little room between us tonight." I asked him why. He said, "Because I want to see him without you in the way." I tried to wake up. I could not. The dream had me. The dream was the way a real dream is. I was sitting at the kitchen table, and the linoleum was the linoleum, and the smell of the coffee was the smell of the coffee, and my brother was across from me, and I was not afraid. I love you, Brett, I said. He smiled again. He drank his coffee. I love you too, brother, he said. Step away from Mike. I woke up. The tent was dark. The creak was loud. Mike was on the other side of Rachel, snoring softly. I was on Rachel's right. I was not on Rachel's right. I was sitting up. I was sitting up at the foot of the tent where the gear was, and Rachel was 4 feet from me, and Mike was beyond her. I had moved. I had moved in my sleep. I was sitting up, cross-legged, on top of the gear bag with the buck knife in my hand. The knife was open. I had opened it. I did not remember opening it. I had moved away from Mike. I had moved exactly the way Brett had asked me to in the dream. I sat very still. I waited for my eyes to adjust. The tent was gray-black, the kind of dark you get in a tent in the middle of a forest at 3 a.m. under a thick canopy and no moon. I could just barely make out the shapes of them. Rachel on her back, her hands folded over her chest the way she slept. Mike on his side, facing her, his hatchet on the pad beside him. There was a fourth shape. It was sitting on Mike's side of the tent, beyond Mike, up against the wall of the tent on his far side. The kind of shape you could not see if you were looking right at it, but that you saw out of the corner of your eye if you looked at something else. It was the size of a man. It was sitting cross-legged, the way I was sitting cross-legged. It was looking at me. I could not see eyes. The tent was too dark. But I knew, the way you know somebody is looking at you across a bar. The way you know somebody is at the foot of your bed when you wake up at 3 a.m. and the room is empty. I knew. I held very still. I did not move the knife. I did not move my eyes. I let the corner of my vision keep working. The shape did not move. It sat there. It watched me. It seemed to be waiting. Sometime later, I do not know how long, the shape stood up. It did not stand up like a man stands up. It rose. It went from sitting to standing in one slow motion, the way smoke rises. It did not bend its knees. It did not push off the ground with its hands. It just rose until it was standing inside the tent, the top of its head pressed up against the tent ceiling, the tent fabric tenting upward where it was pressing. The tent was 6 feet tall in the middle. The shape was taller. It bent at its waist to keep its head from pushing through the tent. It walked across the tent to Mike's side. It moved silently. Its feet did not crunch the pad. It did not disturb the sleeping bag. It bent down. It put its face close to Mike's face. It stayed there a long time. It seemed to be smelling him, or breathing him, or something else for which I had no word. Then it rose. It walked to the door of the tent. It unzipped the door, very slowly, very quietly, the small teeth of the zipper coming apart one by one. It stepped through the door. It zipped the door back up behind it from the outside, the way you would if you were trying not to wake somebody. I sat at the foot of the tent with a knife in my hand for the rest of the night. I did not move. I did not check on Rachel. I did not look at Mike. I did not let myself go to the door and look out. I sat there and I held the knife and I watched the small gray rectangle of the door and I waited for first light. Brett did not come back. Not in a dream. Not in a voice from the trees. Whatever had walked out of the tent had taken him with it. The light came up slowly. The tent went from black to gray to a pale orange where the rain fly was thinnest. The creek ran. There were still no birds. Rachel woke up. She woke the way she woke at home, Mike had told me once. All at once, eyes open, no slow rise. She sat up. She looked at me sitting at the foot of the tent. She looked at the open buck knife in my hand. Her face went through 3 things very fast. Confusion, fear, then a kind of careful, watchful stillness that I had not seen on her before. "Cole," she said. Quietly, I shook my head. She looked at Mike. He was asleep. He was breathing easy. He did not look any different than he had looked the night before. She looked back at me. I closed the knife. I set it down on the gear bag. I held my hands open at my sides, palms up. I said, "Something came in here." She said, "When?" I said, "In the middle of the night." She said, "What did it do?" I told her. I told her about the dream. I told her about waking up at the foot of the tent. I told her about the shape sitting cross-legged across the tent from me. I told her about it standing up like smoke and bending to fit under the ceiling. I told her about it putting its face close to Mike's face and breathing him. She listened. She did not interrupt. She did not say I had been dreaming. When I was done, she said, "Did it touch him?" I said it had not touched him. She nodded. "Did it look at me?" she said. I had to think about it. I had not been watching it for that. I had been watching it for Mike. I told her I did not know. She nodded again. She crawled across the tent very slowly. She did not look at Mike. She came to my side of the tent and she sat down next to me at the foot where I had spent the night. She took my hand. She held my hand for a long time. "We're going to wake him up in a minute," she said. "We're going to act like everything is fine. We're going to pack up. We're going to try the bushwhack. We're going to do all of that. Do you understand me?" I told her I did. "But the man in there with us," she said. "The man asleep in this tent right now, Cole. I want you to know that I do not think that is my husband anymore." I waited. She looked at the gray tent ceiling. "Not at Mike, not at me. He has been off since yesterday afternoon," she said. "Since the bench. He has been off in a way I cannot describe except to say that he is not off the way I have ever known him to be off in 3 years of being with him. Something went into him. Something has been going into him. I do not know what it has put in him. I do not know what it has taken out of him. I do not know if all of him is still in there. But the man who was sleeping next to me last night, I was the wife of his body, but I am not sure I was the wife of him." She squeezed my hand. "He is going to want to do something today," she said. "He is going to suggest something. I do not know what. He is going to make it sound reasonable. Cole, whatever it is, we are not going to do it. Are you with me?" I said I was. We woke him up. He sat up slow. He rubbed his face. He looked at me and Rachel sitting at the foot of the tent, and he did not seem to find it strange. He yawned. He said, "Good morning." He said his back hurt. He said he had slept better than he had any right to. He smiled at Rachel. "I love you," he said. "I love you too," she said. She did not look at me when she said it. We packed up. Mike was easy that morning. Easier than he had been the day before. He moved smooth and slow, and he made jokes about the freeze-dried oatmeal Rachel was trying to choke down. He hummed a song while he rolled up his pad. He told a story about his father, a story I had heard him tell maybe 100 times in 20 years, about the time his father had spent a whole Saturday building a duck blind that the ducks had refused to come within 100 yards of. He told it word for word, the way he always told it. He laughed in all the right places. I watched him while he was telling it. I watched the way he laughed. The laugh was the right laugh. The teeth were the right teeth. The crinkle at the corner of his eye was the right crinkle. Mike was Mike, and Mike was sitting in front of me on the moss at Mossback Valley, telling the story about his father and the duck blind, and the story was exactly right. I watched his hands. When Mike told the duck blind story, he used his hands. He had used his hands telling that story for as long as I had known him. He held them out a certain way to show the shape of the blind. He brought them down on his knees at the punchline. He always did. His hands stayed in his lap. He told the whole story without moving his hands. He laughed in the right places. He hit the punchline. He did not bring his hands down on his knees. Rachel was rolling her sleeping bag. She was not looking at him. She was looking at me. She had been watching me watch him. She nodded. Slow. Once. We finished packing. Mike said, "Compass bearing." He pulled out his old Sunto, the same one he had carried since high school. He shot a bearing on the map for the forest road, 8 miles north. 342 degrees, he said. almost due north. We hold that bearing and we hit the road. The terrain is rough, but it is downhill most of the way. We can do it in 5 hours if we move. Rachel said, "Sounds good, babe." He smiled at her. The smile was the right smile. His hands stayed where they were. We left the campsite at 7 in the morning. We did not follow the trail. We bushwhacked due north, holding the bearing, climbing over deadfall, and pushing through huckleberry thickets and creek crossings. The trail had not crossed. The going was slow. Mike led. Rachel was behind him. I was behind her. I kept my hand near the buck knife in my pocket. I did not know what I was going to do with the knife. I did not know what good it would do me. After an hour, we had not come to anything I recognize. After 2 hours, we had not come to anything Mike's compass said we ought to be coming to. The terrain that should have started dropping had not started dropping. The creek that should have been on our left was on our right. The sun, when we could glimpse it through the canopy, was at the wrong angle for the time of day. We stopped. Mike checked the compass. The compass needle was spinning. It was spinning slow at first, the way a compass spins when you are walking near iron ore in the rocks. Mount Baker country has a lot of iron in places. But the spinning did not stop when we stood still. The needle turned all the way around, took a beat, turned all the way around again. It picked up speed. It spun like the second hand of a watch, then like the second hand of a watch with a broken spring, then like a propeller. The whole compass shook in Mike's hand. He looked up at me. His face did the thing Mike's face used to do when he was about to lose his temper. The tightening at the corners of the mouth, the lines around the eyes, but it was not Mike's face anymore. I saw it then, clear in the daylight 10 feet away. The face was Mike's face, the way the body was Mike's body, but the something inside the face had moved. The tightening was the right tightening, but it was happening because the something inside had pulled on the muscles. It was not Mike's anger. It was a copy of Mike's anger, a good copy, a nearly perfect copy, but not the real thing. Cole, the thing wearing my best friend's face, said. I said, "Yeah, I think." The thing said, "We should go back to the campsite." I waited. I think, it said. "We should stay there a few more days. I think we have been making a mistake. I think the thing we are running from is not in the basin. I think the thing we are running from is in us. I think we are bringing it with us wherever we go. So I think we should go back to the basin and stop running and just be in the place we are in and let the thing we are afraid of catch up to us and pass through us, and then we will be free of it." Rachel said, "Mike." The thing wearing Mike's face turned to her. He smiled. It was the wrong smile. It was a beautiful smile. It was warm and it was kind, and it would have stopped a stranger in their tracks, because it was the smile of a man who loved the woman he was smiling at. It was the smile of a man who was about to ask his wife to come back to the basin with him because he loved her and because he had figured out what would make her safe. It was not Mike's smile. Mike's smile crinkled the corners of his eyes. The skin under his eyes pinched. This smile did not do that. "I love you," the thing said to Rachel. She started to cry, quietly, without sound, just the tears. The thing wearing Mike's face reached out and put a hand on her cheek. She did not move. "I love you," it said again. "Come back with me." Rachel said, "Mike." The thing said, "Yeah." She said, "What did you have for dinner the night we got engaged?" The thing stopped. It was a small stop, less than a heartbeat, but you could see the something inside the face look around for the answer and not find it. You could see it search. You could see it decide. "Steak," the thing said. Rachel said, "Run." Rachel went sideways off the bearing first. She had been the closest to the thing wearing Mike's face, and she had the shortest distance to cover. She ducked under his hand, and she was through the huckleberry thicket and gone before I had fully understood she was moving. I followed her. I crashed through the branches behind her and got my pack caught on a snag and tore the strap and kept going. The thing did not chase us immediately. It stood there in the small clearing where Mike's compass had spun on itself, and it watched us go, the way a cat watches a mouse it has not finished considering yet. We ran east. It was the wrong direction. East was uphill. East was back the way we had come, in the general direction of the basin. We were not thinking. We were just running. Rachel was good in the woods, lighter than me, better at picking lines, and she had been a cross-country runner in college. I kept up because I had to. The pack was heavy and the trees were thick, and I was tearing my hands open on the branches I could not see fast enough to push aside. She stopped after maybe a quarter mile. She stopped in a small flat spot under a giant Douglas fir where the duff was deep and the undergrowth thinned. She put her hands on her knees, and she breathed, and she looked at me, and I came up next to her and put my hands on my knees too. I said, "Why steak?" She breathed. "We had Indian," she said, "the night Mike proposed. We were at a place in Fairhaven called Mahuva. He proposed at the table over sag paneer. The whole restaurant clapped. I waited." She straightened up. She looked back through the trees the way we had come. There was nothing visible. The thing wearing Mike was not there, or if it was hidden in the green dimness. "Mike," she said. "The real Mike. Would not have said steak. He would have said sag paneer. He would have said it laughing, because he hated that I had picked a vegetarian place. He has told that story to every person we have ever met since the night he proposed. He has never failed to mention the paneer." I nodded. "We have to keep moving," she said. "Where?" I said. She looked around. The light was full now, the late morning sun coming down through the canopy in the same green columns that had made the place feel like a cathedral the day before. There was no sound except our breathing and the slow drip of water somewhere off to the south. There was no wind. There were no birds. "We have to get out of the valley," she said. "There has to be a way out. The trail was wrong, but the valley is real. Real things have edges. If we keep going, we will hit something." I told her about the compass. "The compass was on him," she said. "Maybe it works for us, maybe it does not. We have to try." I did not have a compass. Mike had been carrying the only one. I had the sun. He started moving again. We did not run this time. We walked. We walked uphill, east-ish by the sun, climbing over deadfall and around root balls the size of cars. We did not talk. We listened. The forest was the same forest it had been all morning, and the morning had become afternoon at some point I could not pin down, and we were a long way from anywhere we knew. After an hour we came on the bones. It was not a lot of bones. It was a small clearing in the firs, maybe 10 feet across, with a flat slab of basalt in the middle and a scatter of small bones around the slab. Ribs, vertebrae, a jaw. The bones had been there a long time. Most of them were the soft, chalky color old bones turn after they have lain in the duff for years. The slab had things on it. Rachel got to it first. She knelt down at the edge of it. She did not touch what was on it. She just looked. I came up beside her. The slab was about 3 feet square. The top was flat. Across the flat top somebody had laid out, neatly, like an exhibit in a museum, a wristwatch, a pair of glasses, wire frames, one lens cracked, a small folding pocket knife, Buck, the same brand as mine, closed, a wedding ring, a car key, Toyota by the logo on the fob, faded, a clear plastic Ziploc bag with a few photographs inside it, a small stuffed bear, the size of your hand, brown, faded, a baseball cap. "Yankees," Rachel said. "Cole." She had not seen the cap yet. She was looking at the photographs. I looked at the cap. It was Brett's. It was the cap he had been wearing the day he died. The cap he had been wearing on the raft on Paddon Creek when he was 14 and I was 10. The cap he had loved and pulled the bill of so many times that the bill had cracked along the seam where it met the crown. The crack was on the right side. The cap had been on his head when they pulled him out of the slash pile. They had given it to my father with the rest of his personal effects, and my father had kept it in a drawer in the bedroom for 10 years. I had checked the drawer 2 days before I left. I had checked all the drawers in my father's bedroom. The cap had been in the third drawer down on the left side of the dresser. It was on the slab now. "Cole," Rachel said again. without looking up from the photographs. I did not answer her. I picked up the cap. I held it. The crown was greasy the way it had always been greasy. The crack on the bill was the right crack. Inside the band, in Brett's handwriting, in the small, careful letters of a 14-year-old who had been excited to own his first nice cap, was his name, Brett Wagner, property of, Rachel said, Cole. She had been saying my name, and I had not been listening. I looked at her. She held up one of the photographs. It was a picture of Mike. It was a picture of Mike at the cedar bench at our campsite. The photo had been taken from above, from somewhere up in the firs. The angle was high. Mike was sitting on the bench. He was looking down at his hands. The photo had been taken yesterday. The light was the light of yesterday afternoon. His shirt was the shirt he had been wearing yesterday. There were 3 more photos in the bag. One was of Rachel, sitting on the bench beside Mike. Yesterday, one was of me, standing at the creek, yesterday afternoon, filtering water. One was of the 3 of us, sitting around the fire ring. The light was dusk, yesterday evening. The angle was from somewhere up in the trees, looking down through the gap of the canopy. The photographs were Polaroids, old Polaroids, the kind of photos that had been printed at the moment they were taken, the kind that came out of a camera you had to hold in your hands. The thing had a camera. That was the part my brain could not put down. The thing had a camera, or had something that did the work of a camera, and it had been up in the trees yesterday taking pictures of us, and it had laid the pictures out on the slab for us to find. Today, after it took Mike, it had planned for us to come this way. It had walked us here. Rachel was very still beside me. The slab, she said. I said, yeah. It is a museum, she said. It is a collection. The watch and the ring and the knife and the key, the little bear, the cap. These are the things it kept from the people, from all the people. She looked at me. How many? She said. I looked at the bones around the slab. The bones around the slab were not many bones. Not the bones of the people the things on the slab had belonged to. There were maybe enough bones in this clearing for 1 body. Maybe 1.5. The rest of the bodies were somewhere else. We have to leave, Rachel said. We have to leave right now. I put the cap on the slab. I put it down very carefully. I lined the bill up with the way it had been when we got there. I left it where it was. I did not put it in my pocket. I did not want to bring anything home from that slab. We turned to leave the clearing. The thing wearing Mike's face was standing at the edge of the clearing. It had not made a sound. We had not heard it come up. It was just there, 10 feet away, between 2 of the firs, its hands at its sides. It was smiling the wrong smile, the one that did not crinkle. Hi, it said. Rachel and I did not move. I have been looking for you, the thing said. It took a step into the clearing. I'm sorry I said steak, it said. I got confused. I was tired. I am tired. We have all been tired. Let's go back to the basin. Let's go back and sleep and try again in the morning. Rachel said, You took my husband. The thing tilted its head. The way Mike sometimes had tilted his head. It was a near-perfect tilt, off by something small. The angle was right, but the speed was wrong. Mike tilted his head fast. This thing tilted slow. I am your husband, it said. Rachel said, Cole, run. It came at us. I do not remember the next minute very well. I remember Rachel pushing me. I remember turning. I remember falling over a root and getting up and running and tearing my hand on a snag. I remember running uphill through brush. I remember the slope going steeper. I remember the trees getting closer together. I remember not hearing Rachel behind me. I remember the way my lungs hurt and the way the pack pulled at my shoulders. I remember, after some amount of time, stopping because I could not run anymore. I was at the base of a granite outcrop, a small cliff, 20 feet high, rising out of the firs. The duff at the base of it was deep and damp. I crawled into a small space at the base of the cliff, where the rock had cracked away from the slope and made a kind of shallow cave, 3 feet deep, 4 feet wide. I crawled into it and I sat with my back against the rock and I tried to breathe quietly. I waited. I waited a long time. Rachel did not come. I waited longer. I waited for her until the light started to change. The afternoon went golden, and then the golden faded to amber, and then the amber was gone, and the trees were going to ink at the bottoms. Rachel did not come. I cried. I did it quietly. I sat in the cave with my back against the granite, and I cried with my hands over my mouth. I cried for Mike. I cried for Rachel. I cried for Brett. I cried for my father. I cried for the 10 years that I had spent in my father's house knowing that something was wrong and not being able to name it, and now finally being in the kind of wrong I had been waiting for and having no way to get out of it. I cried until my chest was hollow and my breath was coming back to slow. Then I stopped. The forest was nearly dark. I could not see anything outside the cave. I could hear, somewhere off to the south, the slow, steady rhythm of the breathing in the canopy. The same breathing I had heard the first night. It had been there all along. I had just stopped pretending it was the wind. After a while, I heard footsteps. They came up the slope toward the cave. Slow, 2 sets. I could hear them clearly because the duff was wet and the boots made small, soft sounds in it. They came up to within 20 feet of the cave. They stopped. "Cole," a voice said. Rachel's voice. It was so good a copy that I had to put my hand over my mouth to keep from answering. It was her teacher voice, the careful one she used with the kids, the one that did not push. "Cole," she said. "Sweetheart, come out. Mike is fine. We figured it out. It was a misunderstanding. Come out. Come back to camp. We will talk about it." A second voice. Mike's. The right one. The crinkle laugh one. "Buddy," it said. "Hey, buddy. I'm sorry I scared you. We all just need to calm down. Come on, let's go." I did not move. I did not breathe. Brett's voice came next. From somewhere a little farther off, a little higher up. "Cole," my brother said. "We have been looking for you. You are scaring Mom. Come back to camp." My mother had been dead for 16 years. The Brett voice did not know. I sat with my hand over my mouth, and I listened. The voices waited. They tried again. They tried other things. They tried my father's voice. They tried Jamie's voice. They tried a voice I had not heard in 20 years, the voice of my 4th grade teacher, Mrs. Lindsay, who had told me one afternoon in the school library that I was a good reader and to keep reading. They tried voices of people I had loved and voices of people I had only met once. They knew them all. They had been pulling them out of my head all night, all the nights since we had gotten to the basin, while I slept, while I dreamed. The thing had been inside me. The thing had been inside all 3 of us, and there were 3 voices it had not gotten before Mike, but it had been pulling. I sat in the cave with my hand over my mouth, and I did not answer any of them. After a long time, the voices went away. The footsteps went down the slope. I did not move for another hour after that. When I finally moved, it was because I had cramped up so badly I could not feel my legs. I crawled out of the cave on my hands and knees, and I lay in the duff at the base of the cliff, and I let my legs come back. The forest was full dark by then. I could not see anything. I could only hear the breathing, and the breathing had gotten louder. Or closer. I did not know. I did not have a plan. I did not know which way was the basin, and I did not know which way was the road, and I did not know what I would do if I got to either one. I knew the buck knife was in my pocket. I knew Rachel was gone. I knew Mike was gone. I knew Brett had been gone for 10 years, and that the voice in the woods was not him. I started walking. I walked downhill. Downhill was the only thing my legs wanted to do. Downhill, in any direction, eventually goes to a road. That is what my father had taught me when I was 9 years old and afraid of getting lost in the woods. He had taken me out on a ridge over Lake Whatcom, and he had pointed and said, "See how the water is down there. If you ever get turned around, find the downhill. The downhill goes to the water goes to the road goes to home." I walked downhill. I do not know how long I walked. The trees were the same trees they had been all day, which was the same trees they had been the day before, which was probably the same trees they had been when Dryfly Jim posted his message on the forum in 2017. The forest in Mossback Valley did not change. The forest in Mossback Valley was the forest. There was no other forest. I came on the slab again. I knew it was the same slab because the moon was up by then, a half moon high in the sky, throwing some little light through the gaps in the canopy, and the slab caught what light there was. The same flat top, the same scatter of bones around it, the same neat arrangement of objects. The objects had changed. The watch was still there. The glasses were still there. The buck knife was still there. The wedding ring was still there. The Toyota key, the Polaroids in the bag, the cap, beside the cap neatly, the way the other things had been arranged. Somebody had laid out a wristwatch I knew, a Casio, the cheap kind that runs on a button battery and lasts a decade. It was Mike's, beside the Casio, a small silver pendant on a thin chain, a cursive R, Rachel's. I sat down on the duff next to the slab. I did not pick up Mike's watch. I did not pick up Rachel's pendant. I sat in the moonlight. I looked at the slab and I let what was on it tell me what it had to tell me. Brett's cap had been here for 10 years. The thing had been here for 10 years, at least. The thing had been here longer than 10 years, because the bones around the slab were old, and the things on the slab went back farther than the bones. The wristwatch, when I looked closely, was a wind-up from the 1960s. The wedding ring had the kind of engraving inside it that you used to get on rings from the 40s. The little bear had been new in maybe 1980. The thing had been here for a long time. The thing had been here for longer than I had been alive. The thing had taken Brett 10 years ago, and the thing had taken Dryfly Jim 2 weeks before he wrote his post in 2017. And the thing had taken a man with a wind-up watch some Tuesday in 1963. And the thing had taken the 2 men whose boot prints we had seen at the trailhead 6 days ago. The thing took everybody who came here. The thing kept little things from them. The thing was not done. I sat next to the slab in the moonlight for a long time. I should have run from the slab. I should have kept moving. The thing knew where the slab was. The thing had been here twice, in the last day at least. The thing would come back. The thing would find me sitting there. But I sat there. I sat there because Brett's cap was on the slab and Brett had been here, and because Mike's watch was on the slab and Mike had been here, and because Rachel's pendant was on the slab and Rachel had been here, and somewhere in the dark around me, the thing wearing their faces was looking for me. I sat there because I had brought Mike and Rachel here. Mike because he had asked, but Rachel because I had not pushed back when he asked. Rachel because I had said yes to the trip, and she had come along because of Mike, and Mike had only come because he had asked me first, and I had said yes. I sat there because I did not know what to do with the fact that I was still alive and they were not. After a while I noticed something. There was a carving on the side of the slab. Not on the top, on the side. The slab was rough basalt, the kind that has small pock holes from the air bubbles in the lava. The pock holes made it hard to see anything on the surface. But there was a carving, a small one, down low, near the ground. I leaned over and I looked at it in the moonlight. It was a letter B, a specific letter B. A bee carved by somebody who had carved bees into trees and benches and the bottoms of school desks for years. A, B, with a small curl on the bottom serif that came from a particular way of holding a knife, a particular kid's particular bee. It was Brett's bee. It was the bee he had carved into the back of my bedroom door at our father's house in 2009 when he was 13. The one our father had painted over 100 times, and that always showed through the paint after a year or two. It was the bee he had carved into the cedar railing of the back porch the summer he turned 15. It was the bee he had carved into the trunk of the maple in the front yard the spring before he died. Brett had been here. Brett had been here, conscious, with a knife, and he had carved a bee on the side of the slab. Brett had wanted me to know he had been here. I sat with that for a long time. I I sat with the thought that my brother had been in this forest, conscious, and that the thing had let him keep enough of himself to carve a bee. I sat with the thought that he had been here for hours, maybe days, before the thing had killed him. I sat with the thought that the thing had not killed Brett the way Brett had been said to have been killed. Brett had been said to have died in a logging accident 100 miles south. A slash pile had collapsed on him. They had pulled him out in pieces. They had given my father his cap. There was no slash pile in Mossback Valley. I did not understand how the thing worked. I understood that it had reach. I understood, sitting in the moonlight by the slab, that the thing had killed my brother 10 years ago and had arranged it so that we got the cap back and not the rest of him. I understood that the cap had hung in the closet at home and the thing had pulled the rest of him out of me, slowly, over 10 years, and that this trip had been the harvest. I sat with all of it. After a while, I stood up. I picked up Brett's cap. I put it on my head. I picked up Mike's watch. I put it in my pocket. I picked up Rachel's pendant. I put it around my neck. I picked up the buck knife from the slab. The other one. The one that was not mine. I opened it, and I tested the edge with my thumb. It was sharp. I closed it, and I put it in my other pocket. I did not pick up the rest. The wedding ring, the Toyota key, the Polaroids, the little bear. Those did not belong to me or to mine. I walked away from the slab. I walked downhill. I held the bearing as well as I could by the moon. I kept the cap on my head. I kept my hand near the buck knife in my pocket. I walked for a long time. The thing did not follow me. I do not know why it did not follow me. I think, the way I have come to think about it in the last 6 months, that it had what it wanted. It had Mike, and it had Rachel. It had had Brett 10 years ago, and the rest of my brother had been finished out of me on the slab tonight. It had no more use for me. It had been pulling on me for 10 years, and it had finished pulling. There was nothing left in me for it to take. I walked through the rest of the night. The forest let me out. I do not have a better word for it. The trees had been the same trees in every direction for 24 hours. We had been walking in circles in a forest that did not care which way we walked, but I walked out of it. The trees thinned, the duff turned to gravel, the slope dropped. I came down a long, shallow draw in the pre-dawn gray, and I came out onto a Forest Service road around 6 in the morning. It was Road 38, the road we had been trying to reach 2 days before. I sat down on the gravel shoulder. I sat there until a logger came by in a pickup at 7:15. He stopped. He rolled down the window and looked at me. I had blood on my hands from the brush, and I had not slept in I did not know how long. And I had Brett's cap on my head and Rachel's pendant around my neck and Mike's watch in my pocket and no other gear with me. I had left the pack somewhere I could not remember. He asked if I needed a ride. I told him I did. He drove me down the road to a ranger station. I told the ranger I had been camping in Mossback Valley with 2 friends and that they had not come out of the woods. I told him I did not know what had happened to them. I told him the truth, mostly, except for the parts that would have made him think I was crazy. I told him we had gotten separated. I told him I had walked out alone. I told him I did not know where they were. He called the sheriff. The sheriff sent search and rescue. They went up to Mossback Valley with dogs and helicopters and trackers. They were up there for 9 days. They found my dad's old marmot at the campsite, still standing where I had left it, with Brett's Filson jacket folded neatly on the floor of it. They found the fire ring. They found the cedar bench. They found Mike's tent broken down and stuffed into his pack hanging from the lodgepole where the bear bag had been. How his pack had gotten back to the campsite I did not know. The thing had been moving our gear in the basin since we got there. I suppose it had moved his too. They found a Polaroid camera on the bench that nobody had brought. They did not find Mike. They did not find Rachel. The dogs would not enter the basin. The handler had been doing search and rescue for 26 years. He told the sheriff he had never seen dogs do what these dogs did. They came down the trail to the rise above the basin, and they sat down. They would not go any farther. The handler dragged one of them by the collar. The dog screamed. He let go. The dog ran back up the trail. They closed the basin to camping in October. The Forest Service put up a small wooden sign at the trailhead saying the trail was closed due to bear activity. The sign was a lie. There had been no bear activity in Mossback Valley in the records of the district going back to 1942. I checked. The sheriff knew it was a lie. The Forest Service knew it was a lie. Everybody knew it was a lie. The sign went up anyway. A ranger came to my father's house in November. He was older, late 50s. He sat at my father's kitchen table the way Brett had sat at it in the dream. He drank the coffee I made him. He looked at me over the cup with eyes that had seen things and decided not to look at them too directly. "Mr. Wagner," he said. I waited. He said, "There are some valleys in this district that we lose people in. Always have. The records go back a long way. There is a pattern, if you look. We do not talk about the pattern. We close the trails when the count gets high, and we open them again when people forget. We have been doing this since the district was founded." I waited. He said, "You came out of one of those valleys." I said I had. He said, "Did you bring anything out of it with you?" I told him I had brought a cap and a watch and a pendant. He nodded. He said, "Were any of them yours?" I told him the cap had been my brother's. The watch had been Mike's. The pendant had been Rachel's. He nodded again. Slow. "Burn the cap," he said. I waited. "I am sorry to tell you to do that," he said. "I know what your brother's cap meant. I know. But the rule of these valleys, Mr. Wagner, is you do not bring things out of them. The things in them belong to them. The valley has a long memory, and it does not let things go that it has decided to keep. Burn the cap, bury the watch, and the pendant in their families' cemeteries. Do it before the year turns." I asked him why. He said, "Because the thing in the valley has roots. The roots go where the things from the valley go. You took 3 things out of the valley, and you are walking around carrying 3 roots. Cut them." He drank his coffee. He said, "Burn the cap first." He left. I sat at my father's kitchen table for a long time after he left. I sat with Brett's cap on the table in front of me. I sat with my hands flat on the linoleum where Brett had sat in the dream. I did not burn the cap. I have not burned the cap. It hangs in the hall closet now, on the hook where the Filson jacket had hung. I cleaned the closet out in December. I gave the Filson jacket and my father's old work coat and my brother's other clothes to a thrift store in Mount Vernon. The closet is mostly empty now. The cap hangs in it alone. Some nights, when the house is quiet, I think I can hear breathing in the closet. I do not open the door. I do other things. I sold the house in March. Or I am selling it. The realtor has been showing it. I have moved into a small apartment over a hardware store in Bellingham. The apartment has no closet. The apartment has nothing in it of my father's. I brought the cap with me. It hangs from a nail in the kitchen. The realtor called last week. She said the house had not sold, and that she thought it might be the smell. She had been in the house with a young couple looking to buy a starter, and the wife had gone into the hall and stopped at the closet and asked what was in there. The realtor had said nothing. The realtor had opened the door to show her. The closet had been empty. The wife had not wanted to look in any of the other closets. The realtor said, "Cole, did something happen in that hall closet that I should know about?" I told her. Nothing had happened in the hall closet. I told her the truth. Mike's watch. I have not buried. I am not Mike's family. His parents are in Arizona, and I have not been able to bring myself to call them and explain. They came up for the search in May. They sat in my apartment, and they cried, and they asked me what I knew. I told them I knew nothing. I told them their son had gotten separated from us in the woods, and we had not found him. They knew I was lying. They were not angry about it. They could see, the way I have learned that other people can sometimes see, that I was lying for a reason that did not need to be explained. The watch is in the drawer of my nightstand. I have not opened the drawer in 3 weeks. Rachel's pendant I have not buried either. I have it in a small box in the kitchen, the thin silver chain, the cursive R. I take it out sometimes and I hold it in my hand and I sit at the kitchen table over a cup of coffee. The chain is cool against my palm. The R is warm. I do not know what is going to happen. The ranger has not come back. I have his card in the kitchen drawer. He gave it to me before he left. He told me to call him if I changed my mind. I have not changed my mind. I do not know why I have not. I have thought about it. I have sat with the cap in my hands a dozen nights, and the lighter in my other hand, and I have not been able to do it. Brett wore the cap from when he was 11 until he died at 19. The cap was his. The cap, of all the things in the world, was his. I do not know how to burn it. I do not know how to put a thing into a fire that was on his head when he was a boy. I think the ranger knew I would not. I think the ranger came to my father's kitchen and told me to burn the cap because he had told a lot of people over a lot of years to burn things they had brought out of the valleys, and he had learned that most of them did not. I think the rangers know what the roots do. I think they keep a list. I think they wait. The other day, walking home from work, I passed a woman on the sidewalk in Fairhaven who had on a Filson jacket, the same color as Brett's, the same cut, the collar up. I stopped. She walked past me. She was a stranger. She did not see me. I followed her for 2 blocks before. I caught myself. I stopped on a corner outside the bookstore. I watched her walk away. I went home. I sat in my kitchen for a long time that night with Rachel's pendant in my hand and Brett's cap on the nail above the stove. The apartment was quiet. The hardware store below me had closed for the night. The traffic on the street had thinned. The air was cold. October had come in early. I went to bed at midnight. I lay in bed with my eyes open and I listened. The apartment was quiet, but under the quiet, very softly, I could hear it. The slow, even sound, far away, of something breathing, not in the closet, in the trees,